trying now. Some head nodding going on.
All right.
There.
Puritadel, good morning, everyone. Can you hear us now? Good. Sorry, I apologise for the delay at the start. I'd just like to ask if anyone has any procedural matters they wish to raise regarding today's proceedings.
Yes, sir. Dr. Hewison here for the Medical Centre.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Dr. Carolyn Stewart is available today to give evidence, but as you could expect, she's very, very busy, and she's asked if she could be given a specific time. I've suggested it might be useful for her to give evidence directly after lunch. Now, I'm not sure exactly when you're planning lunch to be, but if it was 1 to 2, for example, then I'd suggest she give evidence at 2 o'clock. But as the day progresses, you might have a sense of when, if lunch is going to be delayed or something like that, then I can communicate with her and hopefully we can adjust her schedule. But my suggestion at this stage is it would be very helpful if she could give evidence at 2 o'clock, and then she can organise her day to be available.
Is she not available any earlier than that?
No, so she's extremely busy, and I'd rather she attended to her patients than perhaps be available earlier. So,
well, we all would, but of course, appointments can be set around timetables. But in this case, I'm prepared to reluctantly agree to that.
Thank you, sir. I'll let her know that 2 p.m. is the scheduled time. And just to also advise you that Dr. Elizabeth Gordon will be attending on behalf of the Medical Centre this morning. So she'll be at the hearing online. So
there'd be 2 lots of evidence from the Medical Centre at different times?
No. Dr. Elizabeth Gordon is going to be attending essentially on my behalf. She's my associate.
Okay, right. So your evidence will be presented along with Dr. Carolyn Stewart's. I understand.
Yes, so my opening legal submissions, yes, we can deal with those at 2 o'clock as well.
Okay. I just heard advice that lunch will end at 1:30. So perhaps if Dr. Carolyn Stewart could attend at 1:30.
1:30, okay, I'll let her know that, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right, any other procedural matters?
Mr. Chairman, I have a concern around the request for a resolution to the board. An email was sent just after 9 o'clock this morning to the board chair requesting that resolution of the board that I speak on their behalf is submitted by 12 o'clock today. So that gives the board 3 hours to get a resolution. As you will be aware, most of the board members are people who work. Our chair is a student and she may not even receive that email. So it was disappointing that email wasn't sent yesterday, but I wonder if there could be a reconsideration around that timing.
Right. Well, the email was sent yesterday. I understood it was sent yesterday morning. Yeah, it was sent yesterday morning.
It arrived in my inbox this morning. So, but as you know, that the board requires a formal meeting to make a resolution. And
well, actually, the board could have done it by circulated email.
Okay. So,
sorry, I just asked the staff, what time was the email sent? To the board chair, was it?
It was sent to Natasha yesterday.
It was sent to the chair of the board yesterday morning.
yeah, I see that it was sent yesterday. So,
41.
so the consequences of that resolution not being in would be.
Well, there'll be less waiting on the evidence given by the community board. I suggest it's in the community board's interest to follow that up and get an email response from the members.
So an email from Natasha to say that she's emailed the board members is sufficient?
No, and their response is giving a favourable majority resolution that they agree with that.
Yeah, which they've already agreed to, and we have an email saying that.
We don't have a resolution to that effect.
Okay.
We have as a letter saying that that there wasn't going to be anyone speaking.
Yeah. So if the email said that I would speak on behalf of, oops. The email said that I'd speak on behalf of the board. So I will try and get that. If that isn't available by 12 because all of the board members are at work or don't respond to their emails, what is the consequence of that? Just less
As I
waiting?
said, there would be less waiting on that evidence because it's not, wouldn't be officially a appearance.
All good.
We have to follow the procedures.
Yeah, it was just a shame that that procedure wasn't followed when the original email was sent to give the board reasonable time, but we will work on that.
Well, it was sent, as I said, to the board chair yesterday morning. Anything else?
Sir, sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Young here. So just to be transparent, two things. We had a brief discussion. It was a bit casual yesterday about a community facility in the Croquet Club. I just want to let the committee know and the objectors that my position or my client's position is that the Croquet Club is not a community facility, as that term is defined or understood in the Southland district, in particular the district plan. And I'll deal with that in submission, sir. And my friend has addressed that in his opening. So I just want to clarify that because I think we made a comment yesterday just in discussion that it was, but our position is that it's not. And also in discussions with my client last night, the principal entrance will be moved. It's not going to be where the existing entrance is. In very basic terms, it's going to be in between the new proposed entrance and the existing entrance, because there are 4 panels or there are glass panels and we can shift it along and get it closer to that corridor entrance, but it won't be the corridor entrance. The client is also talking to the landlord about a wall of some description that would separate the entrance and the ATM machine, and we'll give clear advice as to the position on that in closing submissions. But we can indicate that if there is to be a wall there, it is likely to be around 1 to 1.2 metres so that the CCTV camera can still go over the top of it, and so it won't be a full height wall. And I didn't understand the committee to be necessarily suggesting that. It was just my client raised that whether it would go to the ceiling. It's more likely to be waist or chest height or something of that ilk, just so the objectors know and the committees on notice that's where we're at on those 2 points. The final matter, sir, is how the objectors wish to proceed in terms of their evidence. And all I wanted to indicate is I'm relaxed about whether evidence is taken as read or summarised. I've read it all, so I'm relaxed as to how they want to proceed, and I'm in your hands on that, sir.
Thank you. Any other procedural matters? Councillor Fraser, I understand you have an issue regarding timing this afternoon.
Yeah, I've rectified that, so I'm now available until 3.
Oh, very good, thank you.
That's a personal cost, and I'll be working till midnight to do that, but it's an important thing to be here.
Thank you. All right, so to resume where we left off yesterday, Sergeant McNaught, New Zealand Police, would you like to come forward, please? And or say anything in support of your report? And you come forward to be.
Morning, Mr. Chair. As you're aware, I've put in submissions from the police. I don't have a brief of evidence as such, but I'm prepared to be taking information to attempt to answer any questions to assist the committee to evaluate information. So if you would like me to do that, I'm happy to.
Yes.
Please state your full name for the record.
Hayden Loxley McNaught.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so you have nothing you wish to add, Sergeant McNaught?
I haven't presented any evidence as such, Mr. Chairman, so I'm just open to any questions anyone might have or wish to ask me that I can attempt to assist with.
Well, thank you for that. So questions, Mr. Young, do you have any questions on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I do, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant. Just turning to the application, your submission at page 91 of the agenda. And in terms of your police district, you have that the Winton policing area in Appendix 2. Can I just clarify, there's a large map there and I wasn't able to identify precisely what was the Winton policing area. But I guess the first question is, your policing area, is that just Winton?
Oh, sorry, I should have done a bit of an introduction before we started, actually, since I didn't have a brief there. So, yeah, my full name's Hayden Loxon McNaught. I'm a sergeant in the New Zealand Police, based in Invercargill. I've been in the police 18 years, just over. I'm the alcohol harm prevention officer, so I deal with all liquor licensing matters. I've been in this role for just over 18 months. So the Southern District is separated into Otago Coastal Area, Otago Lake Central Area, and Southland. So Southland is an area, and then it has all these stations, police stations within the Southland area. So each station has an area defined by boundaries of what is their patch, so-called. So if any offences or anything like that are reported, the scene station will be recorded if it's in that area. So I did, with that map, there was a small explanation at the top on Appendix 2 of what that area covers. So basically it's Benmore Road to the north, Waitani Forestry to the east, at Glencoe. The southern boundary is Collinson Road, which is Royal Bush, and the western boundary, it goes out to Drummond Head and Bush Road. That might be unfamiliar to you, Ms. Young, but that's the area down here that covers for. So basically, within that area, if there's anything reported or recorded by police as the scenes, what we call the scene station, that's if it's within that area of that particular station.
Thank you, Sergeant. Well, I am reasonably familiar. I do a bit of work in the Otago Lakes District and come down that way at times. So, but just to clarify, so when I see the red dot in Winton, and there's the boundaries there, that's the Winton policing area.
Correct.
But your responsibilities as an alcohol harm reduction officer extend, I understand, to all of the green and purple areas?
So I deal with the whole of Southland area policing, which is all the green.
All the green, sorry.
All the green on the map, yeah. So I deal with 3 councils in that, in terms of the liquor licensing. So the Gore District Council, the Invercargill City Council, and the Southland District Council. So the whole of Southland.
Right, and so you'd be well placed to have an overview of Southland District or the region or that area in terms of differences in harm across that district.
To a certain extent, I haven't been in this role that long, but yeah, a lot of experience policing here. I've spent the whole 18 years policing based in Invercargill, but in Southland.
And how many off-licence applications have you reported on in your time in your role?
Oh.
Including renewals, not just new ones, renewals or existing licences, or new licences, sorry.
Oh, I don't know what that number would be off the top of my head, but certainly a lot.
So ballpark 20, or is it, I'm not holding, understand you can't be precise, but just a rough ballpark figure?
Yeah, it just depends whether the renewal's 12 months or the three yearly renewal. So it depends when they come in, so that can vary. But in the last 12 months, I would say, well, there's been 7 this year. It's just off licenses, but yeah, it can vary. It's hard to put a number on it, to be fair. Like, for instance, Invercargill Licensing Trust, a lot of their renewals are at the same time. So a lot of them were last year. So that, you know, that was upwards of over 10 just in that. So yeah, it's hard to put a precise. No, I don't have that figure in front of me.
Just going to your Appendix 1, and I think you've provided this because there is evidence elsewhere claiming certain numbers of family harm incidents. And that's for Winton. And what I take from that is that there is 80% roughly of family harm investigations don't have alcohol as a contributing factor in Winton. Is that correct?
Yeah, according to the reporting statistics that I have, and the graph that I put there to help understand that. That's correct.
And that data comes from officers attending events and filling out a report post-event about what they'd observed.
So there's a lot of contention around when alcohol is involved in any reports or offences or occurrences with police. Not sure if you're aware, we used to have a system called AlcoLink that's now defunct. Bearing in mind that was only when someone was arrested that data would be collected. The police moved to a new system in reporting of alcohol being a contributing factor. There's been a bit of a lull, I would suggest, in that reporting changing. The thing with family harm investigations is that's always something that needs to be included in that investigation. So I can quite accurately look up whether alcohol was involved in the incident or a contributing factor. So a family harm investigation, there's quite an in-depth definition of what's family harm. So any occurrence reported to police that falls into that must have that. There's a process for a family harm investigation to go through. So that could be anything from a verbal argument to a custody dispute to an assault to you name it. If there's family harm involved, that requires a family harm investigation. So that's not just offences as such.
No, understood. I think what you're saying is that investigation requires active inquiry into whether alcohol was a contributing factor.
Yes, as part of the reporting for a family harm investigation, it needs to be recorded if alcohol was involved or a contributing factor.
I take from that you feel quite confident about these numbers being accurate in terms of alcohol being a contributing factor because of the nature of the inquiry that the police undertake for these events.
Yes.
Is this percentage or this data similar to what you see elsewhere in Southland?
I would say on average, without the numbers of all the other scene stations, I would suggest it is lower. It's hard to do it without comparing it. I'm aware of the table that was provided, that was used in the objectors' submissions with those statistics that were provided. That's why I was speaking to that. And that's you'll notice the time frame I've used is the last 3 years, basically March to February for the last, that's 12 monthly periods. So the total was from March 2019 to February 2022. And it was also broken down into the 12-month periods for that.
And just so I'm clear, and I apologise if I've missed this, but which particular objector and table are you referring to?
So in paragraph 9 of my submissions, there was an objection lodged by Sharon Goodman as the chairperson on behalf of the Winton Community Support Worker Committee. And that's provided the statistics in that objection, so I spoke to that. So I'm not talking about the same time frame, but because it was raised, it just says the family violence investigations in the Winton police area. It showed the numbers from 2018, 19 and 2020. So to put some context around that.
I understand.
Yeah, so to put some context around that, I did it the last 3 years to the end of February, basically from March 2019. And that's why I put where alcohol was a contributing factor, to put that in context.
No, I totally understand. No, I thought you'd actually suggested that an objector had police data attached, but I'm familiar with those numbers, but they're not referenced at all, are they? There's no footnote and we don't know exactly where that data comes from. Well, I don't know where that data comes from.
Yeah, I do, but it's not, yeah, you're right, it's not on a footnote or included in the...
Understood.
Yeah.
So you've just said that in terms of your report, having alcohol as a contributing factor, that Winton would be lower than the average. And then the corollary, the sort of follow-up question to that, are there areas in Winton where the alcohol being a contributing factor is much higher or higher than what we're seeing in Winton?
In terms of the family harm investigations?
Yes, I'll keep it to that because that's where you report on. So what I'm suggesting, and I don't want to identify because I don't know, but are there other areas, policing areas, where family harm investigations reveal alcohol as a contributing factor on a much more regular basis?
So the average for the 3 years so the average is about 20% on those figures I've given.
In Winton?
And whereas Winton is the scene station. Yep.
Yeah. What I'm saying is are there other areas where that percentage might be 40% or 50% or much higher than 20?
Yep. Yes, there is.
Where does it get up to? What's the highest? You don't need to identify the area necessarily, but what's the highest percentage of alcohol contributing that you're aware of?
It can vary, but to the 30 to 40% mark.
And so and what I've noticed there too is that while from the 3 year blocks have gone 70, 78 to 85, there has been a slight rise, consistent rise, 13, 17, 16, the actual contribution, alcohol contributing has remained rather static. Would you accept that?
That's correct. In terms of the rise, you have to remember this is only reported incidents.
Understand.
Police have had a big push in the last few years of encouraging family harm to be reported. We're fully aware that there's a massive amount that goes unreported that we're unaware of. So I guess the police would like to think that sometimes the rise in the number of family harm investigations is part of that push to encourage people to report it.
Understood. And so is it this sort of data that gives you confidence that Winton isn't an area that's displaying elevated levels of risk from a policing perspective and the contribution that alcohol might make to any offending in that area?
I wouldn't say that, but based on the stuff or the incidents reported to us, you could take that, yeah. But I can't speak to the unreported stuff. I'm not saying there's more alcohol harm there than we know about.
No, understood.
Well, as reported to us, yeah.
Understood. Thank you, Sergeant McNaughton. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions for Sergeant McNaughton?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sergeant McNaughton, it was mentioned in the questioning yesterday from one of the objectors about the staffing levels at the Winton station and that there's nobody ever available there. Can you just comment on that, please?
Yep. I was going to raise that in some cross-examination later about the station being unmanned. Unmanned means that the front door is locked, basically. So, for example, Wimbucar was a 24/7 station, so at all times there's someone in the station. When they talk about the station being unmanned, that means that during the day till 8 till 4 or whatever it is, there'll be even a non-sworn person in the watch house, not necessarily always a police member there. Coverage for Winton policing staff is usually, depending if they get called out and they have to have stand down periods, etc. But in a general sense, there will be coverage of a member working till 9 p.m. and then being on call. It's different in the weekends. They do different shifts. It could be anywhere from midnight to 3 in the morning. So in terms of unmanned, that just means that the station's closed to the public. It doesn't mean that there's nobody there or nobody working.
Okay, thank you for that. So you can clarify more on the cross-questioning later on, but I just thought it was relevant to bring that up in regards to what was mentioned yesterday. So no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Ms. Grace, do you have any questions for Sergeant McNaughton?
Thank you. Nothing from me. Thank you.
Good. Okay. And so from the objectives, the Winton Already Committee Board?
Yes, we have some questions. First of all, the board just acknowledges the work that the police do and appreciate how they keep our community safe, and we value that. So a big thank you. You've already answered how long you've been with the police and in this role, so that's my first two questions covered. During that time, have you ever felt that you'd like to do more, but time and resources were limited so that you had to make decisions to prioritise what work to do and what work not to do?
Was the natural attrition in the police for time and resources could always be more. I would say that I have a support worker that assists me with administration stuff, being the whole of Southland with applications, etc. But in terms of being a specialised in this role, it's just me.
So in general policing, you would say that priority decisions are made on a regular basis of how to use the time and resources available to police? As would be in any industry, I suspect.
Yeah, well, it's about demand as well. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say. If it's about policing in Winton, well, I'm not frontline out there, so I can't comment on that. But if you're talking about my role, I just do the best I can.
Excellent, thank you. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense that the police resources are limited, and that often, and I've spoken to policemen who have reflected this, that often that they've wanted to do more, and probably more in the space of prevention rather than reactional, and felt that there could be things done, but they have to prioritise their time on the highest need, and that's what they do, which is what I suspect we all do. So that would be a fair call that happens in the police.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. The police have moved to a more prevention-based focus probably over the last 4 or 5 years. But you're right in terms of just got to deal with what's in front of you and what gets priority.
Yep, absolutely. And that's,
I have no control over that.
Yep, absolutely. And that's what we all have to do. And I think that's we respond the best we can. And so yeah, that's life. Wonder if you could describe what your role. Yeah, just to give us a brief description of your role and what you kind of cover.
So it's called the Alcohol Harm Prevention Officer, but really I have to deal with anything related to liquor licensing. Any enforcement matters related often falls to me for under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. Controlled purchase operations, processing applications. It's hard for me to get out and about as much as I would like because it's just me. But I rely on, they moved away from, in the old days in the police used to have what's called a raid squad. There was 3 people that used to go out and do hotel checks and basically just focus on that. But that's moved to an all of police focus now. So frontline staff, reliant on them to do those hotel compliance checks, etc. But the reporting of that basically comes to me, usually only if there's any problems or issues. A majority of my work is dealing with exterior agencies, councils, licensing trusts. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Could you describe the sort of harmful effects that police see as a result of alcohol in Southland?
There's numerous. I've been in the police 18 years, 14 years of that was on the front line. Majority of that was in Invercargill, so there's a bigger population here, so I've pretty much seen it all. But yeah, at the front end of, there's no doubting that alcohol causes harm, and it's a massive problem for police. It's a big driver of demand. It has been for a long time. Family harm's always a big one. Crashes, street drivers, the youth, again, legislation issues which haven't helped us, lowering the age to 18, alcohol in supermarkets, etc. The drinking culture in Southland has been identified as an issue before. It was mentioned yesterday about the healthy attitudes towards alcohol group, been involved with that. It's trying to do some work to address that, mainly around youth. But it's a generational thing which isn't going to change overnight, and from my experience there's no silver bullet. But
your observations would probably be fairly similar to what I saw in my time working in the community as well, and what the board would see. just you mentioned in that response, alcohol in supermarkets has been an issue. What's the issue with that?
Well, it's already been spoken about so far in this hearing around convenience and pricing. Well, no one can beat the supermarkets, and it's all around convenience and pricing. But again, that's out of my control. That's a legislative thing for the government to deal with. In this role especially, can only deal with the legislation that's there. So that includes enforcement, that includes decisions, that includes these applications and these hearings. It's all confined to the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. So we're bound by that.
Absolutely. So convenience is an issue that you are concerned with. This applicant has stated that his unique selling point is convenience. So interested in your observations, would a bottle store that is about providing convenience be just as a problem as a supermarket that provides convenience?
No, I don't think so. I didn't say my concern was around convenience. I said it had been mentioned, but there's no more convenience than, I shouldn't bring personal opinions into it, but I'd never understood why you could go and get your groceries and grab some beer or wine while you're there. The whole supermarket thing. It's been raised before at a conference I was at. The excise tax is different, which allows supermarkets to drive prices so low, which can't be competed with by the other hospitality industries. So, and that's just my view that that's why it's an issue.
Cool. Why do the police do random breath checks on the road?
Why do we do random breath tests?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I'm just wanting to
To make sure people haven't been drinking while they're driving.
Yeah, and so you've talked about the need to prioritise for the highest demand. So obviously, if police are regularly doing breath tests in an area, they would consider that's a high demand and a high issue.
Yep, alcohol and driving's always an issue, and we don't want it. The general directive that I can't speak to whether it's done 100% of the time, but the police view is that if someone's stopped for a traffic stop for any reason, then the driver will be breath tested.
Yep.
That's excluding checkpoints, you know, like a checkpoint to specifically stop every vehicle coming through to conduct breath tests.
Yep. Are you familiar with the Southland District Council alcohol licensing report that shows Southland has a higher percentage of alcohol-related car crashes when compared to the national average?
I'm aware of that. I don't know what the national average is, sorry. So I don't know the numbers of how much higher that is, or.
But you are aware that it is higher, which I guess is the concern. So while the statistics might be lower for family harm, driving-related issues would be higher.
Crashes or issues?
Well, yeah, the statistics talk about alcohol-related car crashes. So that's the statistics that have come out in that report.
I disagree that it's an issue that you only drinking driving is a problem. It's only a problem if you crash.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that at all. I think drink driving is an issue completely. But I'm saying the statistics in the report show that Southland have a higher number of crashes due to alcohol than the national average. And so I'm looking for your comment on that. That obviously that's an issue that we have more crashes because of alcohol. In
Winton or in Southland?
Well, in Southland in general. I don't believe the data is truncated into Winton Pacific. And so Winton is the heart of Southland. It's a hub. People come and go to drive around the rest of Southland. So I think we can take that as a given that's across the whole province.
Yep, I don't have the numbers, like I said, but if the data is there that it's higher, then it's higher, which is it's always an issue.
Yep.
Alcohol and driving.
Yep, absolutely. Two of our local elected members were recently stopped after a community board meeting. They were 2 cars ahead of me. We were driving away from a meeting on a Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. And I'm just trying to get the quote from the local police sergeant. I'm interested in your comment on it because the local police haven't submitted. So I'm interested to see, I just got to find it, sorry. Essentially, they were stopped, and it was Senior Sergeant Greg Smith, who's obviously been in the community for a long time, and the representatives from the elected members asked, "Why are you doing breath tests at this time of the night?" It was quite early on a weekday night, and he said, "Because we have an alcohol problem. It's a huge issue." And so local policemen on the beat, kind of recognising that their resources are best spent protecting our community by doing those breath tests on a weekday night. So yeah, interesting that they would do that as an activity, but not raise concerns about it in a report. Why would that be?
I don't know. I'm not Sergeant Greg Smith. I wasn't there. You'd have to speak to him. I did liaise with Sergeant Greg Smith and Senior Sergeant Peter Graham at Winton. As per my submissions, they didn't raise any matters in opposition in regards to this application.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, that's just interesting that the actions of police may reflect differently from their submission. And it's based on, yeah. The other statistic and the other research that I wanted to bring up was from the Australian and New Zealand Journal of Public Health, which was published in 2012. And they've done a lot of research around the correlation of density of off-site premises to increased police events and their research and motor vehicle incidents. And I'll just find that data to have the data. This is in my initial submission, so it's all there. But they're suggesting that off licenses in this particular area they studied, which was Manicure, when there was a new off-site license, it was 85.4 additional police events and 10.3 additional motor vehicle accidents, as opposed to when there was a new club, there was only 34 new police events or 0.5 additional motor vehicle accidents, as opposed to a restaurant or cafe, 13.2 additional police events and 2.1 additional motor vehicle accidents. So clearly that research in a well-respected journal is showing the increase of effects of a new off-site license has an increase of effects on police events. And so, again, interested that the police haven't looked at some of that or haven't brought out some of that research, which I'm sure is available nationally. How do the police consider they will respond to increases that statistic, I guess, have proved to happen? How will the police find resources to do that in Winton if there's an increase of events?
How will police find resources if there's an increase in events? That's not something I can answer. It's way above my pay grade.
Yep.
Perhaps might need to address that again with the local senior sergeant. Yeah, that's about all I can say. I can't really answer that, to be fair.
Yeah. So the statistics and the research suggest that it happens. Would you have anything to suggest that that research is incorrect?
I don't have anything to say it's incorrect. No.
No. All good. Hey, thank you. That's my questions. And once again, we do appreciate the work the police do.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Winton Medical Centre, any questions?
Yes, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your submissions, Sergeant McNaught. I was interested in your map of the large area covered by the Winton Police Station. I believe you said it was 500 square kilometres. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
So does that mean that if a call comes in, if it's in that area, that it's the police from the Winton station which are called out to that?
Correct.
Okay, so how many staff did you say are on duty at the Winton Police Station on a daily basis? Or
Depends on the rosters and the staffing. I think there's a senior sergeant, a sergeant, 3 constables based in Winton. At any one time, it could be either 3 or 4 or 1 of them on duty working. Generally, there will only be 1 member on call in the on-call period, so that overnight.
So overnight was only one person on duty all night.
There'll be one person that's on call. Depending on the nature of if a job got called in, depending on the risk or the level of what that job entailed, often Invercargill staff would go to assist, or a lot of those, the rural stations in that map. So for example, if they believe that they might need more than one person or some backup, they might call the on-call member from a tautau out to assist that member in Winton and vice versa. A lot of the rural stations will do that, if that makes sense. They'll say out in Riverton, they might call out someone from a tautau to a taipei to assist if they think that needs it, or vice versa. But in a generalistic sense, overnight there'll be one member on call to respond to events.
Okay. So at any time of the day or night, could a person in the community, whether it be the owner of a liquor store or anyone else, rely on there being somebody to respond to a serious crime immediately?
So if somebody rang 111, it would be depending on the nature of the call or what was happening. The response, if it was immediate, then there would be a police member sent to that as soon as possible.
But it might not be from the Winton station.
Not necessarily.
Okay. I was just thinking, because in the applicant's evidence, he said that being across from the police station was a good thing. But it may not be a good thing, might it, in terms of using the police?
It also depends on if the police are on duty in Winton, even if it's one member, and someone rings 111 for something happening. Well, that member could be out at Head Bush, they could be assisting in the tautau, they could be around the corner. So it just depends.
Okay. So the Winton Medical Centre talks quite a bit about crime, the crime health nexus in relation to things like assaults and so on, and also in terms of amenity and good order. What are the most common crimes in the Winton area?
Most common crimes? I don't know if we can put it into crimes, but probably for the police, the family harm investigations that we've mentioned is generally normally up there in terms of numbers of incidents we attend or report on.
Okay, but that's not that high in Winton, is it? What about I believe that Doctor mentioned assaults in her evidence.
No, I didn't say that the family harm incidents weren't high. I said I didn't consider the percentage where alcohol was a contributing factor to be at the high end of what police deal with in Southland. Okay. But I also did say that that's not taken into consideration the unreported incidents. So I would suggest the medical centre speaking about dealing with patients or clients, etc., that are involved in that. That doesn't necessarily mean that was reported to police.
So a number of the crimes they mentioned, like assaults and family harm, may never actually be reported to the police.
Police are fully aware that there's a very high number of family harm that does not get reported to police.
So in terms of your role, sorry,
the information I got, that's why I just want to reiterate, that's only based on what's reported to police.
Thank you.
Fully aware there is a lot that goes unreported, which I would suggest really quite possibly be a lot of the people that attend the medical centre that may not necessarily have been reported to police. Those people, or those.
I think that might be the case. We'll be hearing the evidence from them this afternoon. So in terms of your role, the Winton Medical Centre is saying that it deals with a number of, I guess, police-related events, which are also related to alcohol. Is it your role to kind of chat to first respondent people like primary practice through the region and actually keep a tab on what's going on in terms of alcohol-related events happening at that low level, or do you only focus on police-related matters?
It's a difficult one to answer. I rely heavily in my role on the NCOs, which is the sergeants, etc., in the areas to liaise with them. They're the ones with the local feel. So, for example, for Winton, Sergeant Greg Smith, liaise closely with him. So I don't really directly, it's very hard for me to do that with such a large area.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm just thinking in terms of your role on the licensing thing and having your ear to the ground.
Yes.
You know, it is whether perhaps you could, do more to assist the committee in terms of getting a wider view. You know, what you're saying is you've got your view, and then there's all this other stuff that goes on in the community. And you rely on the community to come here and to give their views on that. And indeed, the medical centre has stepped up on that and will be giving that evidence this afternoon. But I do wonder whether, in terms of your role, whether, for example, you might, through seminars or through some other sort of actions, actually get a closer idea of the real alcohol harm in the whole community, not just that related to police, and whether that will be a good thing.
I think the community thing, again, I'll rely on the local police for the community management. In terms of the licensing side of things, we do seminars for licensees and managers, etc., around the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. Of course, with everything else, COVID's put the hogwash on a lot over the last 18 months. So quite a lot of that hasn't happened. I mentioned the controlled purchase operations, but at that community level, to be fair, I have to rely on the local police at those stations to, it's more for to engage with that community at that level more than I can.
Yeah. So would you do more if you could?
Always.
If they gave you little departments and 4 staff, would you send them out?
Sorry, say that again.
If they gave you a little department and 4 staff that you could send out to do things, would you do more stuff in the communities?
If I had 4 staff?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely.
Fantastic. That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. So what about serious crime? There have been some serious crimes in the Winton area. There was a manslaughter, I believe, at the end of last year. So if a serious crime has an alcohol component to it, is that something that you have a particular interest in, or is particularly reported to you in your role as alcohol support? Sorry, what was your title? Alcohol.
The title is Alcohol Harm Prevention Officer. Yep. Serious crime, at a level that's serious enough, if you're talking about manslaughters or high-end stuff, is usually dealt with CIB, which is detectives, and it usually involves quite a big investigative component. A lot of that doesn't get referred to me. At times, I can be asked for input, depending on the situation or how alcohol was involved.
So does somebody in your district know what proportion of serious crimes has were identified as having an alcohol-related component? Does that knowledge exist or not?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I could get it. You can imagine it's quite tedious to go through offences, etc., and to find that alcohol is a contributing factor, but again, you can only rely on the reporting of that, how accurate that is. But
Yeah.
I mean, I could spend a month looking at statistics and trying to draw all that out and then construe it any way we want, but it can be difficult to extrapolate that data as well sometimes.
Indeed. That's very good. Thank you very much. In her evidence, doctor notes that the medical centre notes that that she sees significant alcohol-related harm on a daily basis. Does that surprise you?
As a doctor, no, that doesn't surprise me. In terms of not me as a doctor seeing that for the effects of alcohol and the harmful effects of alcohol, that doesn't surprise me. It's no secret that alcohol does cause harm, both socially and health-wise.
Right. And so this gets back to this issue of what might be hidden from the police. So the sort of stuff which will be completely hidden, for example, is health-related alcohol harm, where somebody's got cirrhosis of the liver or one of those other, I think it was a big list of things. So you wouldn't know about any of that, not in that context.
No.
Is that right? So, but
No.
where it relates to crimes, you may or may not know, depending on whether the crime is actually reported.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
so in fact, what you might be reporting on may well just be the tip of the iceberg.
That could be one way to put it.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you very much. The drinking culture, in her evidence, the doctor noted that one of the issues that they have that comes into the centre is the buying alcohol for minors. And she says it's a significant issue in the Winton area. Is this something you have a particular interest in or have tabs on in your region?
I think it would be an issue in Southland generically if we talk about the drinking culture. Bearing in mind, if we go back to legislation, it's not illegal for a parent or guardian to buy alcohol for their child. It does happen a lot. To give you an example, to put that into context for you, I could take my 15-year-old son into a pub, for want of a better word, or a tavern, and I could buy him alcohol and sit down and he could drink it, and that is not against the law. Is it morally correct? Probably not, but is it legally correct? It's possible to do that. So that comes back to host responsibility policies, etc., of certain establishments, whether or not they would allow that. But then that also comes back to, it's already been mentioned about the Human Rights Act of no obligation to serve, but could be cultural reasons for that, etc. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think in terms of drinking culture, it is an issue for parents buying their children alcohol or supplying it for them. But as it stands now in legislation, it's not against the law to do that.
Okay. But it is against the law for a minor to go into a liquor store and buy alcohol. And indeed, with things like good host responsibility policies, that doesn't happen so much now. I mean, it used to happen a lot in the past, I think. But I think that most stores in most liquor stores and supermarkets now have got pretty good age checks, haven't they? You don't your CPOs don't come up with lots of underage selling, do they?
No, I mean, I'm sure it still happens. I'm not going to deny that minors do manage to buy alcohol, but I haven't had it reported to me in Southland, or from what I've seen of it, to be a huge issue. As in terms of, I agree with you that I don't think it's as common where minors could get away with that. If you talk about the old days, perhaps it used to be a bit more common, but I think I agree with you that the processes in place for checking IDs and host responsibility policies, etc., have come a long way, and it's a lot better than what it used to be.
and yet, there's a significant harm on a daily basis and significant underage drinking in the region. Who are these people? Who are the young people who drink underage? Are they rural, urban? Are they boys or girls? How do they drink alone, or do they drink in groups? What do we know about that?
In my experience, I would suggest it would be all of the above, rural and urban. I would suggest it's boys and girls. Generally, from my experience, it would be social situations. Yeah.
Okay. And who do you think buys the alcohol for them?
Well, I don't know, but I've already said that it's quite common for parents to buy alcohol to supply for their kids.
And there's nothing really that anyone can do to stop that, is there, except for education?
Correct. The alcohol is being sold, purchased, and supplied legally, but it's the education thing, and you're correct. They shouldn't be supplying their kids alcohol, but that comes down to a social and a generational thing as well, which is outside of my realm. So it's the education which we try to. I agree with you there. Yep.
So this is this thing that you call the drinking culture.
Mm-hmm.
And so do you or anyone else in the southern region do any education that deals specifically with the drinking culture?
In terms of the culture across the board or youth?
Youth, I think we're talking about youth largely.
Okay. There is work done in the schools around drinking, not particularly by me. That was the biggest, that healthy attitudes towards alcohol group that I spoke about. That was a massive target point of that, was educating parents on their teens and youth drinking from an educational standpoint. There's a social media campaign out of that. Some videos were posted online, etc. Trying to take that educational stance around the problems with youth drinking and changing attitudes and that culture, I guess.
Do we know whether such programs are successful?
Oh, I don't have any data to suggest if any surveys of whether it's reduced or changed it or.
What's your feeling?
I think anything's better than nothing. I think in terms of the drinking culture, I think I've noticed young people now tend to probably better 10 years ago, I would suggest, in terms of not necessarily having to binge drink, not necessarily having to get drunk. Very, very, in my experience, I'm talking here, even over the last 10 years of sober driving. So it's hard to, I don't have any specific data. That's only my own observations of working in the police. But like I said, it's nothing that can be a quick turnaround, but slowly but surely, I think there is some improvement. Not to say that it's not still a problem, but yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. It's now 20 to 11. We were going to stop around 10:30 for morning tea. So I think we'll do that. So Sergeant McNaught, if you would be available after morning tea for the next questions will be from Ms. Grace. So we'll adjourn now and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, what was this? Oh, here we go.
Stop again. Welcome back. Can you hear me? Good, okay. Oh, well, we return to the questions of for Sergeant McNaught, and next is the Mr. John Willis from the Central Southland Presbyterian Parish Leadership. Just at the outset, I'd just like to ask questioners, please, to ensure that their questions are relevant to the application.
Thank you.
Mr. Willis, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have, Mr. Chairman, I have two questions. First one is in your document of the statistics and the harm for the young people, or in harm. How many of those, what percentage would be in the younger age bracket?
So are you talking about the family harm investigations?
Yes, yeah, the alcohol related ones. What percentage would be young people?
Oh, I don't have that information. It's just relating to a family harm investigation. So it's not recorded of who in particular was drinking or had been drinking or etc. It's just if it's involved in that incident or in that investigation.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have is the issue of rural people, you know, who are in sole charge jobs, you know, it could be on farming or dairying or anything like that. And if they have an isolated drinking problem, do the police hear about those or not?
Well, that would depend if police had to deal with them for something or whether that came to our attention.
Yeah. I want to point that out, that we have had instances like that, you know, where we've had to deal with them as a church. Do you not hear about those incidences?
I don't really know how to frame my answer. If there's an incident that's reported to police, maybe we're made aware of that. Police have opportunities, especially in anything, but especially the family harm investigations. I've been able to make referrals. Down here, Ngāketi is a big one that we make referrals to for assistance across a wide range of issues, including alcohol.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The Winton Community Support Worker Committee. Goodman, you got any questions?
Yes, I have, Sarah. Okay, so the statistics that were presented in my report, you're aware of those, and they came from the police reports that we use, and they're up to 2019 or 20, I believe, but they're police statistics that were used at another hearing. Is that correct?
No.
They're not.
Well, that's not correct. I didn't use those statistics in another hearing, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not saying that. No, they are a police report. They come from a police report.
Yeah, it's a national, it's on the website, I believe, and that's just the reported family harm investigations.
Okay.
The number.
The statistics that you've provided,
yes,
they're over the COVID period. So would that have skewed results at all, do you believe?
No, if anything, from my experience of working through COVID, the first half of that, I was still on frontline. There was probably an increase in family harm investigations.
Okay, because more people are stuck at home and can't go anywhere, or just generally?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of stress factors involved in COVID, especially the first lockdown, etc. Financial, jobs, and you're right, stuck at home together.
So do you believe there was more drinking over that period?
There was actually a report came out about the drinking, which I don't have in front of me, but it was broken down into brackets of ages and etc. I think there was a slight increase over the period, I would say generally, of lockdowns.
Another question, the healthy attitudes to alcohol group that you're involved in, or
yes,
what sort of work have they done with the local high school in Winton?
I don't believe they've done anything in particular with the local school in Winton.
Okay.
Not since I've been involved. That group was formed before I started in the role, so I can comment on the last 18 months. I think the work that they did was more targeted at, well, the last thing around the youth and the parents was more generically than anyone in particular.
So is there any statistics about whether alcohol culture with youth in Winton has improved at all in the last, over that period that this group's been set up?
No, I already answered that. I don't have any statistics, or I don't know if there's any surveys been done.
Okay.
That was sorry. That was the header groups thing was based in like Southland. It wasn't any particular area. Their focal point was Southland.
Okay. So you've spoken to the local police and they had no objections to another liquor outlet in Winton, but as Councillor Fraser has pointed out, and I'm also well aware of, there is quite regular police checks and checkpoints in Winton because of alcohol. Obviously, they believe there is a concern about alcohol and driving in Winton. Would you think that's correct?
Well, I think in general, there's concern around alcohol and driving in general. Winton is certainly not targeted any more than anywhere else for breath tests.
There is quite regular checkpoints in Winton.
But that's a good thing.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask about, I just saw on the news the other night that it's reported that 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 women have had some form of sexual assault in their life. Is there many statistics about that in Southland, particularly amongst young, and is it improving? Is it a problem? And is alcohol contribution, especially in the youth, the young?
Sorry, what was the last bit?
Does alcohol contribute to the cause of some of this?
It's a difficult one. Sexual assaults, again, are in that realm of there's, I would imagine, quite a lot that is unreported. So I don't have any statistics to suggest that it is an issue or isn't an issue. But again, that would still only be what's actually reported to police.
Yeah, well, that's true. So you believe there could be quite a bit that's not reported out there?
Well, in my experience, again, I would suggest in terms of sexual assaults, there would be more unreported than reported. Quite substantially more, I would suggest.
Yeah. So, and again, with your statistics on family harm, you said that family harm covers a wide variety of call-outs. Any number of things. So 20% is you've classed as being alcohol related, but it does cover a broad thing, and you also said that there is probably a lot of unreported alcoholic type family harm incidences that you could be aware of but aren't reported. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what I've said is there's a huge amount, and police have been aware of that for a long time, of family harm incidents that are unreported, whether alcohol is involved or not. The stuff the stats I provided there is what's been reported to police, and if alcohol is a contributing factor to the incident that arose that caused the family harm investigation, then that's included in there. But you're right, to reiterate, it does cover, there's a definition of when it becomes a family harm incident that requires, it's the way it's reported when we talk about a family harm investigation. So that could be anything from a custody dispute to a verbal argument, to assaults. Anything across the realm that fits into the family harm arena gets reported by way of the family harm investigation, which includes whether alcohol was a contributing factor. And again, I can only provide, or I have only provided or commented on what's reported.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Officer McNaught.
Thank you. You've completed now. Okay, so Winton Motorcycles, do you have any questions, Mr. Howard? Are you finished, Miss Goodman? Have you finished, Miss Goodman?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good. Mr. Howden from the Winton Motorcycles, have you any questions?
No, I've got no questions on those matters.
Okay, thank you. Winton Apartments, any questions?
Yes, please. Sergeant McNaught, would you mind please having a look at page 250 of the file, please? It's just, there should be a photo of the driveway of 284 Great North Road that should come up, please. If you don't have it there,
no, I've got it. You're right. Yep.
I only want to ask one quick question, just one very quick question. So it's on page 250, and it's the photo of the driveway of the building, and it shows the footpath going alongside the building. And that's also on page 249, shows that the footpath goes right out to join up with the footpath on Great North Road. My question is, will it be okay if trucks have to reverse out onto Great North Road, in your opinion, please?
So exiting the driveway onto the road?
Yeah, if they have to reverse out of the car park down this driveway here, because I see that there's a footpath, so I assume that people will be walking up and down the footpath, and if there's a truck and it gets to here, potentially it will have to reverse out. And I'm just wondering, is that an okay thing for trucks to be reversing out of this driveway onto Great North Road, given that there's a pedestrian crossing when you're backing out on the right hand side?
Well, any driveway you can drive out of backwards or forwards.
So it's all right for a truck to do that onto Great North Road, do you think? Well, because this is a shared driveway, or this is what I see will be people will be coming in, people will be coming out, and with the pedestrian. Do you think that's all right?
So when you say shared driveway, who does the driveway belong to, the old Westport, that building? Who do they share it with?
So the people will be coming into the car park on the left-hand side. People will be coming out of the car park on the right-hand side, back towards Great North Road, as well as people on the footpath going into the pedestrian. Like it's a shared zone between cars and a pedestrian and potentially disabled people coming from the car park. So potentially you could have a truck reversing out onto Great North Road.
When you're talking about a footpath, are you talking about the footpath on Great North Road, or are you talking about the bit right beside the building?
The bit right beside the building.
Well, to me, it just is a thoroughfare. Doesn't matter how it's paved, whether it's a footpath or not.
Okay, so when we get back out onto the page number 249, so I guess my question is really just, is it okay for trucks to be backing out onto Great North Road? That's my question.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Well, you can back out of a driveway.
Okay, so with Great North Road, it's got a centre plot and a pedestrian crossing. Is that safe? That's why
Well, it would be. Well, I can't answer that. Is it safe? It would be if you did it properly. Like if you had a house on Great North Road and your driveway was there, would you not be allowed to back out of it? Would that not be okay?
I'm not sure about that, given how the.
Ms. Elwood, I'm sorry. Just to reiterate what I said earlier about relevant questions. There's no reason why a truck can't turn in the car park. And also, as Sergeant McNaught says, it's quite legal for a truck to back in or out.
That's why I asked.
So it's not really a police matter.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you
continue.
for your time. That was my only question. Sorry, I didn't.
Just continue, please. Do you have any other questions?
No, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Darren Fraser.
Yeah, just a couple more questions, really relating to rural youth and those working in long hours, particularly like in dairy. I know I've had a number of engagements with young people who are trying to cope with some of those long hours by drinking a lot. And just wondering if that's something that the police are aware of or have had any reports of.
So are you cross-examining me again?
Yeah, so I did the community board one. This is as a youth worker, so I have 2 submissions.
Oh, okay.
Representing
Sorry.
different people. Sorry, just to make that clear. I'm trying to keep the differentiation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the sort of first part of your question. I was getting a bit confused. Can you just sort of repeat that?
Yeah, I guess just reflecting on rural youth and particularly those working in isolated areas, like on farms. I'm wondering what you've seen in regard to alcohol harm of those who are in isolated places working long hours and how they use alcohol.
Well, I'm not aware specifically of any cases. I'm aware that can be an issue just through, you've talked about rural support services. I know it's an issue for isolation and stresses on a lot of those places. In terms of long hours, I would suggest Class A and B drugs would be as much of, if not more than an issue than alcohol in that respect. But that's just my opinion. I've got no data or.
Yeah, I would.
It's in my experience.
Issues, both would definitely be very real, very real issues. I guess the concern is the availability. Yeah, means it can happen more. So I was going to ask another question. Oh yeah, are you aware? I know that there used to be the police used to support and run the DARE program. Is that still happening?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm aware of the DARE program, but I don't know if that's still up and going.
Yeah, I used to.
I'm not sure.
I used to run it on behalf of the police across central Southland out to Ojai nightcaps, and had very successful results, and really helped turn some young people around. So I guess the concern, if it's no longer running and no one is providing that service, there looks like there could be some significant gaps in support for young people across Southland in the space of alcohol education. Would that be a fair call?
Yeah, I don't know if it's still going or not, Darren. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The police are an easy target to point the finger at for that, but
I don't.
We're one of. Yeah, we're not the stopgap for everything.
Absolutely, and I'm not suggesting you are and should be. My personal view would actually be that the community should be the stopgap, and we professionalise their help too often. But I guess it's showing that there has been the support in the past that's no longer there, and so that's a concern that, as well as increasing the availability, we'll also have decreased support, and so that's the concern. And it's not an attack on the police. I know we're all resource bound, and yeah, so it was a societal question rather than directed at you guys. Would that be a fair call that, you know, there's less, you think there's less support?
I think that question's been answered, Mr. Fraser. Have you another question?
Oh, good. No, I'm done.
Thank you. Good. Look, any questions from the committee? Councillor Harper, do you have any questions?
Maybe one a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Fraser, in your 20-odd years with the Salvation Army and the youth worker.
Sergeant McNaught.
Oh, Sergeant McNaught, sorry.
Okay, you have no questions?
No questions, sorry.
I had a couple, but they've both been answered through previous questions. So thank you, Sergeant McNaught.
Thank you. I'll just quickly before I go, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Young, this office processed 41 off-licence applications in 2021. That was a question earlier, which I didn't have the number.
Sure.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Good. Oh, thank you for that. Ms. Grace, do you wish to say anything in support of your report?
No, it can be taken as read if you're happy with that.
Okay. Does it need to be sworn in for questions? Yeah. So you're available for questions. I'd ask you to take an affirmation or swearing in place.
Please state your full name for the record.
Lynette Marion Grace.
Please place your hand on the Bible. I need to see the Bible. Can you just show it? Just lift the Bible up, sorry.
Oh, I haven't got it here, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, affirmation.
Yeah, affirmation. Okay, that's fine. Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. So any questions, Mr. Young?
You should just very briefly, sir. Good morning, Ms. Grace. Can I take you to page 96 of the agenda in your report, please?
Thank you.
And I've worked with various MOH or health delegates up and down the country, so I'm reasonably familiar with how you go about your task, but I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about what you look at and how you undertake your evaluation. I'd understand that one of the things you'd look at is hospital admission data or ED data to see whether there was any particular red flags for people in Winton. Is that correct?
We do have that data available to us, although it is a wee bit of a rigmarole to get it. Hence, I wouldn't do that typically for each of the licenses that we report on. It would only be if there were some red flags, really.
Yes. And what are those red flags that you look for?
Well, in its entirety, as I've sort of considered here, the application was a very good application, and red flags would be things like CPO failures. So it would be issues with the applicant, and probably we'd look at the applicant, the application, the experience. We'd also look at the township in which the applicant's looking at setting up, if there's been a lot of crime, a lot of disorder, but we'd link in with police on those sort of things. So there's a lot of different areas that we would look at, and if we saw elements that were concerning around community harm, we would probably delve into it a little bit more thorough.
And with this application, following your usual process, those red flags weren't there from your perspective?
No, they weren't there. Historically, I've had a bit to do with the applicant and Mr. Rathod, and he's always shown to be a very good operator.
Yes, and just on that, because I understood that was the case, and so thank you for offering that. Just to get your view, there's been some discussion about further conditions. There's a possibility that I'm just exploring with Mr. Rathod in terms of the legal requirements to ask an adult if they plan to on-sell or on-supply to a minor who's present with them, those sorts of policies or those sorts of measures. Given your dealings with Mr. Rathod, would you have confidence that if a condition like that was imposed, that he would comply with it?
I think based on the evidence that the Inspector Amber Judd put through and her observations, my observations of his running of the premise, I would be very confident that he would follow through.
Sorry, I'm just taking a quick note. Now, in your report, you also mention there's not this premise is not high exposure to the road because it's recessed, and you've also seen the proposed livery. What's the relevance or importance of that lower level exposure from your perspective?
I think something that we look at as all agencies, but speaking for myself, we also look at appropriate promotions, how the store is conducting itself with promotions that are visual from internal promotions that are visual from the street, and also the external promotions. I think with the premise recessed, you haven't got that exposure that you would have typically with the large windows and looking into a premise. So I think those internal discounting promotions and that sort of thing of alcohol is less prevalent.
Thank you. And given Mr. Rathod's evidence that he actually liked the recess building as opposed to the bottom pub and its active street frontage, does that indicate to you that this is an applicant who is looking to pursue a business based on service, quality range of products, a clean, bright, well-lit store, for example, rather than discounting and trying to promote cheap liquor?
I think the applicant has considered that, and that's come through in his application. It's not something, how can I word this? It is a credit that it is considered.
Yeah, and those who, and the irresponsible promotions and the visibility outside of the premise, the whole alcohol policy around that is we didn't want stores attracting someone to purchase alcohol when they'd gone about their daily shopping with no intention to buy alcohol. That's the policy reason for that, isn't it? That, for instance, I'm going to the butcher, I walk past a bottle store, it has a big sale on Steinlager, so I think, oh, I'll get some Steinlager, but when I left home, I had no intention of buying alcohol. That's the reason for this reduction in the external advertising and a more recessive brand, isn't it?
Correct. And then there's also the issue of discounting below the required amount. Yeah. That cannot be, you can have higher discounting inside the premises, but with it being recessed, that's not so obvious.
Yes,
and it cannot be obvious from the windows or the street.
Yeah, and the policy is not to attract or try and entice those who are otherwise not planning to purchase.
Correct.
Now, you also say that the hours are conservative and they are less than the other existing bottle stores. Does that also indicate to you that this is an applicant who feels he can have a successful business without going directly head to head with the other bottle stores because he's quite happy to trade for a shorter period of time than them?
I can't say that was the applicant's intention, but it's certainly, for the purposes of reporting, it is more attractive for us to see that there is conservative hours, particularly when he is selling spirits and RTDs and that type of thing.
And you also mentioned there used to be 4 off licenses in Winton. Are you aware that during that time there was greater alcohol related harm in Winton, the same amount or less than when Winton's had 3 off licenses?
Don't have those statistics, I'm sorry.
Do you have any insight into whether prices have discernibly changed from when there were 4 off licenses to now when there are 3?
No, I don't have any insight on that.
Do you have any insight into whether there are higher levels of alcohol-related harm in Invercargill, which is subject to the trust monopoly, as compared to the areas of Southland that don't operate under a trust?
speaking generally, because I do, part of my work is, takes me up to Queenstown area, Queenstown Lakes. Part of my work takes me up to Dunedin, South Otago. And generally speaking, and this is my opinion, when there's a trust in place, there is a cap on alcohol pricing, I guess you could say, or there's a standard. There's a little bit more competition where there is not a trust in place. So there can be those price wars, for a lack of a better word, when the trusts aren't in place.
And I get that. Well, I don't know if I accept that, but I understand the price issue. But what I'm getting at, and it's always been curious to me, that we have an opportunity to study a monopoly area both in Auckland with the Waitakere Trust and in Invercargill. So an area where licenses are controlled by monopoly, adjoining an area where they're not, and what the levels of harm in terms of reported indicators of harm. And what I'm asking you is, in your experience, have you seen a discernible difference in alcohol-related harm in Invercargill under a monopoly provision as compared to other areas of the Southland District that aren't subject to the monopoly or trust provisions?
No, I haven't seen a discernible difference.
And just to be clear about that, so you do the Queenstown Lakes. So just what's the health board district? I apologise, I don't know that. Okay,
so the area that I actually do is and cover is the 3 TLAs, that's Gore, Invercargill and Southland districts. So I make regular visits when I'm able to license premises. So it really covers the same green area that Constable McNaught has on his map there.
No, that's how. So it doesn't. The Queenstown Lakes district isn't in your remit, but you go there because you do other things.
I would go there to assist or stand in for other staff.
Understood. Now, I've just got 2 more topics, and I'll be quick. What you do, you say for the committee to consider. You talk about Section 3, the purpose, and you may have heard my submissions on this, and it talks about the Act being for the benefit of the community as a whole. And what I say as a matter of law is then what follows in the Act empowers communities through policies, through objections, and through a committee that's at a local level to have a say. But I also say that phrase, for the benefit of the committee as a whole, that's not a Section 105 criterion, is it?
No, I think the purpose of the Act is something that's often overlooked because often the object of the Act is talked about. But taking one step back, if it goes back to the benefit of the community as a whole, I think that's when it's important that communities actually step up and put their, like they have done in this situation, put their what they want to achieve for their community forward. And I haven't answered your question there, so you're going to have to repeat that last little bit.
What I'm saying, you say that an appropriate question is to ask, is this for the benefit of the community as a whole? But what I'm saying to you, that consideration isn't a relevant matter under Section 105, is it?
Well, it does talk here about the purpose of the Act, and it talks about those parts, parts 1 to 3, which does involve Section 105.
Yes, and as I say, the Act that follows implements a process or processes whereby communities can have input. But put quite simply to you, the object of the Act is in Section 105, isn't it? But the purpose of the Act is not.
No, it's not under Section 105.
And the only matters this committee can turn its mind to are the Section 105 matters, aren't they?
Yes.
And so it shouldn't be asking itself. Yes, and so it doesn't need to ask itself the question whether it considers this proposal is for the benefit of the community as a whole. That's not a Section 105 matter, is it?
No, it's not a Section 105 matter.
Then finally, to tobacco and vapes. My client yesterday, Mr. Rathod, talked about he would contemplate not selling those. He said, that it's a marginal, it's not a product that delivers great benefits. in terms of business and so on. I just, in terms of you saying it's something for the committee to consider, we hear about smoke-free 2025. What is the, and we know smoking's bad. I don't know about vapes. We know smoking's bad. What are the particular benefits, or what's the particular rationale or reasons from your perspective that it would be beneficial not to have smokes or vapes?
Well, Mr. Rathod has said himself that it has, and I work in the smoke-free environments, under the Smoke-Free Environments Act as well. And Mr. Rathod has said himself that it has very little monetary value, was my understanding, for the amount of work that it encompasses. Ideally, we would like to see Mr. Rathod moving towards, instead of increasing sales and so forth in the community, to actually work towards, and we would look at that as being a really suitable applicant. You know, it adds to that suitability if he's got that social conscience there as well. I think that yeah, it comes back to, if it's not financially a big thing for him, he's even offered that himself, that it would be a good thing moving forward not to have the tobacco aspect there.
And trying to cut to the chase, and at risk of leading you as a witness, and I don't want to do that, but is there a particular benefit for youth or the 18 to 25 cohort in terms of the future? Is there a particular benefit to that cohort in terms of not having those products available at this premises? And if there isn't, that's fine. That's what I was trying to get at, whether in terms of school children or a younger demographic, there's a particular or greater benefit in not having those products.
If the premise is licensed as being supervised, a young person typically wouldn't be able to go in there without a parent anyway. So compared to a dairy or a supermarket or so forth, the access is going to be less for that person. It would come down to a adult supplying.
Yes.
A person of age that's allowed to be in there supplying. It does happen, as does the alcohol type of setup, but yeah, I don't see as big an impact on a young person under the age of 18 as what can be in other settings.
Yeah, it does. That's helpful. Just the second part of that, so I understood with 2025, we're looking at generational change. We're trying to move habits along. So with that 18 to 25 cohort in particular, is that a focus, or is it your view, look, it's actually across the population that matters?
It is across the population. We're seeing a decline in uptake of smoking in younger people. Something that does come or tie in very closely with purchases of alcohol is tobacco. Seems to come part and parcel.
I'm grateful. Thank you for your answers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Judd, do you have questions for Ms. Grace?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions from Ms. Grace.
Sergeant McNaught, do you have any?
Yep, Ms. Grace, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you mind if I call you Lynn?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Look, I just have a quick question too. We've been discussing on tobacco, things come up quite a bit. That's in your area as the Medical Officer of Health. You mentioned the Smoke-Free Act, I believe it was. Is there any type of regulatory ability for the sale, the supply of tobacco or vape under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act?
Yes, so if there was, do you mean if a sale was made to a minor?
So under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, does that have any control over the selling of or the regulatory of tobacco and vape?
No, that's a whole different act.
In your experience, have you seen any other licenses issued where any type of condition had been put on saying they can't sell it?
No,
under the Sounds by Alcohol Act?
no, not in my experience.
Yep, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. That's me.
Very good. Thank you, Sadie McNaught. So from the objectors, the Areti Community Board.
Hey, just one question, and it's really relating back to that article that was published in the Australian and New Zealand Journal of Public Health that had a correlation between increased density of off-site licenses and, I guess, police events. So wondering on your comment on that, and also how journals are kind of given the weight of journals as far as the research and their integrity of that information. I'm not in the medical field, so I'm not sure how much peer review is done on a medical journal, but yeah, interested in your comments on that research.
Okay, firstly, I'm just going to touch on the medical side of things. So I have no medical qualifications, but under the medical officer of health, we're delegated to do a portion of his role, and that is to work with licensing and licensees, that sort of thing. So a lot of the statistics, medical statistics, I don't have that right here in my knowledge catchment. But I do know through the licensing field and the 12 or 13 years I've been in the role that density does play a big part. And there has been studies and statistics showing that density can be an issue, is particularly an issue in low socioeconomic areas, and more prevalent in the north, particularly. I did wonder somewhat with Winton, with a new premises in there, and this went through my mind, is the new premises going to create more sales, or is it going to, the sales will stay at the same, it just gets watered down between the four premises? So that was a question that went through my mind when we do consider density. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, I think just to clarify, you are saying that density has an effect on harm.
Studies do show that yes, density, the increased density and the overflow that comes with that, like price competitiveness, very much in the low socioeconomic areas and things like that. It all comes into play.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Winton Medical Centre. Any
Yes,
questions?
thank you. Just a few questions on behalf of the medical centre. It's Miss Grace, not Dr. Grace, is that right?
Lynn Grace.
I call you Lynn if you like. I'll call
Yes,
you Liz.
lovely.
Yes. Okay, Lynn. So in preparing for this, to give your evidence, did you talk to the medical centre at Windsor?
No, I didn't. It wouldn't. No, it's not typical. We look at the application on papers and in its entirety, and anything else that's submitted with the application. We don't typically go around communities and things like that.
We've got a cat problem to get rid of. Okay, thank you. Now you said in your evidence that you noted that the premises were opposite the police. When you wrote that, you said you didn't make any judgments about it. You just said it. What was in your head about that? Does it will be that's a good thing or a bad thing or a neutral thing? Why is it there?
Yeah, that's a fair comment. I see it as a good thing. I see that there's just an overarching, not control, that wouldn't be the right word, but as a point of location, there would be just that interest on the comings and goings of people from the liquor store.
From the police evidence, I'm not sure that the police would have much time to look out the window at the liquor store across the road.
But it's just, I guess it's the fact that they are in such close proximity.
And you heard the evidence that actually they're pretty stretched there and their doors aren't open all the time and so on. So it might not be quite the protection that you thought. Is that correct?
I would disagree with that. Before I took up this role, I worked in the New Zealand Police as a constable, and I could say we do look at premises on a reasonably regular basis and show a particular interest in premises that are selling alcohol. Yep.
That's very interesting. Thank you for that. Now, the role of the community is something you particularly mentioned in your evidence. Why is the community important in terms of this hearing and the licensing process?
Well, essentially, as licensing agencies, we receive the application in and we line it up against what the applicant has provided us, conversations with the applicant and that sort of thing, their history, their of how they run premises. And then we line it up against the Section 105. And we usually make a judgment from there. We don't live in the community. We don't have necessarily intimate knowledge of what happens in those communities. So therefore, I think it's really important that community members who have the ability to do so actually speak up on behalf of their community. They have that intimate knowledge. They know what's happening in their area. Right. So that it's encouraged.
It's really quite difficult, isn't it? Because the law says that the evidence of the agencies in relation to applications is at a higher level, if you like, than that of the community. I think the basic formulation is that if the agencies don't object, it's harder for community objectors to get a license turned over.
No, oh, sorry, may I respond?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, you know, that's what the formulation is. So, and yet you're saying you don't look closely at the community.
No, well, I would disagree with that comment that you made. That I think there is a lot of weight in what the community says when it's tied back into the Section 105. There's a lot of weight there. I think it's something that the applicants hanging their hat on is the fact that police, health and the inspector have interposed. I think they're putting more weight onto that, and I don't think that's necessarily correct. I think there's a lot of weight in what the community is saying.
That's encouraging to hear. Thank you. You heard the Sergeant's comment that that what the police hears about in terms of alcohol-related harm in a community like Winton is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you agree with that comment?
Yeah, I can't really speak for Sergeant McNaught, but my policing experience historically, I would say he's correct.
That's great, thank you. So how many times did you visit Winton in the community in investigating this case?
I went up for a visit and a walk around. I didn't meet with the applicant at the time, but for a walk
with
around.
The applicant?
No, I didn't meet with him at the time.
Did you meet with the community, any members of the community?
No, I didn't.
Did you talk to the neighbours?
No, I didn't talk to the neighbours.
What did you do?
Well, that's probably going a little bit beyond the scope of our reporting. We have a series of things that we look at around host responsibility, that sort of thing. So we don't actually actively go out and engage with community members. It's really just a resourcing thing. We need to satisfy our report, and from the visit I made, from the application and the history of the applicant, I was satisfied.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't being critical, Leonard. I was just trying to understand how you go about the process. So it's largely a paper thing. You do talk to the applicant. You don't talk to objectors. You don't talk to the local community. You don't talk to neighbours. You perhaps talk to the other agencies a bit. Is that correct?
Yes, we do talk to the other agencies, but we don't necessarily, like if I felt that I wanted to oppose, I would do so. I can do that standing alone. I don't have to have the other agencies all on the same page, so to speak.
Yeah. So what was the last new licence for a liquor store that you were involved with?
Yep, so that's a good question. That was the Riverton liquor spot or liquor store.
Yes. And did you oppose that?
Initially I did. That's had 2 applications. Both applications were 2 to 3 years apart. So in the first instance, I did oppose it. There was a lot of issues there, but that's another whole licence. The second time I didn't oppose it, but the community did, and it didn't get through.
That's great. Okay. So for that Riverton one, what were the issues that made you oppose?
I'm not really sure how this is relevant to this case.
I'm just trying to look at what might make you look at opposing, because you didn't oppose, you had the power to oppose, you chose not to. Yeah. You didn't talk to the community, you did talk to agencies, you did talk to the applicant, you didn't talk to anybody at Winton, and presumably you looked at some papers. But did you look at hospital admissions? I mean, from Winton, car accidents? I mean, what are the triggers that make you oppose or not oppose?
So we look at I discussed earlier about red flags, really initially in the application or with any conversations or knowledge of the applicant. We would look at staffing, duty managers. We would look at all of the matters under section 105 is really is our guide to what we would, because everything has to come back to the Act. So section 105 is the Bible there. And as far as I'm talking now of Winton, he fit the criteria well, and his historical work out at Otara was exemplary, really. So we, if there was indicators that he was, as an applicant, was an issue or anything that come up in the application, we would definitely investigate further, but it has to tie back to section 105. That's the standard.
That's fine. So in terms of section 105, the Winton Medical Centre reports on quite a wide range of alcohol-related harm issues. Were you concerned about similar kinds of issues, and how did you review them?
Are you talking about Riverton?
I'm back to Winton now, sorry.
So I need you to realise that it's my understanding that my non-opposition went in possibly before a lot of these other objections. That's my understanding. So to look at these other objections and what was raised would be retrospective after my non-opposition.
So would it be fair to say that you didn't identify any issues of alcohol-related harm in Winton when you were reviewing the information that you had?
Correct. If we were to actively go out and do that, for the district that I cover, for the ons, off and club licenses and all the special licenses, we physically can't do that.
How many of you are there, Lynn?
Myself.
Fair enough. Well, you must do a bit of travelling.
Yes, so not so much in COVID times. So we really look at it on papers and engage, and a lot of it is done that way. We don't proactively go in and look at harm. However, there are other agencies that we do engage with that can give us information as well. And we do a little bit of health promotion work with Well South, with HATA, which is healthy attitudes to alcohol, Healthy Families, Mental Health from the Southern District Health Board, and Number 10. So I'm not saying they exclusively work in Winton, but they are other health promotion agencies that we link in with on a regular basis. And if there was something extraordinary happening in a particular area, we would ultimately hear about that with that engagement with those other agencies.
That's great, thank you. But you don't engage, in fact, with the agencies at the community level that then do identify the issues of alcohol-related harm that, if you knew about, might lead you to come to a different conclusion.
That would be a fair comment. But like I said, for every license to do so, it would be exponential.
That's great. Thank you very much. I'm interested in high alcohol products, in particular RTDs, which are, of course, can't be sold in supermarkets and are sold at liquor stores. And we heard evidence that these will be sold at the Winton Bottle if it's opened. What do you know about the issues of RTD drinking in particular amongst youth?
Okay, so with RTDs in other areas, so I'm speaking with my work colleagues in other regions, something that we have asked for is no single sales in the high, so you might have a 4-pack of bourbon, for example, so that they are not split up and sold in single sales. I'm on two minds of that, because a person is purchasing one drink as opposed to 4. That could be argued as harm reduction, but it also stops people of a low socioeconomic, when they've got $2 or $3, they can afford 1 can as opposed to, so there is quite a lot of debate and changing around single sales.
Okay, that's your main issue, because some of those RTDs are quite high alcohol, aren't they? So 7 or 8%, and there are indeed some beers also, which are, I saw one at 8% in the supermarket the other day, 500 ml, 8%. And isn't there an issue about the relationship between the price point and the alcohol level, sort of more bang for your buck, I believe the young people might call it?
Yes, I feel I can't comment really on that.
Okay, that's cool. So does the issue of the sale of RTDs, because there will be now 3 RTD suppliers in Winton if this outlet opens, does this affect your views about the impact of density on alcohol-related harm? Does the type of alcohol being sold affect that?
It's a difficult one to answer, because we asked these same questions when we compared Riverton to Otautau, and Otautau had the same level of harm with 1 more premise than what Riverton did with 1 less premise. So it's very difficult, and I raised earlier that will there be an increase of sales in alcohol, or is this purely just spreading it thinner? And that's very much a what if. So I find that difficult to answer, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's great, fantastic. I just want to go back to your section 3 element. Thank you for bringing up the purpose of the Act. Very few people do. And of course, the purpose underpins the Act. And so while it's not a specific section 105 factor, it does underpin the whole of the Act. For the benefit of the community of a whole, and that relates to an issue of what might be called a cost-benefit analysis in terms of in terms of the licenses. You know, I mean, do you have any thoughts about how you might go about more effectively identifying costs and benefits?
No, I don't. Sorry, you put me on the spot there, but
okay, no problem.
Yeah, sorry about
Don't
that.
worry. Do you think there are any additional benefits for the town of Winton to having another alcohol license? Is this being done for Winton, or is it being done for somebody who wants to expand there?
I think it's certainly been done by someone who wants to expand their business. It's very difficult because I can't speak evidentially. I don't have the evidence in front of me, and I come back to, are we sharing the same sales more thinly? You know, it's a bit of a what if, that one, really. Yeah.
So you know there are harms that might occur, and that these have been identified by the community, but you don't actually know of any benefits. Is that correct? To the community as a whole from?
No, there's nothing that stands out that I can say that is a benefit.
Right. And thank you for your service. I know that people in your position have often got called into COVID duty. At least they do here in Christchurch. And thank you for your work. And that's all right. Questions I have, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, do you have anything from the Presbyterian Church? Any questions for Ms. Grant?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. I have no questions.
All right, thank you. The Winton Community Support Committee.
I have, hello, yes, sir. I have a question or two. I'm not sure if this is relevant to the alcohol part, but you talked about tobacco and the decline in uptake of tobacco with young people. What about vaping, and what are the health effects of that? Because the applicant is talking about offering vaping products. So just if you have anything to add to that, or talk to about on that.
Yeah, so there are rules and regulations around vaping, and I have been sidelined with the COVID contact tracing for the last couple of years, somewhat. Those regulations I'm not up to speed with, but I can tell you that the wider range of vaping is only allowed to be held by a vape specialist shop. So there's only a limit of 2 or 3 products that can be sold in a premise such as a bottle store, so it's quite limited. Getting back to your first comment around the uptake of vaping in young people is a big issue. It's been a huge issue in the schools, but once again, this premise is going to be supervised. So yeah, so there comes those restrictions for access there.
Okay, thank you. Has there been much? I know overseas there's quite a bit about vaping and how it affects your health, but in New Zealand, I don't believe there's that much yet.
No, unfortunately, because the Ministry of Health have been a driver somewhat to using vaping as a stop smoking tool. That has come along with very little research about the effects of vaping. So, yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other, which possibly Liz has already touched on, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you've asked the committee, what does the applicant positively provide to the community in addition to what is already there on offer? And how will this proposed off license, compared to how this proposed off license may impact on the community's welfare and benefit and values? So you obviously see that as something to be considered.
Definitely. Absolutely. I think it has been a difficult one, I guess, application for the agencies. And we've somewhat put it back onto the community. I'm speaking for myself, back onto the community and to the DLC members. I don't envy their position, but there is those matters to consider.
Yeah, and I suppose the other thing, I think you did note about the applicant being from outside the community and not knowing so much about what goes on in the community. And then he's also talking about being there for the first 3 months and then maybe coming once or twice a week after that. So they're still probably not having too much knowledge of the local community, possibly. That is in your letter as well, isn't it? Or that he is from outside the community.
He has discussed there that he was going to have community staff that would be appointed if the licence was granted.
Oh, thank you. That's all I have to ask at the moment.
Good, thank you. The Winton motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have anything? Questions you wanted to ask?
No, I've got no questions for that.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Darwood, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman.
Look, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Darren Fraser. Do you have any
no further questions? No further questions.
Oh, thank you. From the committee, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Harper? No. And I don't either. Thank you, Ms. Grace, for
Thank you.
your input there.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Sergeant McNaught here. I just noticed in that last interjection there was reference and talk about the Riverton bottle store. I thought it'd be an appropriate time, sure the committee's aware to remind the objectors may not be aware that Riverton hearing is still under appeal.
Yes, quite correct.
So any decisions referred to there is not final decision at this stage, just so that everyone's aware of that.
Yes,
thanks, Hayden.
You're quite correct. So now we start to hear from the objectors for them to present their evidence. So the Areti Community Board, Councillor Fraser, you wish to proceed now and be affirmed or sworn in?
Yeah, I've got my Bible here. I brought it with me, so.
Good.
Please state your full name for the record.
Darren Paul Fraser.
Please place your hand on the Bible. Do you swear by the Almighty God that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so proceed, please, Councillor Fraser. Page 98.
Yeah, good morning. I'm going to take our report and submission as read, but just highlight a few areas and kind of reflect on where the board's thinking. Pleasing to see that the board all took this fairly seriously this morning and took time off work to make that resolution, and that will be through to the committee, which indicates, I guess, the seriousness that they consider the application as well and how passionate they are about it. The board is made up of 8 members of our local community, an incredibly wide and varied selection of people. We have truck drivers, we have people that work at the vet, we have a health and safety officer, students, hairdressers. Yeah, as I say, a very, very wide cross section of people. Some live in the rural areas, some live in the town. Often like any board, we have disagreements, and I'm sure the committee will attest to sitting on boards where that happens. In this case, in this submission, there was absolutely no disagreement. There was 100% consensus from the board that we needed to submit, and we felt that another off-site license in Winton was not suitable. Our primary concern really is around the amenities and the goodwill. That's the area that the community board work in. That's the space that we have. It was pleasing to hear Emma Judd's comment yesterday that while the community facilities team at council didn't have a lot of reports and the system didn't specify many people had reported things, she felt that the community board would be best placed to present on this and to give an update, because I guess the people that live, walk, work and play in the area see it every day. As a board, we're certainly concerned with the effects of rubbish and vandalism in our town. We do see it, and we do see it regularly. Just this morning, I was confirming, as I dropped my son off at kindy, with the kindy teachers, their reality, which we've talked about in our report. When they go to Ivy Russell Reserve, they take the kids there on a Tuesday morning.
Excuse me, Councillor Fraser, I just remind you to stick to the brief that's been presented, please.
Yeah, I think all these issues are in there. I'm just not following it word by word. Do you want me to go through word by word?
I'll just perhaps highlight any points that are in the brief that you wish to emphasise.
So I'm just highlighting that the board has concerns on the amenity, and I'm highlighting evidence to suggest that people in the community are picking up rubbish, and that's why it's not being seen and reported. So I was just reflecting on how the kindy pick up 2 bags of rubbish when they go to Ivy Russell, and a lot of that is alcohol related. We've heard as a board of business owners cleaning up vomit, urination on a regular basis outside their stores, and they do this and they don't report it because they just do it because that's what citizens do. And so we believe that there is existing amenity damage by the current and with things happening currently, and that will increase. We've also quoted in our submission some reports and research that shows increased off-site police reports, and that's been confirmed and supported by the Medical Officer of Health, which is pleasing. Finally, there's been a few comments made, and this perhaps could be, I'm not sure if it's in our initial responses, but there has been comments about lack of schools submitting. We are aware, and a submitter from a school did contact me and send me a letter that was sent from the Board of Trustees of Central Southland.
Okay, this is outside of the evidence, Councillor Fraser, sorry.
So how would that be noted that a school has submitted?
Well, they haven't submitted.
Well, that would be a bone of contention. I have a letter that they sent.
The committee's not aware of any such letter. Have you have anything else to add?
No, I mean, I'm concerned that we can't find out why a submission hasn't been received when a submitter was sitting and listening to the hearing as well. Yeah, that's concerning. So,
was there a submission received from the school? No, there was no submission received. So it's not part of the evidence.
There was definitely a submission sent, so there's been a part of the process.
Well, if you could find us verification of that, would be.
I will send that through. What's the best? Do I send that to Bernadette?
Okay, good.
Yep, I'll send that now. So yeah, that's essentially our evidence as a board. We'll take what's there is written, and I guess I'll be up for the questions.
Certainly. Come to question, Mr. Young. Do you have any questions of Councillor Fraser?
So I just, the normal course now we've moved to objectors. We generally, well, and if you're happy with this, sir, it's your decision, but the friendly fire from those who might share the view of the objectors go, and I would go first and I would ask questions last as representing a view that's in opposition in many respects to Mr. Fraser's. Is that acceptable to you, sir?
Look, would you ask that again? I'm sorry.
In the normal course, now we're moving to the opposition case.
Yeah.
The other people who supported Mr. Fraser's view generally would ask questions first, followed by those who oppose his view. So it's my preference to go after the objectors have asked him questions, because they will be, as I say, friendly fire, perhaps hoping to elicit information that supports their opposition, and then I can deal with that from my client's perspective once it's all out.
Yes, you have that opportunity at the end when you do your summing up.
I can. Look, I don't mind going now. But as I say, that's normally you'd ask for questions from those with the same interests first, and then those with opposing interests follow. But sir, if you want to stick to the order, it makes it easier. That's fine. I'm relaxed.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to the order we've got.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Fraser. Sorry, I just had to check the time. Can I take you firstly to your the community board's objection, page 100, and the two studies you cite there. You've got those in front of you. Sorry, you got the objection in front. Sorry, the objection in front of you.
I actually don't have the copy because I left home, but I do have part of it. So, which study do you refer to?
Well, just you've cited those two studies there. Now, just firstly, have you read those studies?
I have.
Have you read the disclaimers in those studies?
Yep, I read the whole report.
Great. Now, they're both relating to Manukau City, aren't they?
They are.
And you're not suggesting that Winton is similar to Manukau City, are you?
I'm suggesting that they're reports that show change, and that was what we were drawing out. So Winton is different from Manukau City. I would accept that.
Yeah, in fact, Winton is it almost couldn't be any more different to Manukau City, could it?
I would say that there's some similarities that we have people, we have families, we have social issues, we have people that are employed, we have people that drink, we have people that don't drink, we have people that play sport. So there's a number of similarities, and yes, there are also a number of differences.
But Winton will be similar to every community in New Zealand if you use those criteria, because every community has people, every community plays sport, every community has levels of harm, don't they?
And I would accept that we have some commonality, and that's what brings us together as a nation. And so some research done in one part of the country can have relevance to another.
Yeah, okay, so your view here is, because I'll go back to these studies in closing submission, but you're saying that the experience at Manukau City with a huge Pacifica population, rapid growth through the 90s and early 2000s, an airport, the largest airport in the country, huge industrial service centre to Auckland and the North Island, in fact, the country, is similar to Winton in terms of the issues that confront it and the general demography or dynamics of a community.
I'm not suggesting that our demographics are the same, but I am suggesting that people are the same, and yeah. And we do actually have a number of Pacifica people. I live with some in my house in Winton.
Yes, well, look, for sure, but you certainly don't have a Pacifica population quite like Manukau City, do you, in Winton?
Well, no one in the world does.
Correct, and so thank you for that. You say, and it's in your evidence as well as in the submission, so we're over at page 101, and in terms, this links into a suitability issue in your evidence, but is just more under the object of the act and the objection, and you pick out that my client, Mr. Rathod, has got the distance from the Salvation Army wrong. Yesterday, when you questioned him, I thought you were quite fair to acknowledge answers which you thought were honest and showed good character in terms of donations, and I thought you were quite balanced in that regard. Having heard from him and picking up your point about getting some distance wrong, do you still maintain that he's unsuitable to hold an off licence in Winton?
For me, the distance was never the issue. The distance while it was said to be an estimate, I can accept that. The estimate would be a fairly poor estimate, but the issue for me was more around the awareness of addiction services and the lack of understanding of what was available.
But it does, yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't say that in the objection, but I can accept that either through your personal objection or through this one, you've raised that issue. Mr. Rathod has talked about engaging with you or community representatives or others, having information available in his premises in terms of the Rural Trust or the Salvation Army and the like. Are you aware of any other bottle store operators in Winton doing that?
I don't frequent the bottle stores, so I'm unaware, sorry.
Do you think Mr. Rathod doing that is a positive thing in terms of understanding the community and engaging with the issues that you raise?
I'm not sure adding pamphlets helps understand the community, but I think it's a good thing to have them available at the point of sale.
But quarterly meetings, for example, with yourself or other community representatives to discuss his observations, perhaps your observations and the issues in the town, do you think that would be a positive step?
I think regular meetings is always a positive step. I guess the concern is that those meetings haven't taken place to date to actually discover, and through evidence yesterday we saw there's a number of gaps in local knowledge, and so at what point does that start to get filled?
Do you know if the other bottle stores are owned by local people?
I can speak to the supermarket because the owner of the supermarket, his kids play rugby with mine, and so he's definitely local. I understand the top pub is a local owns it. The bottom pub, the middle pub, get confused, there's so many top, bottom, middles. The middle pub was sold in the last year or two. I'm not sure of the ownership, but certainly those managing it are now living in the community.
Did you oppose the renewal of any of the off licenses or on licenses, the tavern style licenses in Winton in the past?
No.
And why is that?
Because we felt they were existing, and yeah.
And so your issue is not they're existing, so that's okay. The concern is with a new entrant.
The concern is with increased availability and yeah.
So you would oppose any off license in any location in Winton if it's a new one?
We would take it on a case-by-case basis and look at the time, look at what our community is telling us, and make an assessment. We wouldn't make a blanket decision without looking at the facts.
Right. So just to flesh that out, you'd look at it at the time and what our community tells us. So what would you be looking for that's different to now that might mean you wouldn't oppose an off license?
The voice of our community. The voice of our community when this was put out and it was notified on social media, the voice of our community spoke very, very clearly, and we had a lot of our community speak and say they were opposed. So as a board, we listened to our community.
And we don't have any of that social media content in the evidence though, do we? So we don't know what that is. It's not in the evidence, is it?
No.
So the short point is if the board felt the community said no, you would say no.
We would take our lead from the community.
Okay. Now you also say the AA meets at the Winton Primary School on Thursday evening. So there is that support service available locally?
I believe so. I did confirm that. And that was trying to be fair and balanced to the applicant that he said one service was there, and I questioned that, and I confirmed that the other service was there.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned yesterday that you obviously were involved in Salvation Army, and I took it because of your public or your elected member roles, you just don't have time to do that anymore, because you mentioned you unfortunately don't do that. What? I
guess that would be a question to ask me in my other submission.
No, I'm getting to the reason for it. But Ms. I'll just have to find her evidence. I don't want to call her by her first name, but it is Lexi. Sorry, I apologize. Lexi Dunlop. in her evidence, and I don't know if she's appearing today because I wanted to ask this with her, but I ask this of her, that she's not appearing. But what she says in her evidence, and I just want to get your understanding because this was my client's understanding having spoken to her. She says at paragraph 4, at their location at the church in the office building, we provide programs for children and youth, and we have services for those who need support with a number of things, including addiction issues. And that was my client's understanding. And from that, he assumed that there would be support or help for people with alcohol or drug addiction. Is that not your understanding?
I guess the clarification there would be, and again, it would need to be clarified by Lexi around her comments. My understanding is that those services and addiction services are run out of Invercargill, and certainly that was the experience of my 20 years working at the Salvation Army, is that we would refer to the services in Invercargill and try to get people in. Very difficult to do that, and particularly in the youth sector. But again, I think that's more in my other submission than the community board submission.
No, well, it's in the community board submission. It says they do not, the Salvation Army is 1.6 kilometres from there's repetition between both of your objections, obviously. No alcohol and drug therapy sessions are provided. At best, this shows a lack of local knowledge. I think what you mean is at worst. But you would accept that my client had made inquiries and endeavoured to understand what the Salvation Army do?
I accept that he made those attempts, yes.
And that's a good thing?
Yes.
And from what I've explained, he probably had a reasonable reason to believe there was some addiction services available? Because Ms. Dunlop seems to suggest there are too.
I guess that would depend on interpretation, and we probably differ on that. So,
but putting those things together, do you think it's a bit uncharitable to say that my client's unsuitable because he misunderstood the types of sessions a provider might be providing?
I think that from that and what I've seen in the evidence, I would be reasonably comfortable to say that I have an uncomfortable level of the applicant's understanding of our community as a whole, and I think that's been demonstrated in the evidence.
So as an open question, I'm a little bit apprehensive about asking you this, but I think it might be helpful because in my experience, it can be difficult to do this. Do you honestly think that if my client had attempted to arrange a meeting with objectors and actually have a discussion prior to this hearing that objectors would have attended?
Yes.
Okay, because in my experience, that doesn't happen. But
I would have attended, so I can only speak for myself.
No, well, that's helpful. Now, turning to the proposed conditions at page 102 of your of the board's objection, those are all listed there, and I understand those are matters which, whilst the board doesn't want to see the application granted, would give it comfort or more comfort about the application should it be granted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then below that, it did say we do not wish to speak at the hearing. And you've introduced this objection by saying we were unanimous in our view. We felt strongly. Why did the board at that point say it didn't want to speak at the hearing?
I think at that point, we probably didn't have a full understanding of the process and the implications of not speaking at the hearing. And since then, we have kind of dug a little bit deeper and have been advised that our evidence wouldn't be taken with the same weighting. And so therefore the board felt that we did want to speak to the application because it would give a greater weighting to our evidence. And so we changed our opinion.
And who provided you that advice about the process and weighting?
That's a good question. I believe some of it came through the council officer in an email that said if you, when the hearing was submitted, was if you don't provide if you're not there, the evidence won't be as strongly considered. So I'm pretty sure that was the main source.
Now, turning to your actual statement of evidence, the local alcohol policy for Invercargill and Southland, were you involved in that process in any role, whether elected member or otherwise?
I was involved not in the process but it did come through council. And there was
So
a
you-
subcommittee that worked on it, but I wasn't part of that.
Right, so you weren't a submitter or anything like that, but you were part of the council who ratified the policy at some point in time.
Yes.
And you don't take any issue with the policy?
Um,
So I'll put it, is it fit for purpose in your view?
I guess the council made a decision. So as a councillor, I support that the council have made a decision. My personal opinion on that may differ, but I'm not representing my personal opinion at the moment. So,
You know, understood. And then on your at page 105, you list the sort of introductory comments in the LAP. You set all of those out, but do you accept that the policies that follow what they call elements of a policy in terms of conditions, hours, and so on, those are the policy elements that are designed to deliver on that introductory statement, aren't they?
yes.
So that introductory statement gives context, but it doesn't provide policy elements, limits or rules that this committee could apply to deliver on it, does it?
Look, to be honest, you know, we're a group of lay people that represent our community. We're not legally trained, and so we probably don't have the legal depth and understanding and had that advice. So, you know, we're trying to represent our community in the field, but don't have a great legal depth to our answers.
I'm not certainly that's not my angle or any way of criticism at all. I just want to get to what the policy says. And the policy doesn't put a cap on off licences in Invercargill or Southland, does it?
No, I believe the policy speaks about ensuring there's no harm, or ensuring minimising harm is obviously what you've used, and I accept minimising harm is the key.
Yeah, but in terms of delivering on that objective, the local alcohol policy doesn't put a cap on licences, off licences in Invercargill or Southland, does it?
No, it does not.
And more specifically, it doesn't say no more off licences in Winton, does it?
No.
And is it fair to say that many of the issues that you've spoken about the community or the population generally would have been in front of the council through various, whether it's the medical officer of health, inspector, or other agencies when they developed their local alcohol policy?
That would be fair to say.
And would you accept that those are issues, and you'll have experience in policy making through your role as an elected member, that those population-based issues are better dealt with by a general policy for an area rather than ad hoc through individual applications?
That's probably a lesson that I've learnt over being on council and need to learn more on.
Can I take that as almost yes?
It's a lesson that had I been aware of at the time, I probably would have pushed a bit harder on some issues.
Now, under deprivation and vulnerability for the board, you've left that empty. So I can take it that there's no evidence being adduced by the board on deprivation and vulnerability?
No, we're not submitting on that.
Now, you've talked about vandalism and issues and so on in the community, and I'm not at all being disparaging or dismissive of that, but what I wanted to ask you is your evidence or the objection was lodged in on the 20th of September, and the application was lodged in August, and here we are now, early April. Why are there no photos or direct evidence of these matters, given it's your evidence that they are frequent and common?
I've put some in my personal response, and there will be some in there. I was being very conscious that I wanted to maintain what's in the community board is what the community board agreed with and spoke about. Not having been through one of these processes before, we were unaware of the process. We didn't go out to collect that evidence, but certainly it is there, and that is, something we could have done, but we haven't. But the rubbish is definitely there. You know, I was at the park with the kids when they were collecting that, and ironically, I had my camera. And I'm, you know, and the thing is that as an elected member, I'm passionate about my community. What I want to showcase is I want to showcase the positive.
Yep.
And so I don't want to take pictures of the rubbish. You know, in hindsight, we should have, but it's certainly there.
And you've also given evidence about the community caring about its the way it looks and picking up rubbish and doing the right things. Doesn't that reflect a community that's safe, well organised, committed, not one that's fragmented, struggling or vulnerable?
I think in any community you have elements that are vulnerable, and I certainly know that there are in our community, and there are elements who would bring disorder, and then there are elements who are very caring and empathetic and go about their civil duty incredibly well. So we would have a mix.
But you don't see that everywhere, do you? You do see communities where it seems things are broken down and people don't care and they don't pick up rubbish. But that's not the case in Winton, is it? People do care and they keep an eye on things, they look out for each other.
I would actually dispute that. I have friends who have worked in a number of industries that, a number of areas that would be considered those, you know, areas where things are broken. And in those areas, you do have people that care, you do have people that are doing the right thing. So I think that's a pretty big assumption to make, that they're not in that area. So I disagree on that point. But what was the actual question there?
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is, whilst that evidence that you've given that people pick up rubbish, that they keep an eye out for each other, that they basically keep those in the community honest in terms of what they're doing, shows a community that is strong, it's stable, and it is a safe community, rather than being one that doesn't care or appears not to care.
And I think that's a fair comment, but you also have to reflect on the fact that, is it fair and is it beneficial for the community? And we've heard that's part of the Act, to be picking up and to be sorting those things out and to be having to, you know, go out and hose down vomit off your shop window or that sort of thing, you know. And I think while people do it, it's still not a pleasant thing to have to do, and something we don't want to see in our community.
When the fourth bottle store closed, did you see a change in the appearance or amenity of Winton?
We certainly saw a change in the amenity of that building, which is very, very run down now. But I have not analysed it and could not give you, you know, it's something that I haven't took the time, I didn't consider to think about it at the time.
But so what you just said though, the only impact on the amenity was negative in that the building has fallen into disrepair.
That building is falling into disrepair.
No,
I'm not saying there was none. I'm saying I didn't observe any and I didn't seek to find it. I wasn't looking for that.
No.
And so I didn't analyse it, and I don't have an answer either way.
Because the reason I'm asking you is all of your other answers indicate that you do look for it and you are analysing what's going on in the community. So I thought you may have a view, but I think what you've said in your evidence then is when there was a bottle store in that building, it was in fact a better amenity because it was maintained than when it closed.
I think part of the lack of maintenance is probably the reason the store's closed. And so, you know, a few signs made it look better, but the building issue was the building issue.
Under the heading Object of the Act, you have the statement, an increase in the density of off licences in Winton will inevitably result in an increased risk of harm from alcohol consumption. If that's correct, how does a committee ever grant a licence?
That's a question you'd have to ask the committee, because I'm not the committee.
I'm asking you. You say that that's inevitable that a new licence will increase harm. How then can anyone ever grant an application for a licence?
I guess we're just stating information that we've researched and found, and that shows so.
But if you're right about that, and if that's a relevant consideration, it basically means the Act is defunct, doesn't it? You can't grant an application for a licence because an increase in the risk of harm is inevitable.
I guess the committee has the responsibility to weigh up each application on its own merits, and that's how the act is put in. And as a submitter and an objector, we have the ability to submit our view, and that's the decision of the licensing board to make that decision.
But it's your evidence that an increase in harm is inevitable, isn't it?
Yes.
And you could say that about any application for any licence anywhere in Southland or Invercargill, couldn't you?
I guess that is possible, but we've said it on this application because that's the evidence and that's what we've decided to do. We haven't submitted on any other applications.
Just the one, I need to ask you this question because you have experience in the community, but you may not be able to answer it. It's similar to my previous question. When this bottle store closed, the fourth bottle store, are you aware of any discernible change in price?
I've actually never purchased alcohol, so yeah, I'm not aware of change of price.
So can I just clarify then that there's no issue, you're not raising any price issue for the board because you don't have any knowledge of the price of alcohol?
The board raised the issue, and so that was definitely a concern of the board. My personal, I can't answer. Obviously I'm representing the board, and so that issue was raised at the board, but it's not something that I can answer at the moment without going back to the board to get clarification on with the people that raised that.
Now, just in terms of further conditions, and this is my last topic, sir, and I'll be done. In terms of other conditions, my clients talked about no cigarettes or vaping, and I've taken you to the conditions that the board's listed. If there was a condition around no cigarettes or vapes, would that give the board further comfort around this proposal?
That is not something that the board considered or talked about. So
okay. This might not be another board matter, but in terms of a policy of asking adults if the minor with them is a child, or asking for ID, or asking if alcohol is going to be on supplied to that minor, and refusing service if it is understood that it might be, would that give the board more comfort around this proposal?
Again, that is not something that the board discussed.
Are there any further conditions that the board would like to put forward, or would give them further comfort, or give it, I should say, further comfort around this proposal?
Obviously, we as a board would discuss the proposal, and the ones that are listed are what we provided as a board.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I do understand there was a tea break at 12:30. Do you wish to do that?
So I shouldn't be asking you this, but do you have many questions?
Only 2 or 3, so we should only be like 5 minutes.
Okay, well, look, we might break for lunch and come back. Thank you. So we'll reconvene at 1:30.
And at 1:30, we've got the...
we do. Oh, well, hang on.
Dr. Stewart, I can follow her if you wish.
Yeah, okay. Are you committee happy with that? Yeah, all right, sorry, I've just consulted with my colleagues. So we'll keep going for a wee while. So if you proceed, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Darren, for representing the board today, and on the day taking time to do that. It's much appreciated, your voice for the community in that respect. So I've just got a couple of questions in regards to a few things in the submissions, and it's just I think we've clarified one of the matters in the proposed conditions from the board. The second one says no sales to persons in school uniform. It was mentioned yesterday in regards to the possibility of no entry to the premises of people in school uniforms. Would you be amenable to that, or would the board consider that?
I think the board would definitely support that.
Oh, great, thank you. You mentioned that the board had no objections to any existing premises in regards to the change of licensees and the renewals that have gone through in the last few years, because they're already there and they're already existing. But that the board would be possibly objectionable to any new or any increase in licensed premises. Is that correct?
Well, I guess we haven't made a submission on any renewals, and we have made a submission on this. So that would show, where we've been. We have no policy or decision on whether we would have, we'd just take it case by case.
Okay. So it's just, it's showing a greater interest in what's happening in the community and having a voice for them. Yeah. So was the board aware of the extension to the Middle Pub garden bar out the back just recently that has had an application to extend the garden bar in the licensed area?
I'm unsure if the board was. I was personally aware. It hasn't been discussed at the board.
And there's no objections for that increase in licensed area?
I don't believe so. Not at this stage.
Thank you.
I guess the board would see a licensed on-site as different to an off-site. And I guess the concern is around the off-site nature of this proposal.
Yep, brilliant, cool. So in your point 9 on page 106, sorry, the board's point 9 on page 106, it refers to 9 and, hang on one moment, I might be on the wrong page here. Point 10, sorry, under the object of the Act, stating that Southland's got a high percentage of alcohol-related car crashes in the national average. So drink driving is obviously a great concern for everybody, and we don't want that to happen. But just clarification, would you consider that the drink driving that occurs is not only resultant from people purchasing in an off license, but also an on license premise?
That's a fair assumption. We have nothing to distinguish between the two, other than, of course, the report that we had that showed off licenses show more effect. That's been quoted in our paper.
Okay, so would off licenses then be the sole place where somebody leaving the premise and causing vomit along the streets and destruction come from?
No, absolutely not.
On licenses would contribute to that as well? I'm
sure they would.
Cool. Okay. So you said that your knowledge, or the board's knowledge of the process that we're undergoing today has grown, and to be fair, that it's good to see more knowledge of what the process that we go through on a day-to-day basis undertakes, and it's good to see the community getting more involved in that as well. But would you say that it would be fair to say that the applicant's knowledge of the community has grown since he first put his application in, and would continue to grow if this licence was granted?
I think that would be a fair assumption. I think there's a lot of growth that's needed.
Yeah. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions for the community board?
Yep, just really quickly, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Fraser, just following on from Ms. Judd's talk about the Middle Pub licence variation, which is out the back of there. I just note you said you dropped your son off at kindy this morning. How far do you think the Winton kindergarten would be from the back area of the Middle Pub?
It's right next door.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And the kindy was talking about that application this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Is that your only question, Sergeant McNaught?
Yeah, that's me.
Thank you. Ms. Grace, do you have a question?
No questions from me, thank you.
Thank you very much. The other objectors, the Winton Medical Centre, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Just very quickly, sir. In terms of the alcohol-related harm, I just want to explore this concept that Winton is a strong and stable community, which is something you agreed to in your discussion with my friend. It just occurred to me that that if you said to the Winton community, you're such a strong and stable community that you can cope with any likely downsides of a new liquor store in your main streets, you're strong and state that you might not be very popular as an elected representative. Is that correct?
That would be a very fair assumption. And I believe that what I agreed to was not necessarily saying, I did say, yes, we have a strong and supportive community, but we also have a number of people who are vulnerable within that community.
Thank you. Like the in the Winton Medical Centre's evidence about the issues around alcohol-related harm and the amenity and good order. Do you know the person who keeps being mentioned in this by the applicant, Lexi Dunlop?
I do.
Okay. And she works for the Salvation Army and she objected to this application, is that correct?
She did.
That's right. Did you know that she's leaving town in 2 weeks permanently?
Yes.
And is she being replaced?
I would understand so, but I don't know the details of who or when or how.
And will there be disruption to the programs offered by the Salvation Army as a result of Andrew, I believe, and Lexi leaving the town?
I guess that's probably a question that I'd feel more comfortable answering as a former youth worker who worked for the Salvation Army. I'm not sure it's something that I can answer on behalf of the board.
Thank you. We can ask you later.
Yeah, ask me later.
Thank you. Is it unusual for your community board to unanimously oppose a new liquor licence?
It's the first time I've seen it.
Okay. So specifically, your factors, there were harm issues. You were concerned about the suitability of the applicant. Is that correct?
I think it's really the harm issues. The harm issues is why, because we see it. We see people suffering. We see families having the effects. We see that effect in our town, and we see people hurting, and that's the object. That's what made us want to submit. And then, of course, we look at the application, and while I'm sure the applicant is a great guy, and he comes across as that, and I have no personal, and the board wouldn't either. We have concerns about the lack of knowledge, and I guess the concern is that before you start an application, seeking more knowledge would be useful.
That's good. And that was the unanimous view of your community board?
It was.
And does that include a couple of councillors? Does that 3 councillors perhaps? Or? So
how that works is there's 7 elected members to the board. There's 1 appointed councillor. The ward has 3 councillors who also, that covers the same geographic area. And so those 2 other councillors are invited to meetings and part of the meetings, but have no formal voting, but they supported. And does your community board actually believe that adding another liquor store into Winton, that through that additional density and so on, that alcohol-related harm will be increased in the area? Yes. Thank you, that's all. Thank you, sir.
Your final question. Central Southland Presbyterian Parish. Wallace, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions.
Thank you. Winton Community Support Worker, Ms. Goodman, do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. I just have one question. Being on representing the community board, Darren, the applicant stated when asked, he thought that Winton was quite similar to Odetara, and he also thought that Winton was mainly made up of retired farmers. Is that how you see the makeup of Winton?
Certainly, I don't see the makeup of Winton as being made up of retired farmers. And I guess the makeup of our board, I described the sort of work people are doing. I don't believe we have any retired farmers on our board, and that's representative of the community. There are definitely a number of retired farmers, and we would have a higher percentage of retired farmers than other communities. But we also have 3 preschools, a couple of primary schools, a high school, so we have young families, we have working age people, we have yeah, I have a retired engineer living next to me, a retired builder. I have a caravan builder, you know, and other people in my community, mechanic, and that's just in my street. So yeah, very varied.
So, and maybe one other question, the percentage of rental accommodation in Winton maybe compared to Otatara, would that be higher, do you think? And does that sort of show the socio-economic, how we differ slightly to Otatara?
I don't have any evidence to answer either way. I know that it would be great to have more rentals in both of those places, but I don't know the answer.
Okay, I think that's all I've got to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have any questions?
No, I've got no questions on that.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Arwood, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions either.
Thank you. So we move now to the committee members. Councillor Douglas, do you have any?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, Councillor Fraser, you mentioned in your submission on page 100 that the population of Winton is estimated to be 2,200. But what would be the population that would be served by the off licences in Winton? Because we've heard from other submitters it could be up to 6,000. We see in the police report they quote about 3,500 people. So can you give us a sense of what area in terms of population would be covered by the off licences in Winton?
I think the 6,000 figure is probably a fair one, because that rural sector comes to Winton as a hub.
Okay, thank you. And a further question on page 105, you say that the minority of alcohol sold is consumed on licensed premises, and that the majority is in situations where there's little control or supervision. So do you have an actual breakdown in percentage terms of the alcohol that is sold on license versus off license?
Sorry, I'd have to check back on that I don't have that in front of me to, sorry, I left all the paper at home and I don't have that page with me. Can you just read that again? I might be able to recall it.
Okay, so I'm on page 105. A minority of the alcohol sold is consumed in licensed premises or unlicensed events where there is supervision, control, and host responsibility. Then it goes on to say a majority of alcohol is consumed in situations where there is little control or supervision. So the inference from that is that an off license is contained in the second sentence, that there's little control or supervision on alcohol sold from an off license, or that's what I take. Is that what you mean? I think
our intention, and it might be just the way it's worded, our intention was that the majority of liquor sold in a licensed premise is consumed in a licensed presence. The majority of alcohol purchased in an offsite is obviously taken away, and that's by nature of it being an offsite. And so a licensed premise provides supervision, and unlicensed premise doesn't. So that was the intent of what we had said there.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councillor Harper, do you have any? Just one from me, Councillor Fraser. You probably realise also in your Winton Community Board area that there have been, in my knowledge, about 4 hotels closed down, being Brown's, well, 4 outlets rather, Brown's, Dipton, Benmore and Arete in reasonably recent years. So now outlets are all concentrated in Winton itself. Do you agree with that?
I think the Arete would have been quite some time ago. That's before my time in Winton. So yeah, but I'm aware that Brown's closed, and what was the other one you said? Sorry, yeah, Benmore.
Benmore, yeah, Dipton.
I don't ever remember a Dipton pub, so that could have been quite some time ago.
Okay, all right. Oh, I have no further questions. Just the conditions have been referred to that the community board put through, and there's been some other suggestions around that. if the proposal was to be granted, obviously the community board would like to see those conditions imposed.
Yes.
Thank you. In that case, now we'll adjourn for lunch and resume at 1:30 when Dr. Carolyn Stewart will be speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Page, are we going to be on?
Oh, welcome back, everyone, as we resume the hearing on the bottle store application for Winton. The first person we have up, as prearranged, is Dr. Caroline Stewart. Are you available, Dr. Stewart?
Yes, I am.
Can you signal if you can hear me, please?
Yeah, I can.
Good. And could you say a few more words just so we know your voice is coming through?
All right. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's excellent now.
Yeah.
It just wasn't there before. Thank you. You don't have to recite anything. Or...
Right.
Okay. Oh, well, Krista will lead you through the either affirmation or swearing on the Bible, whatever your preference is.
Okay. I'm easy either way. The affirmation will be fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Could you please state the full name, your full name for the record?
Caroline Louise Stewart, and that's Caroline.
Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Stewart, we have your submission, original submission here. It has been read by the committee. If you wish to go through that and highlight any points or other matters that you raised related to that.
Sir, if Dr. Hewison here, it's relatively short submission and it may be Dr. Stewart's preference just to quickly read through it. It's up to her.
Oh, well, it's whatever's the most valuable use of time.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel, Dr. Stewart? Do you think it'd be better if you spoke to the important pieces in your submission, or do you want to read the whole thing?
I think I could just probably speak to the points, really. I mean, if you've all read it, which I'm assuming I probably don't need to read everything to it again. And
it's on page 108.
Oh, yes, I mean, all your stuff here.
And then there's the brief which follows on from that. All right, over to you, Dr. Stewart.
Okay, well, I mean, this is written on behalf of myself and my colleagues from the medical centre, and our concern really is the health conditions we see relating to alcohol use, which have identified. So, I mean, there's the ones that probably the public are sort of all quite aware of, alcohol having significant adverse effects on the liver, the brain, but it can also affect basically just about every other organ in the body. So it's related to blood pressure, it's related to heart disease, stomach inflammation, which can cause bleeding from the stomach. There's obviously the liver damage and cirrhosis, fatty liver, which can also progress on to lead to cirrhosis. And cirrhosis basically is a life-threatening condition. Liver cancers, there's a strong correlation with alcohol and poor nutrition. Correlation with breast cancer, dementia. We see a lot of fragility, falls and fractures in older people, which are related to, when we get to the bottom, it's related to regular alcohol consumption and poor nutrition as a result of basically their alcohol use. We see people that are have had basically fetal alcohol syndrome. So that's related to women drinking alcohol in pregnancy. These children are then born with poor brain development. They have issues with just meeting normal milestones, which is their growth and development, and significant issues with behaviour, their schooling. There's a strong correlation as well between alcohol and mental health. There's certainly, there's a high rate of depression and anxiety in the community anyway. This is made worse by alcohol. Alcohol is actually a depressant, despite people feeling that, it makes them feel more relaxed and happy at the time. It actually increases their risks of depression. There's a lot of talk about youth suicide and things, and alcohol can certainly have a significant impact in that. We do know not only the adults drinking, but there are underage children who also drink, parents buying alcohol for them. Alcohol actually affects brain development in children. And as you probably see in one of the points that I've made, the Ministry of Health has quite sort of strong recommendations about no alcohol. Children under 15 shouldn't drink at all, and the ones between 15 and 17 should drink very infrequently and below the safe adult limits. So safe adult limits are 2 units a day for women to a maximum of 10 a week, and 3 units a day for men for a maximum of 15 units a week. I would say that we probably see people on a regular basis who drink more than the recommended amount per week. That's a brief overview. So, I don't know if you've got any particular questions you'd like to ask me about this.
Certainly. I'm not sure if you're aware of the procedure. All of the participants will have an opportunity to ask you questions.
Right.
There's nothing else you wish to add?
I'll probably there's also an association between domestic violence and alcohol use as well. That's probably, and that's something that people are often loath to actually admit to. And I think it probably happens more than we are actually made aware of.
Okay. All right, the questions now. Is that all you wish to highlight?
Yeah, I think so at this stage.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Young, do you have questions for Dr. Stewart?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Stewart. My first question, I just wanted to check the full application that was submitted. Did you or one of your colleagues read that?
Yes.
And in terms of the preparation of your statement of evidence, is this evidence that you've written and prepared, or has it been prepared for you?
The information about the alcohol harm, the medical side was written by myself.
And what about the other stuff in terms of deprivation and amenity and good order? Who wrote that?
We had some assistance with that.
Okay, but that's within your knowledge, because I just wanted to, I will ask you some questions about that. It seemed to me to, is that within your knowledge? Is that your evidence that those sections, amenity and good order, deprivation and vulnerability is your evidence and you prepared that?
I didn't actually write that word for word, but that was part of, I suppose, part of the concerns that we had.
Because I'll be fair to you about this, and I'm not criticising you at all, but this is your statement of evidence, and I just need to be clear that this is your evidence, but will not someone else's evidence or written by someone else.
The report has been, I suppose, rewritten to put it into the correct terms or the correct form for a hearing as this.
Okay, well, look, I'll move to my questions. Paragraph 5 of your evidence, you refer to the Riverton hearing and the new off licence. Were you involved in that hearing?
No.
Have you read the decision?
Yes.
Where in the decision does it say, where does the DLC accept that there are significant alcohol-related harm, or there is significant alcohol-related harm in Southland? Does it say that in the decision on your reading?
I'll be honest, I can't remember that because it's some time since I've read that. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. When you say, I believe Winton is highly deprived, has highly deprived and vulnerable people, are you saying that Winton as a whole is deprived, or that there are some people in Winton who are deprived and vulnerable?
There are some people in Winton who are deprived and vulnerable.
And have you worked in other towns, in other cities in your professional career?
Yes, but not for a long time. I've been here for 27 years.
And is it your view that Winton has more deprived and vulnerable people than other towns in Southland, for example? It's a particular issue in Winton?
I don't think I could comment on that because it's so long since I've worked in any other area.
Okay. Paragraph 7, and this is one of the paragraphs where to me it didn't read quite like your objection, but you say that the amenity and good order of Winton is likely to be reduced, or it's already so badly affected. Which one is it, and what is your view?
I think it's probably likely to be reduced.
So you're not saying it's already so badly affected?
As compared to what?
Well, quite, because that's what you say, that the amenity and good order of Winton is already so badly affected that it's desirable not to issue any further licences. So I'm saying to you, well, tell me about that. Why is it currently so badly affected in your view, as compared to another place perhaps?
Well, I think it goes back to the amount of medical conditions that we see that are related to alcohol harm, which are highlighted in the further down.
So are you saying that the health conditions you've mentioned, such as liver, brain, organ effects, blood pressure, those are relevant to amenity and good order under the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act?
Yeah, well, yes, I would say yes.
Okay, and I want to be fair to you again, Dr. Stewart. I would put this to you directly. Is it fair to say that paragraph 7 wasn't written by you and you're not quite sure what it's driving at?
Yeah, that was one of the paragraphs that was we had some help with.
It's not your evidence, is it?
My evidence is the medical conditions that we see.
Yeah, understood. And I'll make it very clear, I'm not being critical of you at all. I understand what you do in the community, how important it is, and your passion for these things. But I've got to contextualise this evidence in terms of the Act and the criteria and make submissions on it. And so that's what I'm testing. And it's, as I say, it's not a criticism of you.
Yeah, well, I'm a medical professional, not a lawyer.
No, and I'm a lawyer, not a medical professional. So I understand that. In terms of price competition, again, that's not something you have any direct knowledge of in terms of alcohol retail, is it?
Well, I think you find in most areas, if you've got several people competing for the same market, there is you're likely to have people, some people reducing their prices just to encourage, I suppose, foot traffic and sales.
So when there was a fourth off licence, I understand it, and it closed in 2016. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not sure. I don't recall that. I don't recall where the fourth off licence was.
I think it was in the middle, the bottom pub.
Yeah.
You're not familiar with that off licence?
It wasn't. I was aware there was a pub there. I wasn't aware they had an off licence as well.
So you wouldn't be able to say when that closed, for example, you saw prices go up or harm reduce?
No.
Because you simply weren't aware of it?
No.
Okay. Now, paragraph 10, and this is another one where I'm confused by the legal test and by the evidence. You'd say there, turning to the purposes for which land near the premises concerned is used. Now, that's a guide under section 106 of the Act. Are you familiar with section 106 of the Act?
No.
And so is this a paragraph you wrote, or was this written by someone else?
That was written by somebody else.
Because what?
Well, no, I'm sorry. I'll take that. The first sentence was written by someone else. The rest of it was written by myself.
Yes, and that's the issue for me, is because section 106 talks about compatibility of land uses. And so, for example, you probably don't want a bottle store right next door to a kindergarten and so on. And there might be an obvious incompatibility there. Or a community facility providing addiction services. You wouldn't want a bottle store with its livery right next door to that, or even across the road perhaps. So that's what it's driving at. But that's your practice. You won't be able to see this bottle store from the medical centre, will you?
No.
And in fact, the closest alcohol retailer, is the top pub in the liquor centre, isn't it, to the Winton Medical Centre?
Yes.
So you're not saying that this proposal is incompatible in the sense that patients who come to see you will have to see a bottle store in close proximity to your practice, are you?
I think isn't that irrelevant to the argument? I mean, our argument is the effects that alcohol has on people's health.
Oh, for sure. And that's I think it is irrelevant to your argument, and that's my point, that it's not relevant to that particular assessment criteria that the committee has to consider. But I think what you're saying is you're not familiar with section 106, and you haven't looked at the Act or really understood what the compatibility assessment is about.
Correct, but the only thing in section 10 that the second sentence and the second and third sentences in section 10 I did write.
Yes, and what you're saying is I already have to deal with the harmful effects of alcohol. I don't want to have to deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. Yeah, and I hear you on that. So turning to that, is it your evidence that it is inevitable, that it is just irrefutable, that if another outlet opens, there will be more harm in this community?
It's a significant concern that we have.
So you don't say that it's inevitable or irrefutable, that it is a concern. I need to be clear about that. You're not here saying it is inevitable there'll be more harm if this application is granted.
I'm not saying it's inevitable, but I think there's a high likelihood.
Thank you, that's helpful. Would you ever support a further bottle store in Winton?
I don't think so. There's already, for the size of the population, there's already 3 places you could buy alcohol, and I don't think a 4th one is needed for the population size.
And just on that, in terms of your practice, there's been talk about Winton's population and the broader population of as a service centre to a rural area of around 6,000. Do your patients come from a broader rural area, or are they principally from the township and nearby Winton area?
They're from the broader rural area. We have an enrolled population of just under 6,000 patients.
Perfect, that's what I was going to say, around 6,000, thank you. And not everyone would enrol, would they, in your area? Is that true?
There'll be a small proportion that don't, but a significant proportion of the population are enrolled at the practice.
Now, I'm just going to move to talking about health and those issues. How would any off-licence mitigate or operate in a way that might reduce the risk of cirrhosis or fatty liver? So let's talk about the existing super liquor store. What could it do to minimise the risk of the health effects you've identified?
Is that a relevant question for what we're discussing at the moment?
Well, it's a question it's a question your counsel put to my witness, to the applicant. What are you doing to manage these health issues? So putting it to you as an expert in health, what could an off-licence retailer do to minimise the risks of fatty liver, cirrhosis of the liver, and those health issues?
I don't think that's a question I can answer without having some sort of prior warning to it. So I can give a considered answer to that.
Well, the difficult position I'm in is it's a question that your counsel put to my witness and he endeavoured to answer. But if your response is I can't answer, I'm not prepared to, that's your response. Do you want to have a go, or are you going to not?
I'm not going to have a go.
Okay. Now, you talked about this, an issue that's come up through the hearing about parents buying alcohol for their children or for minors. My client is exploring whether he would have a policy or possibly a condition, we have to see how it works in theory, that if an adult entered the store with a younger person, that he would ask whether it was their child. And if they said yes, he would ask whether they intended to supply alcohol to them. And if they said yes, he may exercise his discretion to not sell to them. Do you think that would be a management technique that might respond to one of your concerns?
No, I don't, because I think most of the time the underage children do not actually go into a bottle store with their parents.
They're at home and the parents bring it home?
Yeah.
Understood. Okay. Now, just going to suitability, you say they're given the levels of deprivation and vulnerability in some parts of Winton, and there's evidence that focuses particularly in the residential activities or the households near the commercial area as being deprivation 9 or 10. And I wanted to tap into your local knowledge. Are the people who live there, are the majority of them elderly, or what kind of people live in those houses closer to the commercial area? Or is it a mix? I just want to understand from you.
As far as I'm aware, it's a mix.
Okay. But there isn't sort of small retirement areas, or it's not predominantly, or there isn't a large proportion of elderly people in that location?
You mean in the location of the proposed bottled liquor store?
Yeah, in the residential that sits behind there, and is close to the Winton township.
It's a variety of ages.
Okay. Now, you say at paragraph 22, the applicant has no knowledge of the area. Would you accept that that's an overstatement? He does have some, but perhaps not the knowledge you have. Do you think it's a bit unfair to say he has no knowledge?
Well, I mean, does he live in Winton?
That's not my question, is where he lives. I said, you say in your evidence he has no knowledge of the area. You've said you read the application.
That was the understanding, that he had no knowledge of the area.
But you read the application. I think you said earlier you read the application.
Yes, but I would admit that's been some time ago.
Is it your position that evidence, that application showed no knowledge at all of the area?
As far as I'm aware.
Okay. Do you consider that on-licensed premises also make a significant contribution to the health effects that you refer to in your evidence? Bars and restaurants and so
on? Not to the same level.
And why is that?
Well, usually at a restaurant, people are eating as well. So they probably are not consuming quite the same amount of alcohol as they would do if they were at home or at a party.
But what about a tavern that trades till later at night or possibly even early in the morning?
Yeah, well, certainly Well, yes, so there'll be people there that do drink more than the recommended amounts if they're there for several hours.
Has the medical centre, either collectively or individual practitioners, opposed any other licence applications or renewals in Winton?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions, Dr. Stewart?
Yes, just a couple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stewart, thank you for taking some time out of your very busy day today to speak with us today. It's appreciated to get your view on things. So you mentioned earlier just about the falls and fractures from the older people contributed from poor nutrition, and that's resultant from alcohol use earlier on in life. It would not be the only reason why falls and fractures would occur.
It's not just alcohol use early on in life, it's alcohol use they continue to do as they go through life. So even there are still elderly who still drink on a regular basis.
Will there be elderly people in your practice who have falls or fractures who have never drunk?
Yes, probably, possibly.
The alcohol's not a contributing factor to that?
No, not for some of them.
Okay, thank you. And earlier on it was mentioned today, I think Dr. Liz Gordon's discussion with Sergeant McNaught in regards to incidences of harm that are come through your practice, whether they are reported to the police. So do you see all cases of alcohol related harm that present to your practice have been reported to the police, or is there a number or a percentage that do not ever come across the police knowledge?
There's a percentage that don't get reported to the police.
And what sort of reasons would they be for?
Sometimes that the person that's been assaulted just says they don't want to report it. They've made that decision themselves.
Okay.
I think they're concerned about further repercussions.
Yeah. Would you encourage them to maybe report it if it was an ongoing thing, if you saw them on a more regular basis rather than just a one-off?
Yep. Mm-hmm. We do encourage them to report it, but we can't force them to report it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions?
Yep, just quickly. Hi, Dr. Stewart. Just for everyone, you weren't there earlier, but I do agree with everything about the amount of non-reported family harm. So we're on the same page there. Look, I just want to go to paragraph 22 in your evidence. It's probably, I'll just sort of raise it now. It's nothing at you, but it's probably for the benefit of all the objectors also, because there's some probably similar opinions, but it says the applicant has no knowledge of the area and his interest in the current site is to add another liquor store and increase his profits. To meet the goals of having lots of liquor stores, he's happy to see liquor store numbers proliferate. I just would like to ask you, the Middle Pub in Winton, which also has an on and an off licence, changed hands in temporary authority in May 2019. Are you aware who the licensee is for the Middle Pub now?
No, I'm not aware of the name of the person anyway.
Okay, so they took it over with the temporary authority, and then they had to apply for a new licence because they're new licensees in June 2019. Are you aware that the licensee lives in Auckland?
No.
Are you aware that the licensee for the Middle Pub in Winton is a director of 9 other companies and has at least 5 or 6 other licensed premises?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's not anything at you, Dr. Stewart. It's probably more for the committee's information and for all the other objectors. So thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant McNaught. Ms. Grace, do you have any questions?
Yes, just briefly. Good afternoon, Dr. Stewart. Thank you for your time out of your busy day. Just with your engagement with patients and so forth that are consuming alcohol on a heavy basis, are you aware of what types of alcohol they are. Is it hard spirits, or is it generally beer and wine? Is there a significant one or the other?
No, there's a whole range.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to any other objectors. Councillor Fraser, do you have any questions?
Good afternoon, Dr. Stewart. Just wondering about your experience and knowledge of young people and drink driving and road issues in the area.
Probably through my work. I really probably couldn't comment on the drink driving, I'll be honest. We probably do see some cases that have been related to drink driving in the youngsters, but yeah, I couldn't make a definite comment on that.
Thank you.
Is that all, Councillor Fraser?
That is all, thank you.
Thank you, good. The Presbyterian Church, Mr. Willis.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Winton Community Support Worker Committee, Ms. Goodman.
Sorry, I think I'm unmuted. Hello, Dr. Stewart. Just further to Councillor Fraser's question, any other issues that you see from alcohol harm in our youth in your centre, medical centre? Sexual assault, any other harm or problems, mental health problems, or anything else that may be related to alcohol harm?
Yeah, we certainly do see some issues with the sort of unwanted sexual encounters, and we certainly see a lot of mental health issues in youth, which when you get to the bottom of it, often there is alcohol behind it. And that can also then lead on to experimentation with other drugs and that sort of thing as well.
And what about support for youth in Winton after for drugs or for sexual assault or these sorts of things? Do you think there's much support for them in Winton to help them with this?
A lot of the support has to be accessed through Invercargill, so it's not quite so easy for the youth probably to get support on a timely basis or without having to travel.
And yeah, as far as alcohol harm goes, and as a GP, are you seeing this regularly, once a week, fortnight? Is it very common?
Yeah, I think when you, as I say, this basically our concerns were written on behalf of myself and my colleagues. So I would say at least one of us is seeing alcohol-related harm on at least a weekly basis, if not more often.
Thank you. That's all the questions I've got.
Thank you. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have anything?
I've got no questions on that.
Winton Apartments, Ms. Arwood, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Fraser?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. The committee?
Thank you.
If I may, Doctor, you've been in Winton 27 years. Were you in general practice somewhere else prior to that?
Yep, I was over at Wyndham.
Oh, well, I know that town rather well. Carry on, please.
And prior to that, I'd worked over in the UK.
Okay, so the issues that you're encountering in Winton, given that there's quite a long time difference between when you're in those other places, are they markedly different, would you believe?
I don't know if my memory goes back 27 years. I'm not sure. I don't think I could answer that question. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's
okay.
It's
That's
been too
right.
long an issue. I think I would probably say I think over the years we're probably seeing more and more alcohol related issues over here than maybe when I first started working here.
Okay, and you think that's about the locality you're in or about society generally?
It's probably society generally.
Okay. And what was I going to say? If a bottle store did open up an extra one in Winton, and they were making available information on health and agency support, etc., would you see that as a good thing?
Yes, but it's still not. I mean, they're still going to be selling alcohol, aren't they?
Oh, yes, indeed they would.
So I mean,
and so the police earlier had evidence that of the family harm situations they attended, that about 20% of them were alcohol related. So you obviously see some, or I gather you do, that the police don't get to witness. Would you say that that's consistent, that alcohol aspect of them, or is you believe is a different?
I don't think I could give a figure to that, to be honest. I've just would it be 20% or more? Could be more.
Okay.
But I couldn't I suppose truthfully answer that question without, we'd have to do an audit or something like that on assault cases that we see.
Oh, well, thank you very
Mindful
much.
of that, you see, some assault cases and domestic harm cases won't necessarily go to us either. They'll maybe go directly down to the accident and emergency department at the hospital.
Right. If they're your patients, do you get to find out more about them or not?
We get a report from the hospital if they've been seen there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, well, look, thank you very much for your participation, Dr. Stewart. So now, Dr. Hewison, do you have any cross-examination questions? And I gathered, Councillor Fraser, you have to leave now. Great.
I'm good to stay until about probably 3:15.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Good. All right. Continue. Dr. Hewison, do you have something? Any?
No, sir. No questions in reply. That was very good. I think all of her answers were clear. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Good. Mr. Willis from the Presbyterian Church, you'd like to give your evidence now, please?
Yes, I'm here.
So we'll
yeah,
the swearing in now.
Thank you.
On the Bible?
Yes.
Good.
Please state your full name for the record.
John William Willis.
I see your hand on the Bible already. So do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you are about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. You proceed now, Mr. Willis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak on behalf of the church session of the Presbyterian Church here in Winton.
Good. I don't. The submissions on page 115, 116. Continue, Mr. Willis, please.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity to be able to express concerns pertaining to the new Bible store application before us. I have presented our written objections and brief of evidence. This hearing, I wish to speak and expand on those issues. As a church, we take the health and safety of our church community, along with the community of the Winton, seriously. This involves in the main vulnerable young people who use and abuse the consumption of alcohol, as we included in our written submissions. We want to point out that as soon as a purchaser of liquor leaves the store, it is then that the health and well-being and consequences of that purchaser begins for us and the community of Winton. Personally, we are attending these issues within our community, and we receive referrals from the employers and have close contact handle these situations. And this is not entirely only with the Salvation Army, as the applicant claimed yesterday. Majority of alcohol is only purchased via bottle stores. We believe the approval of this application would raise alcohol-related issues in Winton, and even if by only a small degree, it is still an increase. The alcohol issues we attend to now take away from our own lives, such as cleaning up around the Church Street frontage and car park, and any increase in the availability of alcohol can only create higher levels of alcohol-related nuisance, broken windows and vandalism, such as road signs, concrete block and all, more rubbish to clean up. See elderly people who live in town needing to sweep up broken glass and other alcohol-related litter because of their love and concern for the cleanliness of their town. And this is, I feel, an indictment upon the alcohol industry, and another bottle store would not help the situation. For the applicant to make quick visits through town does not prove that no rubbish about on the other 364 days of the year. Result from harm of alcohol needs to be minimised, and another liquor outlet in Winton would not achieve or help to make this happen. The applicant, in his own admission, he knew what harm can do to people, and that's so why would he want to add harm by opening a bottle store? Unfortunately for some people under the stress of life, that is of no making of their own, such as rising costs of living, and turning to the only thing they know, consuming of alcohol is relief stress that then often develops into alcohol-related issues that then involves all the family and their work. Our minister has been called to help in these situations, and we see this would only get worse with another alcohol outlet. The need to trespass an alcoholic vagrant who camped on our doorway of the church and refused help. He caused consternation and fear among users of our church building, especially when he was lying in the doorway at night when they were leaving to go home after a meeting. To have the entryway right by an ATM will be concerning due to the safety of people using this machine. This will create a vulnerable situation for the elderly using it. And in the applicant's words, those in uniform will not be allowed to on the premises. And it's said that this would exclude them from the ATM machine or using shortcuts through the car park of these areas. Since the ceasing of cheques as a way of payment, the next alternative for many of the elderly to pay accounts or for goods is cash, as they do not have the technology for other forms of payment. An ATM with a camera over their shoulder is not very comforting, as we believe it would be against their privacy to have a camera that is directly shone onto an ATM machine. Dealing with the intoxicating youth in their church activities. This is a sad situation and a hard decision to make, especially when it was needed to shut down all youth meetings as the situation escalated. Another thing there is also the shooting incident before Christmas is still impacting on our church and community. Our minister is still involved with the ongoing pastoral care for that family. With the relation to the object of the act, I understand the risk of harm caused by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol must be minimised. This harm may include any crime, damage, death, disease, disorderly behaviour, illness, or injury contributed to by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol, and may include any harm to society generally or the community. In conclusion, for reasons I've written that are set out before you, and also those I've spoken to, we at Central South Presbyterian Parish do not believe there is a need for another liquor store outlet in Winton. Therefore, we ask that this licence be refused. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the panel for your time.
Good, thank you, Mr. Willis. So questions, Mr. Young, do you have any questions of Mr. Willis?
Yes, thank you, sir. And just to apologise, the camera's gone sideways, so I'll try and stay in. Just trying to get it straightened. We're not quite sure why it's done that, but hopefully you can still hear me properly.
We can see you too.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Willis. Firstly, just on the ATM issue, am I correct that there is a BNZ ATM in the New World?
Yes.
And that's just across the road, isn't it, from the proposed premises? Sorry, I just lost your sound there, Mr. Willis.
Yes.
And so whilst we don't want people feeling uncomfortable or vulnerable at an ATM, if they did feel so, they could cross the pedestrian crossing and obtain cash at the New World.
Yes, they could, but that could be out of the way for some things that they want to do.
What's the distance between the proposed premises and the New World? It's just directly across the road, isn't it?
It's across the road, and then they have to go down steps, and then they have to walk through the New World car park to get to the entrance of the to where the ATM.
Would you say that most people who live in Winton shop at the New World?
Yep. Yes, I would
So
agree.
that journey you've just described, most people are undertaking anyway.
At some stage, yes.
Thank you. You said before, in terms of amenity and good order and disorder or nuisance, you said even a small degree, even a small change is still an increase, and that's why we don't want this licence granted, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so is it your position that even if there was a minor change, a minor impact, that this licence shouldn't be granted? That's your view?
Yes, definitely.
Are you aware that the legal test for impacts on amenity and good order is that they need to be more than minor?
I'm not aware of that.
Just turning to your objection, you've referred to 2,200 people. You would have heard the evidence of others. Do you accept that Winton is a service town, a service centre for both locals and the rural community, with a service population of around 6,000 people?
So I agree to that.
Now, as I understand it, and I may be wrong about this, Mr. Willis, but the location of the church is closer to the super liquor bottle store than the proposed premises. Is that right? Are you on 11 Meldrum Street?
Yes.
Yeah, that's closer to the super liquor, isn't it, than the proposed premises?
The very little difference, yes.
And in terms of the issues that you have seen, have you spoken to the operators of the super liquor and said we're concerned about some of the litter we're seeing?
Personally, I have not, no.
Do you know if anyone has?
Yes, I do.
And what's the response been?
I haven't actually got that response from the person, but I know that they have spoken to them. It's,
Are you of the view that having dialogue or engagement with a licensee is a positive thing?
I agree that any dialogue is a positive thing.
And you may have heard my client suggest that he would like to attend quarterly meetings with representatives of the community or those who would like to be interested to discuss both the operation of his premises and perhaps some of the issues you have raised. Would you see that as a positive thing?
I'd see it as positive, yes.
But it is not something that's currently occurring, is it, with any licensees in Winton?
No.
Now, in terms of this threat of poor behaviour near the ATM or and in the very immediate vicinity of a proposed premises, you don't anywhere in your evidence say you have witnessed that sort of behaviour outside the liquor centre or outside the super liquor, do you? You haven't witnessed threatening behaviour by someone at the door of the super liquor, for example?
No, I haven't.
So why do you think it will happen if this premises is granted a licence?
One of the reasons with having the ATM right next door there is we're talking to some of the elderly people in our parish. They talk about how they're fearful of anything that puts them in a position where they're uncomfortable.
Understood. So, sorry, carry on. Sorry.
And therefore, even someone being close to them at any ATM, if they fear that someone's encroaching on their space at that time, they feel quite vulnerable.
Have they experienced that vulnerability or the fear of it using the BNZ ATM at New World?
They haven't said anything about that, no.
There'll be people leaving that retailer with alcohol, won't there?
Sorry, that question again, please.
Oh, sorry, there will be occasions where there are people leaving that premises, that store with alcohol, won't there be?
Yes, there must. Well, it would be at times, yes.
In your paragraph 8, you talk about the vulnerable young. I just want to be clear here in terms of vulnerability, because you've added that deprivation and vulnerability. What are the characteristics, or who are these vulnerable people? Can you describe them? Are they young or old? Are they Māori or Pacifica? Who are they? Women, men?
Well, most of the ones I talk about that were in our youth group at the time, they were mainly they were in that late teenage years, and they would be a mixture of male and female, and a lot of them would be from what we would see as the lower eco, area of town, or people within the town, and yeah, I think that's.
So that they're younger people from poorer families, for want of a better phrase.
Yeah, that's putting it.
Now, I put this question to Councillor Fraser, so to be fair, I'll put it to you. You've used language like constantly sweeping up glass and suggesting that, well, not suggesting, stating that bottles and litter are frequently around, but you've only produced some photos of one Gordon's gin can. I'm not saying this is a good thing, but the photos show 2 vessels, and it's been a number of months since your objection was granted, your objection was lodged, and we've made it to this hearing. Why haven't you collected further photos or photos that show, a number of glasses or a box or anything like that?
In due respect, it was only in the very late part of March we had to do our brief evidence, that we needed to do this, and we didn't understand that this was part of the original procedure.
Okay.
And therefore, yeah.
So your objection was lodged in September. Then just to clarify, in terms of your paragraph 9, those photos, when were they taken?
These photographs were only taken since we did our brief of evidence, which was back in March sometime.
Now, over the page, you have a picture of a broken window. As I understand it, how do you know that that was done by someone who consumed alcohol?
We can't prove anything. Nothing was proved apart from a brick that was lying on inside the building. There were 3 windows that were broken.
And at paragraph 14, you've mentioned the Weka preschool. Firstly, do you accept that they didn't object to this application?
Yes, we realise that.
And they've also signed a letter at the request of the applicant, and there may be debate about what that means, but it's his evidence that when they signed it, they said, look, we have no problem, go for it. Do you accept that?
Well, if that's what they said, I can't make a comment on that.
Have you spoken to the Weka preschool?
Not about, no.
You'd accept that they're able to make their own judgment on this and you'd respect their judgment?
I agree that they can make their own judgment, yes.
And do you accept that no schools or kindergartens have objected either?
Not to my knowledge, that's all, yeah, that they haven't.
And on that, given your connection to the community, would you accept that this application was well known? There was much knowledge of it in the community?
A lot of people that I've spoken to didn't know what it was about.
Now, my client also mentioned that if people, I'll go back because when the Westpac was operating as a Westpac bank, was the rear car park used by staff and customers, or how was it used?
It was used by staff and also the customers were parking out there as well, yes.
Did you observe any issues with cars coming and going up that driveway? Any safety issues that you can recall when it was operating as a Westpac bank?
Not with the small motor vehicles, no.
No. And in terms of the use of the ATM, did people use that ATM after the bank had closed?
Yes, yeah, more so than before.
Sorry, I've misled you. When the bank was operating but closed at 5 p.m. or 4:30 p.m, did people still use the ATM after the bank had shut for the day?
Yes, they can still use it.
And my client says that he felt that with the lighting and CCTV later at night, 7 p.m, 8 p.m, it would in fact be safer than it would be having an ATM by a vacant building or a closed building with no surveillance. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I can't really make comment, but it sounds pretty, yeah. Good.
Now, in terms of the shooting incident, and I certainly don't want to minimise that, it sounds tragic, horrific, and it's a thing that would have a huge impact on a community. But I just wanted to clarify, and I don't know, and I apologise for my lack of knowledge. Was alcohol involved in that event as far as you're aware?
I couldn't answer that 100%, no.
Look, thank you very much, Mr. Willis. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Judd, do you have any questions for Mr. Willis?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one question here in regards to, thank you for your time, Mr. Willis, for presenting your submission today and for being representative of the parish. It's good to see you having a voice here. Winton's certainly a pretty place and it's got some lot going for it. You mentioned in your conversation earlier that any increase in availability for any change in licensed premise would would not be seen as a good thing, and it probably wouldn't be supported by the parish. Is that correct?
Yes.
So were you aware of the Winton Middle Pub change to their outdoor garden bar area?
Yes, we were.
And has the church been approached and for their response on that?
Yes, we were. Yes.
And what was their response to this application?
We did not object to it because we've from the conversation that we had with the owner, saying that it was basically an extension of his restaurant.
Okay. So you've got no concerns in the increase may lead to any increase in drinking and therefore any ongoing effects and the possible nuisance or damage that may occur from that?
Short answer, no, because of the fact that we were expressed that it would be a family place.
Promoting it more of it's a family atmosphere. Okay. No, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace?
No, I have no questions, but thank you for your time, Mr. Willis.
Reading Community Board, Councillor Fraser, do you have any questions of Mr. Willis?
Just one question. Your church used to have a youth worker. Is that currently a position you have?
Not at this particular moment, no. We're going through the throes of a new one.
Yeah, so there's currently no youth workers in Winton to provide support for young people. Thank you, that's my only question, and I won't have any later.
Thank you. Winton Medical Centre, do you have any questions for Mr. Willis?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just a small number. On the first one, Mr. Willis, is have you talked to anybody in the area who wants a new liquor store in Winton?
From people that I've spoken to, it's usually through around our time at church, no one.
Okay. Can you identify any benefits that a new liquor store will bring to Winton?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that alcohol-related harm will increase if a new liquor store opens in Winton?
I believe it will, yes, to some degree.
And will that harm be mitigated by a process of dialogue with the owner of the liquor store? Can that reduce harm?
I would struggle to answer that one in the positive because I believe that it would do more harm.
So was this new liquor store, if open, the Winton Bottle-O, will it give you more work in your job of supporting your people?
It could, if there was any more harm, it would create more work. Yes.
Okay. In terms of the amenity and good order issues, do you think that the problems that you've had in your car park being roughly halfway between between three, isn't it, liquor stores, do you think that those problems will increase if another liquor store is opened in the streets?
I see the possibility that it will not decrease.
Okay, that's great. What's your main concern?
It's the health well-being of the people. It's the heart issue of our people and who we work with and deal with in our community, in our church, whether they're young or old. And we are quite an older congregation who have a strong heart for the township of Winton, for the whole, the heart for the town.
And finally, I know that this has been a big process for for many of you in your community, and in particular you and some of the others who are kind of the key objectors. Is this process giving adequate voice to the community? Do you think, are you happy with how it's gone? You happy that you had your full say? Tell the committee what you think.
I feel that we've been given this opportunity to bring our voice, and hopefully that we can say what we believe are our concerns, and I hope that they are heard.
Okay, that's great. Okay, no more questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The Winton Community Support, Ms. Goodman, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden.
No, we've got no questions, thank you.
And Winton Apartments, Ms. Howard, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, thank you.
Thank you. Darren Fraser, do you have questions?
No new questions.
Thank you. Committee members, Councillor Douglas.
Just one. So Mr. Willis, you mentioned the proximity of the ATM machine to the entrance, and considered that could be intimidating. Do you believe that the building of a wall between the ATM machine and the entrance to the bottle store would mitigate some of those concerns?
I don't believe they will, because they're only talking about a very low wall, so that their camera can still, visualize on what is happening in that area. And my concern is still that that wall would not actually, mitigate the whole, my concerns.
So if you were to have an input into the height of the wall, what would your position be on that?
All right, what was the first part?
The height of the wall seems to be of a concern to you. What height would you like to see?
I don't know about the height of the wall. I'd just like to see the door left where it is, actually, so that there's a gap. It's still not going to stop the movement past people who are at the ATM, and the height of the wall and how far they bring it out, I'd have to see.
Thank you.
Councillor Harper. If I just continue on that ATM issue, you may have heard this morning the applicant volunteered to move that door to the north slightly, to the fourth panel instead of the first one. Would that alleviate some of your concern along with the wall?
I would actually have to see the situation, see how far it was, and this was something that just been put upon us this morning, and we've had nothing.
The applicant may expand on that later. They might give us more information later on what the actual physical distance is, perhaps.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your input there, Mr. Willis. The next by the order was the Winton Community Support Worker, but I understand Councillor Darren Fraser needs to leave before long. So if there's no objections, perhaps we'll get Councillor Fraser to present his evidence now, which I think is on page 174. And Councillor Fraser, if you'd perhaps just your statement has been taken, has been read. If you perhaps highlight the points in it, please.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I have to get away to get to the airport to pick up a new client for work. So spent a number of years working with young people in and around Winton. And while Winton's a fantastic place, just really want to emphasise there are vulnerable young people. Too many stories to tell of young lives that I have seen destroyed by the effects of alcohol. And while I realise that's not everyone, one young life destroyed is too many. And that's at the heart of my submission, really. And I could spend hours telling story after story. One of my big concerns is that Winton used to have up to 3 youth workers working and currently have none. And that's largely due to funding. And I'm sure Mr. Young will ask that question again, why I'm not doing it. we've also, and we've talked about the amenity. I've attached some recent Facebook posts that just, and a couple of articles that show that there are activities happening in Winton that are not great. A couple of them, I could create some links to alcohol, particularly the vandalism at Moores Reserve. I know that area because we ride through that on our bikes fairly regularly with my children, and we also play soccer and cricket there. And we know that regularly, and when I say regularly, generally before every sports event, there are bottles picked up in that area. So there's a correlation. The other events, there's one there at the river with some vandalism, and I highlighted that one because it's within the area that we're working, and also highlighted it because that is where we find glass bottles and rubbish at the rivers. So, and then there was one fairly old article just to show that it's nothing new, vandalism at the college. So that's my main points. I did want to just, and I may not get another opportunity, so I wanted to raise an issue that, and I believe it's connected to my application because I have worked for Salvation Army. The applicant's made a number of references to that conversation, but his lawyer, Mr. Young, has asked that the evidence that would be presented in the written format by the Salvation Army be given low regard because they haven't submitted in person. And so I'd just like to say if the applicants made such an emphasis on the conversation, then their evidence should get incredibly high weighting because that's been brought into play by the applicant referencing that, and indeed their application was, their submission was an objection to the, yeah. Now, do I call my witnesses now or?
No, there'll be questions for you first.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Young, do you have any questions of Mr. Fraser?
Sir, only a few because we traversed most of it in his role as a board, the community board member. But just very quickly, picking up on that youth services, their youth worker role, and if you've taken me to be criticising you not doing it, that's certainly not. Right. Sorry, sir, can you not hear me?
Just hold a minute. I might be falling into a blunder here.
He needs to be sworn in.
Again.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Oh, look, I'm sorry. It was an oversight. Mr. Fraser needs to be sworn in again in this capacity. I'm sorry.
Get my Bible back out of the bag.
Yes, please.
Here we go.
Please state your full name for the record.
Darren Paul Fraser.
And can you please show the camera just so you can put your hand on the Bible?
Yep.
It's really a shadow. Here, there you go.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Do you swear by the Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So in Mr. Fraser's submission, it said he did not want to speak to a submission. Was it something changed to that?
Yeah.
1 second.
Is that a question directed at me? Sorry.
Well, I'm just questioning on your submission. You actually said you didn't want to speak to your submission.
Yeah, same answer as I gave for the community board one. When we received the notification about the submission, it was suggested that we wouldn't have the weighting, and so I changed my opinion and was given the opportunity to speak.
So did you notify the council of that?
Yes, hence why I'm here.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Mr. Young. I'll go back to you for your question.
Yeah, no problem, sir. Thank you, sir. And just as I just tried to say earlier, Mr. Fraser, I'm not in any way being critical of whether you're a youth worker or not. I was just interested to work out your history and background and understand that better. But you have made the point, and it's taken that there are no youth workers currently in Winton, but I think we've heard from Mr. Willis, they are recruiting one. My question was, in terms of the schools, in particular the college, within your knowledge, do they offer any of those sort of counselling or youth guidance services that you tend to see at secondary, in particular secondary schools?
The college does have a counsellor, but I'd suggest maybe we could redirect that question to one of my witnesses coming up, who's been a student at the store and who can speak firsthand of what's available.
No problem. Paragraph 14 of your evidence, we sort of traversed this recently. Lower price of alcohol will be a magnet to young people. I think you'd accept now that you don't have any evidence that could support the claim that Bottle-O will either be cheaper than other stores or result in lower prices.
I think it's, I'm not necessarily going to accept it, but I agree we would probably have a different view. Competition does show to create across the economic, and I have studied that, competition, supply, demand would suggest that, but I'm not going to debate that point.
In your evidence, you may have given as a board member, but I think it was more in your opening as an individual. You talked about the rural support trusts, and I wanted to bring them up with you in this context. Those trusts, and we hear a lot more. I grew up in Hawke's Bay. I understand a large rural community and some of the challenges in terms of isolation. Those trusts, do you think, with your knowledge of them, would they be interested or open to providing information that could be at the counter at the bottle store if it was granted?
I'm sure they would be. I'm just not sure they have the resourcing to help solve any issues. They're pretty tight.
That's my next question. In terms of any quarterly meeting, is it realistic that they may be able to attend sometimes or frequently, or what do you think their attitude would be?
I can't speak on their behalf on that one.
Understood. Now, in terms of isolated drinking and availability, there was a suggestion that more availability, more purchases. If you're working on a farm in a remote location, dairying or whatever it might be, you will drive to Winton, I would imagine, deliberately to do your shopping, to pick up the things you need, and it will be a planned trip in most circumstances. Is that fair?
That would be a fair trip. Probably some young people are a bit more impulsive as well.
And by and large, it would be something you would plan and aim to do because that's where you need to go to get the things you want to get. That's fair?
I would assume so.
So those people in remote locations, they're already coming to Winton to buy their food, to pick up whatever else and buy some alcohol in a planned way anyway, aren't they? Whether there's one store or three.
I would, yep, I can accept that.
Because they're not living near Winton and suddenly deciding at 6:30 p.m. on a Friday, they're going to pop down to the bottle store and get some beer. There's much less chance of a spontaneous purchase, isn't there? If you live further away, you've got to be pre-prepared and organised.
I would say yes and no. I know of a number of young people who make impromptu trips to all over the place at the drop of a hat. And so I think it's an assumption that is probably not necessarily correct in my experience with working with young people.
But you've already accepted that by and large, they will be pre-planned visits to do their shopping in Winton.
I've accepted that there'll be pre-planned trips, but I'm also saying there'll be improvised, suddenly, we're just going to go. I'm saying there'll be both.
So is it your evidence to this committee that people who live an hour away will jump in the car at 9 o'clock and drive to Winton and buy alcohol to take an hour back to the farm?
That would not surprise me in the least.
And the risk of that happening is going to be greater with the existing stores, isn't it? Because they're open later than this application.
I think the more stores you have, the greater the risk.
Why is that?
Because there's more signage, more space, more opportunity, more parking that you could park outside.
Well, but let's be fair about this. If you're 1 hour away and you want to buy alcohol, you're not going to go to Winton because there's 3 stores. You're going to go to Winton because you can buy alcohol there.
My experience of young people is rational thinking is not always there. So, driving past, seeing a bottle store, it being convenient, and they could stop. So,
no, I'm putting a different proposition to you. We're talking about these spontaneous trips. I live remotely. I live on a farm. I work on a farm. I decide I want to buy alcohol. You're going to Winton because alcohol's available there, not because there's 1, 2, or 3 bottle stores. Isn't that fair?
That could be fair.
So the risk in terms of that drinking surely is not greatly enlarged or increased by the fact there's just another bottle store in a service town that already has alcohol available to it.
I believe that it is a greater risk having greater stores. So that's my belief.
And your reason for that is more car parking, brighter signs or things like that?
The reason is just that the more availability, the easier it is to purchase. And the more often you see it, and yeah, it just makes it easier.
Okay, just understand. How is it easier to drive an hour to Winton? How is driving to Winton now and purchasing alcohol from one of 2 bottle stores more easier or more difficult than driving an hour to Winton to purchase alcohol from one of 3 bottle stores?
I don't know if it's a question of difficulty. I just think it's a question of it's just there and available more. And you know, you might be young people might be driving through town. They might be going to their friend's place, and they just see more of it. And so, therefore, the opportunity is there.
Yeah, okay. I think we're talking slightly across purposes. What you're saying, and I take your point, that if you're driving through town and you're planning to be in town because you're going to a party, you have another opportunity to stop at a store. But what I'm talking about is pre-planned trips to Winton to get whatever goods you may need because you live remotely, including alcohol. Would you accept that that's no easier or more difficult whether there's 1, 2 or 3 bottle stores in Winton?
I'm pleased, I'll initially comment, I'm pleased that you would also agree with me that randomly stopping because there's more shops is a concern. So that's good acknowledgement. Thank you for that. But I would also, yeah, I mean, the difficulty question, you know, it's no more difficult. But as I said, that's my belief.
And that remote, the ice, and when you talk about driving around with your friends and going to a party, that's not isolated drinking, is it? That's social drinking.
I don't believe I talked about driving around and going to parties anywhere in my submission.
No, just in your answer before, you said if you're with your friends or you're going to somewhere and you drive through town.
Party.
I think you said something like you're driving around.
With your friends and you're driving around.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's just explore that. So you're with your friends, you're driving around. In that scenario, are you saying that's leading to isolated drinking or is that leading to social drinking?
That's leading to social drinking. What's leading to isolated drinking is when people take alcohol from an off-site license and take it home and drink that. And I guess there's also a number of cases where young people will be drinking socially in isolation without support, and that's a huge concern.
Yeah, so and that's helpful. So I'm clear the isolated drinking is not so much drinking alone or without support. It's just drinking in remote locations, whether there's 2 people, 20 people or 50 people. Is that right?
It's both isolated by yourself in an isolated location or drinking with friends in an isolated, small number of people without support around.
And is it your evidence that those 2 scenarios present the same issues, the same risks?
I think they present slightly different risks because when you're isolated by yourself, it's probably a bit more self-reflective and you're a bit more inward. I think behaviour changes also when you're around other people, and sometimes behaviour when you're under the influence will become more boisterous or create behaviour that's trying to show off or prove an irrational decisions, and that can affect the other people. So I think there's consequences with both.
Now, just finally to page, it's not finally, page 185, and I asked this question in all seriousness. The photo of the trampoline, I have one of these, and I've seen this happen. The photo of the trampoline, are you saying someone threw it over the fence, or have you ever seen a trampoline get blown over fences? What happened there?
That unfortunately it didn't come through with the rest of the thing, but the comments with that on the Facebook page was that it was moved and moved over the fence by people rather than wind.
And do you know if alcohol was involved in that incident?
I don't know about that one. As I mentioned already, that I've just linked alcohol with 2 of the occasions because that's where I've seen bottles.
That could be some boisterous teenagers just being silly.
It could be.
And I did want to clarify with you, you may not know, but in terms of the shooting, and I don't in any way diminish how distressful that incident could be, do you know if alcohol was involved in that?
I'd only be speculating, so.
Don't know. Thank you.
And yes, it was a distressful time because the kindy across the road had my son there in lockdown, so it was very distressful.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Thank you, sir.
Good, thank you. And Ms. Judd, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Yeah. Darren, on page 179, under suitability number 21, we said that there's no mention in the application of any support to the local community. So,
in the initial application, there wasn't, and it was only in subsequent evidence. So that submission was made at the original submission.
Exactly. Yep. So, in your view, with the steps that he has now proposed in his further submissions, in ways that he's proposing to support the community in the ways of sponsorship and donation, to meet with the community, to have pamphlets supporting local support groups, do they go a long way towards moving towards an acceptable solution to your concerns on that point?
Yes and no. Quite concerned that there's been no evidence and no inclination or talking about supporting anyone that actually helps deal with the issues of alcohol harm. And that to me is a huge concern. It's all well and good supporting the local sports club, but is that supporting where the issue lies? And so that would be something that would have helped, but haven't seen any evidence of that. And I believe I asked direct questions in the evidence and didn't receive a response to indicate that was likely.
He was unaware of the Rural Support Trust's work within the Winton district. If he then now proposed to actually put some donations towards that and support that group, that would go well in his favour.
That would be an added bonus.
Yeah.
I would still have concerns.
Excellent, thank you. And just in regards to the signage you mentioned about when you drive into a town, you see bottle stores and you get signage, so you'd stop because it's there on your face. What do you see when you're approaching Winton from the north? What's the signage that stands out for you?
Well, the first sign is that stands out for me because it's in rather disrepair is the Welcome to Winton sign. That's just been voted the worst sign in New Zealand on shit towns. We are about to replace it. So that's the first sign that I see. Then I see the medical centre, and then I turn the corner and go home. Okay. Obviously, the next one would be, the next major sign would be Night and Day. And across the road from there is Novus. And then you'll go down to the top pub and then through the rest of town.
Okay, so the signage at the top pub, is that, would you say that is would be more or less noticeable than what the approaching a store than what the applicant's proposing?
I don't think there'd be any difference.
With their big red signage for the liquor centre sign before you approach the building?
I think, I mean, when I'm driving, I'm trying to be quite observant on what I see around me. So I think I'd notice both.
That's brilliant. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a quick couple. Mr. Fraser, just refer to your evidence, paragraph number 5. Recently, the East DCDRC recognises significant alcohol-related harm in Southland when it declined the application for a similar off-licence application in Riverton. Were you aware that that decision or that matter is under appeal? The applicants have appealed that?
I am aware of that. Okay.
My point there is that's not completely done and dusted, so...
Yeah, I accept that, and I mean, as a layperson, the terminology may not be quite correct, but the sentiment is that a decision was made and that still has process to follow, so I accept that.
Cool. Just going to number 12, you're talking about your workplace in Invercargill, located 50 metres from bottle store every Monday with car park, broken bottles, etc. Whereabouts is that, can I ask?
So I work for the Red Cross at 242 D Street, and we're just down the road from ILT's major bottle store, and that would be almost weekly.
Okay.
The interesting thing is we have a car park that accessible, and so people will purchase their alcohol and park in our car park, and so that would be a potential concern where in Winton there's a car park behind, and so a gate would definitely be an advantage.
So it's, sorry, 242, I'm not familiar with the numbers.
So it's right next to PGG Wrightson's, or if you're a fisherman, it's opposite where Stablecraft have just moved.
Oh, yep. So it's on the west side of the road, north of the Liquorland. Is that what you're referring to? Or?
We're just a little bit south of Liquorland.
Just south of it, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next to
No, I'm just because of the last part of the thing here was talking about the damage and the car parks and etc. and broken glass. You've just stated that similar will increase in Winton with another bottle store. This is my personal experience of working in Invercargill in the middle of the CBD and D Street. Are you making the comparison that the amount of damage or broken bottles would be comparable to common hangouts for the CBD in Invercargill as in Winton?
I'm making no suggestion about the amount. I'm just suggesting that when there's a store, it does happen. And we've heard, actually, we heard that there's a question to one of the previous submitters that, was that caused by another bottle store? And we don't know that. But what we see, and we do see it in Winton, is that rubbish does come. And it's a small town, so you can't say where it comes from. And so I can't quantify that.
Thank you. Just quickly on suitability number 20, you've also put note the applicant doesn't live or intend to live in the area. I'm just making sure you noted a previous question about the middle pub, the licensee. Were you aware that the licensee that took over the middle pub, which has had a temporary authority, one new license and one renewal, doesn't live in Winton, lives in Auckland?
I am aware of that, and I'm also aware that their staff are out and about and talking to the sensitive sites right next door, so and doing some good work in that space.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Minord. Grace?
No questions from me. They have just been previously answered. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Winton Medical Centre? Do you have any questions of Mr. Fraser?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I was fighting with my mute button. Just 3 questions, sir. The first one is, Mr. Fraser, I noticed that you put quite a lot of work into your application and also the community board application. You've been sitting here for nearly 2 full days now. What is driving your commitments, significant commitments, to stopping this license being granted?
I guess I'm driven by the fact that I've seen so much alcohol harm in the lives of many people that I've worked with, and I want to see young people live, not just young people, I want to see families whole, well, supporting each other. I want to see young people thrive, and I want to see communities connected and supporting each other and people working together in a beautiful way. And I just see alcohol can be a hindrance to that.
Okay. For young people, not young people, but people who live in the rural areas between towns that have liquor stores, do you think an additional store, having 4 stores at Winton, might turn Winton into the sort of the alcohol capital of rural Southland and make it a place that actually attracts people to come and do their alcohol shopping?
Winton is already that. And I say that from sitting at New World the day before duck shooting and collecting a street appeal and seeing people coming and going. People come to the supermarket in Winton, people come to the bottle stores in Winton because it's not ILT. And so people do make that journey already. And so that is certainly a really, really real issue that Winton could become the alcohol capital of Southland, which would be inheriting other people's issues.
Gosh, thank you. And for the insight into the duck shooting season as well.
Yes, it's quite concerning the amount of alcohol that goes out of the supermarket on duck shooting day. Incredibly concerning.
I'm a bit shocked, sir. I'm a city girl personally. Anyway, final question. seriously speaking, are there any concessions that the applicant can make that can make you say, yes, I'm going to welcome your liquor store here, as long as you do A, B, C, and D? Or is that, or don't you want it under any circumstances?
For me, I'm not going to welcome. I guess if it is accepted, I'm going to have to tolerate.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. No more questions, sir.
Thank you. Central Southland Presbyterian Church, do you have any questions, Mr. Wallace?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Darren regarding the youth leaders. Now, Darren, are you familiar with the 24/7 program that is run at the college?
Yes, very familiar.
Right, thank you. And you understand that that it is a commitment between church, the college, and the community?
Yes, and I think it's a great partnership.
Yeah. And do you see this as a benefit in helping young people in our town?
Absolutely.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Ms. Goodman, the Community Support Work Committee, do you have any questions?
Sorry, pushing the wrong button. Yes, just one question. I'm not sure if it's already been answered, sorry. Darren, so have you seen any change in the drinking culture of youth in our town in the last 18 years or 20 years that you've been involved with youth?
To be honest, I think it's been bad the whole time I've been here.
Yeah, that's probably all I've got to ask. Thank you.
And just to add to that, I don't actually think we have a youth drinking problem. And I've expressed this a few times. I think we have a drinking problem, and young people pick up on that and follow the pattern of adults in the community. So I don't want to blame it on young people, because I think it's a reflection on the wider community.
That's intergenerational.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all, Ms. Goodman. That's your final question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have any question you wish to ask?
No, we have no questions on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Arwood.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So committee members, do you, Councillor Douglas, have any?
Yeah, so thank you, Darren. So apart from not granting this licence, what else do you think could be done in Winton to reduce the alcohol harm that you have indicated to the committee?
I would love to see a solid team of people who can supply that support based in Winton. Currently all professionals come out from Invercargill, so I'd definitely like to see long-term fully trained youth workers working in our community, and whether that's 1, 2, 3. Good connection between the various agencies and the schools, and I believe all of those things would help. I'd like to see more and better education in schools, and I'd like to see work done with sports clubs around their use and abuse of alcohol, particularly maybe a certain rugby club. Yeah, so that would be some of my thoughts off the top of my head. I'm sure if I was given the opportunity and the funding, I would come up with a lot more thoughts for that.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, it just concerns me that you have said that the drinking culture has not improved. In fact, it's got worse over the time that you have been, the 18, 20 years you've been in Winton.
I don't think that's what I said, John. I think I said, I don't believe it's changed. It's been bad the whole time.
Yes, it's been bad the whole time.
And I do acknowledge that I'm a non-drinker and have come from that perspective, but I'm a non-drinker because I've seen the issues, and so I choose not to drink because of that.
No question. You got any question?
Yes, Darren. Much the same as Councillor Douglas, I'm afraid. In your 20-odd years at Salvation Army and community workers, you'll have seen many cases of alcoholic abuse, substance abuse, family violence, etc. And I'll ask you again, probably the same question as Councillor Douglas, that do you think that the ratio of cases has been static or increased or decreased over the years that you've been in this position at Winton?
Yeah, as I say, I just think it's been bad and it's still bad. And I'm going to call Jack Runnicloris, who is a student and who is a young person, because I've been out of the youth work game for a couple of years now, and I'm not youth. I'm certainly grown older. I'm struggling reading with without glasses. So I've reached that point. So I think it's important to hear probably from today's young person, and that gives some real insight that will be more powerful than mine.
And just another quick comment. You're not the only one that gets up at 2:30 in the morning, Darren, to go and rescue young kids.
I'm sure I'm not.
So thanks for that.
So along those lines, did you see any change when the bottom pub ceased to operate after 2016, or any of those country outlets ceased as well? Have you seen any change lessening?
I think I answered that question with Mr. Young when he answered it before. I never really took the time to analyse it, because when you're working in an under-resourced role and you've got lots of issues in front of you, you just deal to the next young person who comes in your door, or the next young person that's referred to from the school. And so I didn't really take time on an analysis to be able to comment.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you. So we'll break now for a short cup of tea break for 10 minutes.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I'm obviously having to leave for my current job. I need to be at the airport at 3:40 to meet a former refugee family coming in. So if I have to leave, which I've given pretty good indication of, what does that mean for my two witnesses and their ability to speak?
They can still speak.
I'll
Thank you. Call them up after the break.
Thank you for that. Well, thank you for your time, and wish the committee the best luck making a decision. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Stop recording.
Gone now, is it? Sorry. Well, welcome back, everyone. Just before you leave, Mr. Fraser, I'd just like to make sure you're aware that this will mean that you won't have the opportunity to cross-examine or question further witnesses this afternoon. So if we proceed now and call Jack Ruddenclaw.
Sir, can I just address the committee and the others on how we might get through this hearing and possible options for wrapping it up with further information too, sir? And all I would say is I'm happy to sit as late as the committee's wishes to sit to get through it, but I'm in your hands on that. But I think if we do conclude the evidence today, there's probably 3 steps that I can see following. And I'd like to do those at pretty short order if it was acceptable to the committee. The first would be for us to provide a consolidated set of conditions for everyone's consideration and a new floor plan. And I think before anyone does closing or reply submissions, they need to get that from us. And I'd propose, if we get through everything today, I have another hearing on Friday, propose to file that information by close of business Monday next week. Then I would suggest any final submissions from the objectors on the Wednesday, and then myself and the reporting agents could say our last piece by the Friday, sir. Now, that might not work for people. It's just at least 3 steps to get us there if we get through it all today. And my clients certainly would like to best endeavours to get through all the evidence today, and I will be managing my cross-examination to assist with that.
I appreciate your suggestion. We'll work forward and see how we progress. Thank you. So, Jack Ruddenclaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can. Thank you. So either affirmation or swearing on the Bible?
Affirmation, thank you.
Okay.
Please state your full name for the record.
Jack Henry Ruddenclaw.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can proceed, please. We read your evidence that you provided. If you'd like to just go through and highlight any points of that, perhaps.
Yeah, so I'll probably just give a brief introduction.
Sorry, just a moment. It's on page 192. You continue, Jack, what were you saying?
I would probably just give a brief introduction about myself, and then I'll expand on some of my points that I would like that I've raised in that brief of evidence there.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so my name is Jack Ruddenclaw, as just pointed out before. I've been on the Southland District Youth Councillor as a youth councillor since 2019. Southland's District Youth Council consists of members from year 11 and above. I was also on the Central Southland College's Board of Trustees as a student representative. Currently, I'm a tertiary student studying politics and business. As a youth member in Southland District, I feel I have the duty to minimise the harm or risk caused by the excessive, inappropriate consumption of alcohol. I'm aware that police now frequently turn up to parties due to the concerns and the harms in relation to alcohol consumption. I would describe the drinking culture in Southland's youth as something that causes harm due to the inappropriate and excessive consumption of alcohol. Southland's drinking culture is harmful for young people. It is clear through and through that our culture is something where young people indulge in things such as binge drinking, peer pressure drinking, sculling, and so on. Many of the youth now actually want to get to the point of physically being sick, which is often referred to youth members as a tacky or vomiting, or to the point of blackout drunk. Mental health shows a clear correlation to the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol, and that was pointed out by Dr. Stewart. At Central Southland College, there are many issues in relation to alcohol. When I was in year 13, there was a detective who had to come out to CSC in 2020 in relation to someone who was sexually taken advantage of. Following on from this point, a local high school in Invercargill were targeting young girls in Southland, especially those from Central Southland College. It was referred to as a game, essentially meaning that young guys were trying to get with as many young women who were under the influence of alcohol through the means of sexual assault. The game mainly occurred during Southland parties. It is clear to me from the perspective of Southland's youth that alcohol is a concern. As a member of the Southland District Youth Council, I conducted a survey asking the youth members within our council, do you think that alcohol is an issue in Southland? Overwhelmingly, it was clear that the major problems, and that there is a major problem within our youth throughout Southland, and I think you can see that graph there on the brief of evidence I submitted. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for that. Mr. Young, do you have questions of
Yes, thank you, sir. And good afternoon, Mr. Radinclaw. I'll start at the end, just to go to your graph. And I think roughly there are 8 people, I assume by the shape of the size of the pie, 8 people on the youth council, is that right?
So I believe there were 18 people who responded to the survey.
Okay.
In total, yes. So I believe 2 said no, and the rest, and 16 said yes, that there is an issue in Southland, and mainly concerned the youth members on the council are representing the body within the youth. That's not something of a personal perspective. It's rather of something that is in relation to how they feel that culture is, more generally speaking.
No, understood, and that's in Southland.
That's correct, yes.
The 2 people who said no, did they come from locations where the other members of the youth council actually agreed that perhaps there wasn't an issue there, or what was the basis for them saying no?
I can't give a direction on exactly why they would say no in that situation. I believe that they were the younger members on the council. Obviously, that could mean, because we do get members starting from year 11, which is usually around the age of 15 off the top of my head. Usually those members, that they said no, and that's probably because they haven't actually shown or been influenced by any culture within Southland, so they haven't actually seen that firsthand, so that's probably why they said no.
Because they're 16 or 17, they're not seeing the parties that you might see in your final year of college. Is that the point?
So what I'm trying to say there is that those members are typically more younger. They may have not actually indulged in that culture at all, which is what I'm saying there.
Yeah. When you say younger, what age is that? Is that 16, 15, 16, or what
so
is that?
The youngest person in our council was around the age of 15.
Understood. Thank you. Now, I'm just not going to your written evidence yet, but you gave some comments, introductory comments. I just want to make sure I understood them properly before I ask you the questions. And you talked about, I think my notes say that there were Invercargill boys targeting Central Southland College girls to have sexual relations or some sort of activity with them through the use of alcohol. Was that right?
That is correct. That is what I said in my oral answer at the start.
Yes, no, I understand. So there was a cohort of boys at a school in Invercargill who were basically indulging in this inappropriate behaviour.
That is correct, yes.
Did they target other girls elsewhere?
I couldn't give an answer on that specific. I can only give an answer to what I've said there, Mr. Young. Thank you.
And the police intervened and resolved that issue?
I am not sure. I'd have to refer that to Sergeant McNaught.
And in your experience, and look, I think we can all accept that seems an incredibly unpleasant and extreme example of behaviour, but from your perspective, is that common, or is that an extreme example of a concerning behaviour?
It's becoming more common, so that harm is there, and it is becoming more apparent within the culture.
In schoolboys in Invercargill or in Southland generally?
Southland generally.
And is it led by males, that behaviour, or is it both female and males?
Males.
Right. Are they males from Invercargill though?
And what I said in my oral answer, they were in that situation. Yes, they were.
So and you talk about Southland wide in your evidence generally, and I understand it's because your youth council role looks more generally at Southland. But from what you've just described, are some parts of Southland worse than others?
I would probably say Winton is the hot spot. And that is clear because we have a majority of our members come from that area. And then we have a few that come from Fiordland, and then also Apodema, which is Riverton, and so on. Yeah.
Sorry, so in terms of the youth council, a majority of members of that council are from Winton.
I would say probably 50% is approximate. I couldn't give that exact figure.
Right, so 50% of the members of the youth council are from Winton.
That is correct. Yes, that's what I would have to say as a guess or a guesstimate.
And are there any youth council members from Invercargill? Or do they go with the city council? They are
with Invercargill City Council, but there could be members there who go to who attend, for example, Southland Boys High School, but they actually live within the Southland District. I think there is one member there who did attend Southland Boys High School, and they were on our council because they lived within the Southland District or the Southland realm.
Yeah, and the youth council is a council of people dealing with a range of issues. It's not a youth alcohol council, is it?
No. Well, we liaise with the community, with the youth community, and we try and push forward what issues we see. And we saw that mental health is a big issue there, as well as that we see that correlation with alcohol as well.
And would you accept that, given that half of the membership is from Winton, then naturally there would be a larger body of knowledge and a focus on Winton?
I would probably say, obviously, that my report there with that graph, where I had that in there, I believe that has more weighting there because majority of the members do come from that Winton Township, and that's what we're referring to in this hearing today and yesterday as well.
Now, under suitability, you've said there, I note the applicant does not live or intend to live in the area. You would have heard the evidence that the applicant intends to work full-time or regular hours for at least 3 to 6 months, and then will do shifts following that as well, given the short trip, the relatively short trip from Otatara to Winton. Does that resolve or alleviate your concern about him not living in the area?
Well, if you don't understand the community, I don't believe you should be operating a premise which allocates a supply of alcohol. I believe that is clear. And if you don't understand that culture, and if you do increase, I believe it's a basic principle of economics. When you increase the supply, you will the demand, and when the demand stays the same, I believe that that price will have to go down in terms of the alcohol costings and things like that. And I believe that is obvious because I do study a business management.
Sorry, I wasn't getting to price, but so you would have concerns about the new owner of the Super Liquor then as well, being an Aucklander?
I would not say that. We're talking about this situation right now. We're not talking about that previous licence that is currently active.
And just at paragraph 16, you've mentioned the Salvation Army issue, and I've discussed that with Mr. Fraser. The flip side of the error or the misestimation was that the applicant was endeavouring to get to know the Salvation Army and understand what they do and the services they offer. Do you think that's a good thing? That shows that he was endeavouring to learn about the local community and some of the people who provide support in that community?
I believe it's a good thing if you do want to know the community. That's not necessarily to say that it will go through with that. There's no persuasion around that point in terms of like a, I don't know how to explain it, some sort of yes or no. So we couldn't see that until if that license was granted or not, we wouldn't be able to see that until then.
If a local applied for a fourth off license in Winton, would you or the council, well, I'll talk to you personally, sorry. If a local applied for a new bottle store, would you oppose that?
I would oppose that, yes.
So it doesn't really matter whether you're a local or not?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Radinclough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions of the witness?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rudenclaw, for coming in and speaking today and sharing your time yesterday as well, listening to the proceedings. So I have read through your submission, and just a query on point 7, where you say that adding an additional supply of alcohol to a newly licensed premise will add fuel to the already burning issue of agriculture, and it would increase the consumption rate. So what evidence do you base that statement that it would increase the consumption rate?
I believe that's just the basic principle of economics. When you increase supply and demand stays the same, I believe that that price will have to be lower to have that competitive advantage. And I've studied business, and this is my second year now, and that's an obvious point that we are taught in that area.
Yeah, and that's very admirable that you're in your second year and you're learning a lot in that regards. I didn't mention about the pricing. I was querying where did the word would, and what is your proof that an increase in consumption rates would occur with the increase of a new bottle store? How can you prove that just because you introduce a new store, that increase would increase the consumption rate?
Yes, I would have to go back to that economic point of view. When the prices come down, it becomes more accessible to young people, which means the consumption will increase.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but there was no discussion on a price here. It was more to do with the availability of what you like. I don't think you sort of I might reword my question for you. So you were saying that it would increase the consumption rate, an increased likelihood of drink driving, and add to the already disastrous mental health issue within Southland and Winton community. And I'm not debating those later points, but an increase in the consumption. How do you base that statement that it would increase the consumption? Nothing to do with pricing, nothing to do with the rating, but if there are 4 stores and only the same amount of people available to service those stores, how would an extra store increase that consumption?
I'm sorry, I don't agree with the premise of your question. I believe it's irrelevant to that. It's about the economic factors, and I think I've already explained my point there. Thank you, Ms. Judd.
Okay. Thank you. No, that's good as gold. The next point in number 8, you say that the time is not suitable to grant an additional license to operate an outlet. Now, when would be the right time, suitable time?
I couldn't give you that exact answer. It could mean when that demand is at a level playing field, that demand is that demand isn't increasing, and I would have to look at the evidence then.
Okay, thank you. And a lower price of alcohol will be a magnet to young people under the Objective Act number 10. Can you explain your view on that as well?
As I said, it's about the economic factors. When supply is increased and the demand stays the same, it essentially means that when that lower price is decreased, you will see that lower price there, and it is obvious that young people are drawn to that lower price of alcohol, and I've seen that firsthand in my interactions with youth members across Southland, and especially within the Winton Township.
Do you drink alcohol yourself?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And do you purchase locally?
If I'm in Winton, yes, I do.
Okay, so you're familiar with the stores that are in the Winton surrounding at the moment?
Yes.
So when you are coming north into Winton, what's the first licensed premise that you see?
I believe it's the Middle Pub, it's called. I'm not 100% on the naming. I just know I think it's Super Liquor, I believe. Is that correct? I couldn't give that, yeah. The
Middle Pub, for when you're traveling north and when you're traveling from north into Winton?
From north. So from going south to Invercargill. So you have on the left, you have the top pub, and then you carry on down there, and then you have on the left again, New World, and then on the right, you have the Middle Pub. So 1, 2, 3.
Excellent, cool. So do you consider that the signage that the top pub has is excessive compared to what is proposed for this bottle store?
No, I do not.
Can you explain what the signage for the top pub is when you see it, when you're driving towards it, please?
It is, I couldn't give you the exact idea of what it is, but I'll give it off at the top of my head. I would say it's around just trying to think, an A1 kind of signage sheet when you drive, when you're driving south, and also coming the other direction. And you can also see it when you're under that drive under path. You'll see that signage there up the top as well, I believe. I couldn't give you the exact thing unless I was looking at those pictures.
Okay, so the big signage board that is on the edge of the property as you're approaching, it's probably larger than an A1. It is quite some meterage in size, and the colour of that is quite catching to the eye, would you say, being bright red?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't actually know exactly what sign you're referring to there. Okay,
thank you. Right, so under suitability number 14, you've put there that you note the applicant does not live or intend to live in the area. Is that correct? You've stated that?
Yes.
So under suitability, that is not a requirement of the Act under section 105. There is no requirement for the applicant to live or intend to live in the area as part of their consideration for suitability.
Okay. Sure. Yes.
Have you read through the other section 105 matters that are considered?
I haven't got that in front of me there. I would have to, because I'm a witness of evidence, I wouldn't be indulging in that kind of thorough investigation into the matter.
Okay, so you're just stating on a support for Darren's application in opposition to the application, not research the details yourself.
I've briefly researched into the situation, and I understand that the object of the Act is trying to minimise the harm caused by the excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol. And I think it's clear that if you did try and increase the supply, it's just a basic economic principle that the harm would increase.
I think the applicant has outlined in regards to the pricing for his store wouldn't be any less than what the current stores are. So I think the matter that a pricing war would occur is a bit of a moot point. But thank you, Mr. Ruddenclaw, for your comments today. And Councillor, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions, please?
Mr. Chairman, I don't actually have any questions. I'm just wondering, Mr. Ruddenclaw made a referral to me of a question from Mr. Young. At the risk of not introducing new evidence, I'm not sure how that should be approached. If you'd like me to answer that as best I can to enlighten that situation, I can. Otherwise, no.
Well, it is a serious matter. If you want, perhaps make a brief comment might be helpful.
Okay, so I'm just referring to young Jack talked about the young girls being targeted by school age or youth children and involved alcohol. I think Mr. Young's question was around, was that addressed or did police do anything about that? Probably got to be careful what I say there. I'm aware of those incidents. I didn't deal with them. It was dealt with by a detective sergeant at North Invercargill Police, which is the Child Protection and Adult Sexual Assault Team. I do know people involved were investigated and dealt with, and I do know that there was work done at the schools in Invercargill by them around that issue. So I hope that will address Mr. Young's question.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else yourself? Any other questions?
No, that's all from me.
Thank you. Ms. Grace, do you have any questions, Mr. Ruddenclaw?
No, I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Ruddenclaw.
Thank you. The other objectors, Winton Medical Centre, do you have any questions?
Just one, Mr. Ruddenclaw. How widespread do you think this bad drinking culture you talk about it? Is it just one or two people? Is it 10%? 50% of a particular age group? I mean, how widespread is it? Because we've heard for the past 2 days, we've heard about Southland's drinking culture amongst young people. And you indicated that there are some significant problems and effects with that drinking culture. So, I mean, how widespread do you think it is amongst the age group which you've been working with?
Well, I would say people probably start going to parties around the age of 15 to 16. That's a normal kind of age. In terms of that widespread kind of bad drinking culture as it's referred to. I couldn't give you the exact number there, but I would say that probably more than half indulge in that kind of practice that do drink alcohol in that young population. Not all young people do drinking that kind of behaviour, but I would say a majority, quite a few do in that situation, yes.
So more than half drink in a way that could cause harm.
Yes, that is correct.
And often does cause harm in your view.
That is correct. Well, I've seen situations where youth members are drinking to the point of needing to vomit, which is referred to as tacky by youth slang, as well as being blackout drunk. So I believe that is inappropriate and that is caused by excessive alcohol intake.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, do you have any questions from the church? Presbyterian Church?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Goodman, do you have anything from the Community Support Worker Committee?
No further questions other than what everyone else has asked, but thank you for your witnessing, Jack, in your time.
Thank you. The Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have any questions?
No, I've got no questions for Jack, no.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Alwood, do you have questions?
No, I don't. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Jack.
Good. From the committee, Councillor Douglas.
Yes, yeah. So thank you, Jack, for your insight there. So it's disturbing to hear about this youth drinking culture that you have spoken about. So what initiatives has the Youth Council taken to reduce the negative impacts of drinking in our school age group?
Obviously, we're not experts in that kind of field. We do try and encourage safe drinking behaviours, but we haven't created any initiatives in such of that kind of matter. Yeah, so that's what I would say. I would say that we do have, so when I was a student at Central Southland College, this isn't referring to the initiative as such, but we did have probably 15-minute conversation, which is like an assembly situation where about the attitude towards drinking, but it was only around 15 minutes of that, so it wasn't like something that was taken on board by many of the youth there in that situation at Central Southland College, but we haven't taken on any specific approaches or initiatives towards that drinking culture, no.
So given what you've said in your submission today, is that something that you would like to see addressed? Because you've clearly identified there's a problem, but there doesn't seem to be much in the way of an active solution to that problem.
I would love to see that addressed. I wouldn't know the exact answer to how that could be addressed. Obviously, as per the report or that graph that I sent out, it looks like majority of our youth councillors, which represent a large proportion of Southland's youth, it is clear that they do think that Southland's drinking culture is bad, and it's something that does need to be addressed. I believe that would have to be up to the professionals to exactly figure out an approach to that direction, but I couldn't give you that answer of how to exactly do that. I don't know if that answered your question, sorry.
I was probably coming from the point of view that I would support you in carrying that initiative through to getting more active help than perhaps what has happened in the past, but that might be outside the scope of this hearing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your work and your submission.
Mm-hmm.
Just for me, Jack, so where do you see people as young as 15, 16 and getting this alcohol from?
So it can be a mixture of different things, such as older people or younger people, such as people who are aged 18 who directly give it to young people, as well as parents as well.
And it's purchased locally, you think, in Winton and supplied to younger ones?
I would say that, could you just repeat your question there, sorry?
The last part of it was just, you think this alcohol that the young ones are being supplied is mainly purchased in Winton and supplied to young people directly from that?
I couldn't give the exact answer to that. I'd say a large proportion is purchased from the Winton Township.
And do you see parents should have more of a role in supervising, but working with young people to try and minimise these issues?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Oh, that's all. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you.
So now we call on Mrs. Margaret Ravenclaw. Can you come forward, please? And
through you, the chair, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. So would you like to be sworn in or affirmed?
I'll be affirmed, please.
Please state your full name for the record.
Margaret Isabel Ravenclaw.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Margie, your submissions on or evidence is on page 192. And I'd ask you, could you please let's go through, we've read it, just highlight the points that you wish to emphasise.
I would like to discuss mental health in our community, the Mighty program with the John Kirwan Foundation, rubbish in the area, and mental health, touching on our mental health down and the support in the community and down at Southland Hospital for our youth and for adults.
Okay. Oh, if you address those issues, please.
Thank you. I'll just give myself a brief introduction, if that's okay. I would call myself a born and bred Winton girl. My parents' family home was in 25 Welsh Road, Winton, for 35 years. I've lived in this community for 49 years. My children have gone to Central Southland College, and I'm very passionate about this community in Southland. I'm going to talk about, I had an approach last year.
I made a mistake. It's actually page 196.
It's okay. I've got it in front of me anyway.
Yeah, continue.
So I'm going to talk about vulnerability in our community. I had an approach from Belinda Brown. She's a teacher out at Lime Hills School last year, and she was teaching Mighty. And I'll give you a little bit about Mighty. Mighty is from the John Kirwan Foundation, and it teaches their children good mental health, embedding skills going forward that they can take into their adult years. So from that first initial conversation with Belinda, she was desperate. It's not funded through the government. It's based on the New Zealand curriculum, and it's been put through the Auckland University. I spent approximately 3 months approaching sponsorship in the area, had a meeting in Invercargill with our sponsors, our foundations, and Lime Hills is a pilot school for Southland. And this year, very pleased to say that St Thomas's School in Winton next term starts with this program, and there's a desperate need in our primary schools. Sadly, funding is our biggest issue, but I just wanted to make people aware of what it was and why I had referred to it and where we are at with our small children, our next generation coming through. Mental health, I'll go into my rubbish. I have referred to the rubbish in our area and the presentation. I spoke to Darren Fraser. I did a presentation to council on rubbish in Southland and their concerns around it. Along the way, I took a little Lime Hills boy, Ryan McKenzie. It's a social studies project for the social studies fair, and unfortunately it was cancelled because of COVID. And along the way, we interviewed specific members of our community and wider about what's happening with the rubbish in our in their community. We interviewed Pete Graham, and he's the police area response manager for Western Southland, and we asked the questions where, who, why, how do we fix it? And and I'm going from the notes that we typed up at the time, where continuous dumping access points around rivers and bridges and roadsides, a lot at the Arishi Bridge, and dumping on the state highway. He thinks it's a younger generation thing. He doubts it's the mums and dads and the kids. He's talking late teens and early 20s, and potentially not wanting parents to see what they've got in their cars. The presentation to council on waste in our open spaces had a lot of photos and a lot of information behind it. I did ask Darren before he left to go to the airport today if he had known the process with the submissions and our evidence, would he have put that behind his submission, and he said he would have. I'm going to refer the next thing about a limited supply of support for young people experience mental health issues, and probably adults. I was down at the mental health wing in Kew Hospital last year on a couple of occasions, supporting in a support role, and there's a 12-week wait down at our hospital for the youth of our community, and I don't see it getting any better. I think
it'd be better. Could you sort of relate this more to the application, please?
So I put in there the very limited support for our youth in our area around mental health. Am I gone off task, or?
Oh, well, talk about this application in relation to those issues that you're concerned about and raised in your evidence.
So when I talk about the John Kirwan Foundation and support for our youth and our adults in the community, and I was just highlighting that there's a 12-week wait down at Southland Hospital for mental health and addiction services. And I know firsthand, because of experience last year in a support role.
So the link between that and this application is, in your mind, what?
Is our community, our support. Sorry, Paul, I'm not sure what you mean to that.
Well, you mentioned all those issues around mental health, etc. So I'm just wondering what link you make that to the application that we're hearing here.
Well, vulnerability in our local community.
Is there further matters?
No, that's that's me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Young, do you have questions for Mrs. Ravenclaw?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Ravenclaw. Very quickly, paragraph 2, you refer, and I've got some numbering mistakes in my submission, so it's the second number 2 at the bottom of the page. It's no criticism of your formatting. Have you read the Riverton decision?
No, I haven't. I'd only heard of it.
So you can't make that statement at paragraph 2 then because you haven't read the decision?
Recently, I can make that statement though, because I have heard about it. So I did know that there was, the SDC recognised that there was a significant alcohol related harm in Southland when and the application was declined.
Okay, well, I'll address, okay. So you've heard someone say that's the reason that application was declined. Is that your evidence?
Through the media and the information that I've heard, yes.
Okay. Now, paragraph 8 on page 197, you refer to photos and so on community pages. You haven't produced any of those photos in your evidence though, have you?
No, but I probably could, if I have got a lot of photos in regard to the presentation that went to the Southland District Council on the rubbish in our community, in our roadsides and our open spaces, and I received a lot of photos from a lot of people, Southland wide.
Just confirming that you've chosen not to attach those to this evidence, though.
No, I did. I actually, if I'd realised the process behind this, I would have spent 100 hours doing a really, really amazing presentation alongside what I've written here.
At paragraph 10, you've raised the lower price of alcohol, and you've helpfully explained that you're a long-term resident, a community member of Winton. When the bottle store closed, the middle pub, is it?
Oh, the bottom.
Bottom or middle? Sorry, when the bottom pub bottle store closed, did you notice a change in price in Winton for alcohol?
No.
Did you notice any change in behaviours, a reduction in harm, an increase in harm, or anything like that?
No.
Did you notice there was suddenly less rubbish at that end of town?
Probably something I wouldn't have looked at that time. Now I would be looking in a different role because of my concern about rubbish in Southland.
With that rubbish in Southland, is it a range of rubbish? Food wrappers, fast food? You're not saying it's all alcohol containers, are you?
I'm saying drinks, plastic drink bottles, beer bottles, RTDs, wine bottles, beer bottles. I'm just going through my notes from that.
Fast food.
Yes, Jim Beam cans at the Lockhill corner, KFC, McDonald's, and bottles.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now, moving to suitability, is it your view that someone who does not live in the area can never be suitable to open a bottle store in Winton? If you don't live in Winton, are you unsuitable to open a bottle store in Winton?
How do I answer that? Because it's all about community, isn't it, when you run a business? Sorry, could you say that question again?
At paragraph 15, under the heading suitability, you've said the applicant does not live or intend to live in the area. So what I'm saying, are you saying that unless it's a Winton local seeking to open a bottle store, a person cannot be suitable if they're not a local?
No, I'm not saying that. We ran a business in Invercargill while we lived out here, and we are on Bill Richardson Drive. So we had Marine South in Invercargill and lived out in the Winton community.
Yeah, so you don't have to be local to be suitable. You could be from outside Winton and still be suitable to open to be granted an off license.
A business.
Granted an off license.
Well, yes.
Okay, and then you then mentioned there's no support to the local community, and I know I understand you've sat through most of this hearing, if not all of it. And
I have sat through the whole of it.
And you've heard the exchanges and the evidence from Mr. Rathod about donations or sponsorship and seeking to understand what trust there might be or what support there might be. Does that alleviate your concern around suitability expressed at paragraph 16 of your evidence?
Could I make a comment on sponsorship?
You're probably best, yes. Well,
because you've asked that question, and I look at $1,500 sponsorship for someone living outside our community is actually not good enough. I think when you're looking at a business and I know what the businesses in Winton donate to this community, and if that's what he truly believes is enough for sponsorship for our local community, from where I sit, it's not enough.
Okay, so the quantum's not enough, but do you accept he's made an effort to try and find organisations, sports clubs or charitable organisations that might want that funding?
Well, has he made an effort? Has he actually spoken to any of those sports organisations?
So I'm talking about during this hearing. He's made inquiries and offered that and sought to clarify who might be available. Do you accept that? If you don't, that's fine.
He's made inquiries. I accept that.
Have you read the application?
I have read the bulk of the application. Yes, I haven't got it sitting in front of me though, and I've actually got the mighty screen up at the moment.
No, that's, now, is it your view, I'm asking this question today, not in the future, but as of today, right now, is there an application, a location, or a person who could apply for a bottle store in Winton and you would not be opposed to it? Or would you be opposed to any new off license at this stage?
I'd be opposed to any new off licence in Winton.
What about in the future?
So you're talking an off licence, another bottle outlet only? Yes, in the future, yeah, I would absolutely not want to see another bottle store in Winton.
Would you like to see some of the existing, or one of the existing ones close?
I don't see why that's relevant to this actual conversation. I don't get that you need to ask me that question. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, we've talked about proliferation, the number of outlets, vulnerability and availability. So that's what it's driving at. And I guess my question to you is, what is the right number of bottle stores in Winton from your perspective?
I can't answer that.
Okay. And then at paragraph 17, you've made the criticism that's repeated in a number of statements of evidence, precisely the same words about the Salvation Army and my client's misestimation of the distance. Having heard his evidence and heard that he spoke with Lexi and made inquiries to understand what they do and how they do it and what sort of services they provide, would you accept that that criticism is perhaps a little unfair and that he was seeking to understand at least a part of the support services available in Winton?
Yes, maybe a part of the support services in Winton.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have questions?
Sorry, no, Mr. Chairman, no questions for this.
Thank you. Sergeant McNaught?
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace?
No questions from me, thank you.
Okay. From the objectors, the Winton Medical Centre, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one question, Margaret. In terms of your objection to this liquor store or any other liquor store opening at Winton, does this make you some kind of alcohol fanatic? Or are you actually somebody who's just really concerned about alcohol-related harm in your area?
I'm more concerned about alcohol-related harm in our youth and our community.
Well, that's all, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The Central Southland Presbyterian Church, Mr. Willis, do you have a question?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Winton Community Support Worker, Ms. Goodman, you?
No questions, sir, and Maggie, thank you for your time being a witness.
Winton Motorcycles, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Arwood?
No, I don't have any questions, and thank you for your time.
Good. I don't mean good about that, but thank you. Sorry. Councillor Douglas, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Maggie. Just in relation to the number of outlets per people in Winton, you're saying that for 2,200 people would be over the threshold, but we've heard by previous submitters that the number of people that would access Winton for their off-licence supplies is about 6,000. So does that alter the threshold figure that you proposed in paragraph 7?
Okay. No, it doesn't alter. Let me have a look here, sorry. Page.
You'll basically acknowledge that the licensing authority has used a threshold of 1 per 1,000, and you're saying if successful, this application would mean 1 per 550, but the 550 is based on a population of 2,200, whereas during the course of this hearing, we've heard that the catchment is around 6,000 people.
So what was your question that you asked, John, please? Around that.
It's paragraph 7. It's around.
I've got it here in front of me. Yeah. For a small town with a population of approximately 2,200 people, 4 off license is excessive. I believe if we're talking a population of 6,000 in the Winton community, that 4 off licenses is excessive too.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
You have any questions? I have no questions either. So thank you for your participation, Mrs. Radenford, Margie.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll call an adjournment now.
Sorry, how long for?
About 5 minutes. Sorry,
Okay,
I didn't make that clear. So this letter will get circulated. Yeah. Okay.
Can you ask them if they don't receive it? If they don't receive the email in the next 5 minutes from.
Welcome back. I apologise for that delay. A couple of matters to discuss. The committee has just received a letter from or an email actually from Central Southland College, which is dated the 21st September, but at this point, we cannot find any records in the council of it ever being received. And are you able to hear me? Can you signal that, please? Yeah, okay, sorry. We're unable to verify that it came to council. Anyway, it's our decision that we will circulate that letter to all parties, and that can become part of evidence while we verify further whether it was actually received or not. Mr. Young made that suggestion earlier of how we might proceed from here, given that we are coming to the end of our second day. So what we're proposing is that the applicant would be given until Monday the 11th. We'll try and get through all the evidence this afternoon. The applicant will be given until Monday the 11th to get the information back to us that the applicant is providing further to where we've got to so far. The objectors would have 2 days till Wednesday the 13th to respond to that. And then Easter intervenes, but the applicant and the reporting agencies would be to provide their closing statements or closing submissions on the 20th of April, which is a Wednesday, and the committee would then deliberate following that with that information provided. So I just put it out to you that that's what we're looking at. We would like to hear, we'd like to hear confirmation that you received the letter from the college that we're circulating, and 2, that that's suitable to you, these dates that we're proposing. So we'll proceed then. If Ms. Goodman could come forward, please.
Hang on, Paul.
Yes, sorry.
There's a technical issue. They can't unmute. No, they can. So someone might want to talk.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Does anyone wish to verbally respond to that now?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. So everyone's okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I please respond?
Yeah, okay. Yep.
So you've just given some dates. Would you be able to send us something, please, that outlines what we have to do by those certain dates, just to be able to say yes or no? It'll be something that comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have questions when you receive that, please come back if you need clarification.
Thank you.
Good. All right.
Sorry, I just had a question on that too. So if I'm not available, can you hear me? If I'm not available for those dates, can someone else represent the?
Yeah. So it's just a written response we're looking at, not a hearing.
Right. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So could I just speak to the letter that I received today? So it's from the Central Southland College and appears to be an objection. And look, I can't, I mean, it just came to me, so I don't know whether it got into the council system or what happened to it. But it seems to me that this Central Southland College would have wanted to have participated in this hearing. And I would have thought it being quite a critical stakeholder in the community that you would have wanted to have heard from it as well. And even if it wasn't an objector, there could have been, Councillor Fraser could have called the college as a witness. Certainly the Winter Medical Centre could have called the college as a witness. So I'm a little bit hesitant that we should close down that opportunity. It's 20 to 5. I'm not sure we're going to get through all the evidence, but it might be preferable for you to consider actually having the Central Southland College given the opportunity to speak to you about whatever concerns that they hold.
Well, the first thing we're going to do is verify whether that was actually received by the council within the correct timeline. Further action on it will take place after that. Okay, so Ms. Goodman, I'd like to give you a statement now, please, or your evidence.
Righty ho. So do I
Would you
get
like to be affirmed or swear on the Bible?
affirm? Thanks.
Please state your full name for the record.
Sharon Lorraine Goodman.
Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
124.
Thank you.
It's page 124. Go ahead, Ms. Goodman, please.
So I'll take
Once
that.
again, would you just highlight the points in your evidence?
Yeah, I was just going to say I'll take my breath as being read. So yeah, I've lived in the Winton community for over 50 years. I'm involved in a number of community groups and organisations, and I've been involved in a number of others as well. So I'm authorised to give this evidence on behalf of the Winton Community Support Worker Committee, and we employ a community support worker. We also have a number of people on our committee that also have a lot of good community knowledge, as well as a mental health advocate worker from town, and the college counsellor, and among other people. So this is our objection we put together, all of us. So the main points that are bringing up under alcohol related harm, that we do have fairly high numbers of family violence in Winton, but that's been talked about already. That I'm concerned a new bottle store will result in increased availability of alcohol and reduced prices through competition. They're saying that this won't happen, but what's the point of coming to Winton and opening a bottle store unless you're going to sell alcohol? And it's either more alcohol is going to be sold, or there's going to be competition to and reduce prices for that competition, I would think. I'd particularly like to draw attention to the harm caused to young people by alcohol, and we've talked about that quite a bit. A lot of people have, especially within the Winton area. Amenity and good order. I believe that will be decreased if this licence is granted, that we already have 3 premises and we do not need another one. The particular site has residential neighbours within metres of it, either down the side and around the back. Around the back there's 2 lots of 3 pensioner, well, not quite pensioner flats, but units behind there, which I believe possibly some of those are rented, and also down the side, which Stacey will be able to talk about, but they are rented as well. So what else? We're aware through a community worker that there's a number of people in Winton who have alcohol related issues that she helps and supports. The longer hours and lower prices may increase the accessibility of alcohol and likely to cause increased harm to these people. There's a range of nuisance issues from family violence and harm, personal, social and community costs and that harm, such as police call-outs, financial hardship. And there does seem to be a lot more financial hardship in the community at the moment, which also possibly leads to more drinking, I don't know. And I am concerned about the Westpac ATM being right there, because there is a lot of elderly in Winton that were Westpac customers, and now they don't have that bank available to them to help them with their banking needs. You say that there's another ATM they can use, but if they want to check their balances, some of them need to get money out to pay accounts now if they don't accept EFTPOS. So I feel that they may not feel safe withdrawing that money or doing these things where it is situated. but I would not like to see that disappear. So I'd urge you to decline this application on behalf, and we're acting on behalf of the vulnerable people in the Winton community, as we think that this could lead to increased harm. That's my summary.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Goodman? Mr. Young, do you have any?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Goodman. First of all, can I take you to paragraph 4 of your evidence and referring to police figures? You've seen the information or evidence provided by Sergeant McNaught. Do you accept that your figures are different to his?
They're different years, yes, that's correct. And he's also talking about the figures that I was using just showed family harm in the area, but as he said, there's a lot of instances that can be classified as family harm. And then he's also talking about alcohol, the reported alcohol-related incidences in his report.
You're also talking about reported incidences, but I take it that you weren't aware that there's a subcategory where alcohol is involved.
Well, that wasn't shown on that report that I was referring to.
Understood. So having seen Sergeant McNaughton's evidence and seeing that roughly 20% or less of all family harm incidents are 80% are unrelated or don't have alcohol as a factor, does that change your view as from that expressed in paragraph 4?
No, he mentioned that this was the tip of the iceberg, as that a lot of he believed that a lot was not reported, that people do not report this alcohol harm to the police.
It would still be indicative, wouldn't it, of the factors that are contributing to this sort of harm. Well, I'll put it to you another way. Before you saw Sergeant McNaughton's evidence, did you consider that a much higher percentage of these incidents would have an alcohol link to them?
I would have expected that, but as he said, the family harm instances are not, like a lot of things are reported as family harm that I would probably not expect to be.
So there are things that are reported. Sorry, what was the last part of your answer there?
He said that it's quite wide-ranging what's reported as family harm, so that is probably why I'm thinking the percentage is not so high that's related to alcohol.
Right, so you've formed the view, having heard his evidence, that family harm's a broader category than you thought, and that's why the alcohol correlation or link is less than you thought.
Correct.
Do you really have any basis? But also, what are the family harm events that you were surprised to hear are included?
Well, to do with child custody, and they get call-outs for all sorts of things, obviously, that are put to family harm.
So you didn't think custody disputes would be a family harm incident that might have an alcohol link? I'll put it to you that your answer is convenient, so I'm testing it to understand exactly how you reach the point of acknowledging that the link is less, but somehow pushing it away. So is it your evidence that a family...
I think what we need to take from this is that he is saying, and we believe, that there's a lot of unreported harm from alcohol to the police. So...
We'll get to that, because what I'll say to you on that is it would be reasonable to assume that even if it's unreported, the pattern might be the same, that roughly 20% might have a link. But we'll get to that. We'll go back to his data. In terms of what is reported, you've acknowledged that you're surprised at how low the link is, the 20%. Is it your evidence to this committee that that can be explained away, not by the fact that Winton doesn't have elevated issues in this regard, but rather that the category of family harm includes offences or behaviours that you didn't think were in that category or would be linked to alcohol?
Well, I'm not an expert in these things, and family harm is when I'm thinking someone is getting hurt, but it obviously includes quite a few other issues that they get called to.
I guess I'll put it to you this, why is it so hard to accept the data shows that alcohol has been linked much less than you may have thought?
Well, I'll accept that that's what their data shows, but then they're also saying it's just the tip of an iceberg. That
And
there's a lot more out there that's probably not getting reported.
So if we then move into the unreported cases, wouldn't it be logical to assume that in those unreported cases, there would be a similar pattern, that 80% may not have an alcohol link and 20% may?
No, I don't think so.
Why would it be any different?
Well, I'm thinking about alcohol harm reporting is not being reported, but maybe other disturbances are reported more. I don't know. Maybe people are ashamed to report that because it's related to alcohol.
Okay. Now moving down to the third sentence in paragraph 4, you say these figures are amongst the highest in Western Central Southland. Is Winton the largest township or in that area, the Western Central Southland area?
Yes, it probably is.
And if we take the 2,200 number for its population, rather than the service area of 6,000, we say Winton locally has 2,200. What is the population of the next biggest town?
Well, I wouldn't know that, but maybe a Tautau, would it be the next biggest town? I'm not sure.
Do you know what the population of a Tautau is?
No, I don't. It also services quite an area, but I do not know that.
And do you know the family violence stats for a Tautau?
Riverton, maybe. I've probably got them. I've got that report somewhere. Well, Tautau's fairly low. Riverton, there's another one. It's possibly Riverton's higher, but.
Well, I'll try and short circuit this. Would you accept that the population base will be relevant to the number of offences just because more people live in one area as compared to another?
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Yeah, and you'd expect a higher number in a place with a higher population than in a place with a lower population. That'd be fair? Moving to your paragraph 9, you've talked about the bidding war in the supply of cheap alcohol. Now, you would have heard questions I've asked others, and I'll put them to you to be fair to you. When the bottom pub bottle store closed, did you see or notice a discernible change in the price of alcohol?
Well, the bottom pub bottle store was very small in comparison to what the bottler is intending to open up the top. I don't think there's a lot of comparison. It was a very small bottle store that probably just for someone to grab something as they left the pub on their way home.
When it closed, did you notice any change in price of alcohol in Winton?
No.
And did you notice any change in the amenity and good order around the locality of the bottom pub?
Not that I was looking for or saw.
Look, and I understand that, but given your role in the community and the things that are of interest to you, it'd be fair to say that if there was, you probably would be the kind of person who might notice it. Is that fair?
If I'm out walking in that area, yes, I might notice it. I might pick up some bottles and put them in the rubbish too.
But you don't recall anything striking or anything noticeable when that bottle store closed in that locality?
No, but I'm not out patrolling looking for it either.
And in terms of the issues of amenity and good order, you haven't given any evidence suggesting that there's currently issues in the liquor centre car park or in and around the super liquor in the middle pub. You haven't given any evidence suggesting that, have you?
They don't have people living right beside them.
No, I'm talking about people who use the bottle store, customers. you haven't given any evidence saying that customers of the liquor centre, for example, I have seen them drinking in cars in the car park and causing problems.
Well, I'm not there very often. So no, I have not seen that.
Seen that, and none of the people you are connected with in the community have said to you that they have seen that?
But would they be drinking in the car park, or would they take it somewhere else and drink it and cause a disturbance and a nuisance there?
I'm just asking about the car park, because we've got a car park here. You've got no evidence of that.
But more of a concern is the lights and the cars coming and going until 10 o'clock at night, and the security lights shining into windows and people looking into windows as well.
So your amenity and good order concern is not about a vulnerable community, it's about residential amenity, car noise and maybe light spill.
So which point are we talking about?
I'm just asking about amenity and good order and trying to understand your concerns around that so that I can address them.
Well, there's that and there's the community as well.
So we'll take it one step at a time. Let's unpack that. I think you've just said to me your concern here with the car park at least is noise from cars and the light spill on nearby residential properties. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the amenity and good order concern in relation to the wider community?
From the car park?
From this proposal, from this application?
Rubbish, bottles, people going and drinking in places and leaving their bottles and their rubbish and making noises around the community.
Okay. Did you say at 11 on that issue that if the licence was issued, you think that incidents of that ilk will increase? Why would they be likely to increase? Wouldn't they, if people were inclined to do that, they'll do it currently unless they are taught not to, and they may do it if this application is granted too, but why would there be an increase?
Well, if we have another liquor store, then what's going to happen? Are we going to have more people drinking or drinking more, or are there going to be competition and cheaper prices, so they're buying more and drinking more?
So it's that pricing issue that drives that concern that prices will go down, they'll buy more and drink more. Is that the pith of your concern around the community issue?
And availability and ease of access and things like that.
Now, in terms of the ATM and use after 5 or 6 p.m. at night, and in the winter months it'll be dark, and the evidence from the applicant that the surveillance, both of his staff, the lighting and the CCTV would create a safer environment at that time. Do you accept that?
There's already a camera that the Westpac have there at the ATM, and there is lights from the street, and I don't believe the elderly would want to be using it at night anyway.
So my question was, though, those additional, and if your answer is no, that's fine, but with the staff surveillance and the CCTV as well, that would make it safer. Do you accept that?
Well, if the staff are serving, how can they be have surveillance on the ATM as well?
Because as the witness explained, at the counter, the screen for the CCTV will be right beside them, so they'll be able to serve and watch what's happening outside.
I don't think I could do that. I'd be busy looking that way and not over at the camera. So no, I don't really accept that.
No, fair enough. I just wanted to get your understanding. In terms of this vulnerable community, and I've asked some other witnesses this question and trying to just drill down into who that is and what that is, and you mentioned the elderly in terms of the ATM. Is the vulnerable community of concern to you youth or elderly or both? Who is it?
Youth, elderly, lower income people. We have quite a few, and there is a lot in the community that are struggling at the moment. The rents are really high, the petrol's high, cost of living's gone up. There's a lot of rental places in Winton, young families. Yeah, and people who are affected by alcohol or have alcohol problems, alcohol-related issues.
And so you may have seen the evidence that identifies an area near the commercial or the town centre of Winton as deprivation 9 to 10. It's a dark red. Have you seen that plan or that map? Are you familiar with that?
Well, I read through everything before the hearing. I probably just don't have it in front of me now and don't recall it, but I could find it.
Are the people who live in houses closer to the town centre, not on the industrial side, on the residential that's in behind the commercial or town centre activities, in your experience, do they display a particular vulnerability, or are they a mix of people that's similar to residential areas elsewhere in Winton?
I believe there could be more elderly living in closer to the centre of town because it's easier for them to get about. And there is a number of, well, there's the council elderly flats that aren't that they're across the road from Weka. There's 6 of them there, and there's more flats in behind, or units in 2 lots of 3, I believe, in behind where the Bottlow's, where you're wanting to go, and down the side of there. So,
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, that's it.
So it's your evidence, and this is what I'm trying to understand, that there probably is a higher rate of elderly living in those smaller houses and flats that are closer to the town centre.
That would be correct.
And those elderly, in your experience, they may choose to not have a car because for reasons that they may not feel comfortable driving. Is that fair?
That would be fair, some of them.
And some of them will choose to not have the internet, or because they are not bothered with an iPad and are not interested in necessarily having access to the internet.
That would be correct.
And
some of them.
And they may live fairly modest and basic lives, but quite happy lives because they are at that stage of their life. Is that fair too?
They could be quite lonely. They could do probably quite a few issues for the elderly as well in the township.
Oh no, I hear that. I'm not suggesting that, but for example, they're probably not planning on going to a Pacific island or travelling to Europe once a year or anything like that. They are in the twilight of their lives and living reasonably modest, but quite comfortable lives.
I don't know about comfortable. I think it's probably quite hard for them to make ends meet, some of them nowadays.
Understood.
Especially if they're renting, they don't own their own house.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Good. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions of Ms. Goodman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I do. Ms. Goodman, in number 8 of your submission, page 128, 129, you mentioned that this particular site, this proposed site, has residential neighbours within metres of the proposed site, and that these people living behind or beside them. So in regards to the top pub, the location of that pub, can you tell me what's across the street on the right-hand side?
They're across the street, but not right beside them or behind them. So there is some residential housing across the road from the top pub.
Okay, so there's the whole block between Albert Street, a couple of houses on the town side of Albert Street up to Home Street, that's all residential.
But the car park's not near any residential houses.
The car park for the top pub?
Mm.
But the bottle store and the entrance for the bottle store for the main road is?
No, it's down off the main road, away from those houses a bit, I would say. And you drive out in or out from there.
Yeah, but it's opposite. So the entrance off that main road into the bottle store is opposite the residential houses on the Great South Road.
And it's been there a long time. Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. At point 10, you mentioned the longer hours. So we've seen in the application, and that's information in the last couple of days, the hours that have been applied for are actually less than the hours of the current licensed premises. So do you still stand by that statement? And if so, can you justify that?
Yeah, I'd just like to bring attention. I've been aware that the 2 establishments in Winton have been shutting quite regularly at 9 o'clock or earlier, or even on a Saturday night quite often that we shut at 9:30. So these hours would be longer than what the establishments that serve food can be open to.
Yeah.
They do tend to shut quite early in winter at times.
Yeah, so we're talking about the license hours as opposed to the operating hours. So the opening hours, they can be any time up until those maximums that they apply for. But if they can choose, they may choose to close sooner than that or earlier than their latest time because of no customers, no staff. But the hours that this applicant has applied for his licensed hours are less than the hours of every other licensed premise in the town.
Okay, I'll accept that.
At number 13, you say about your concern about young families and children and young families walking past and having walked past right past the liquor store, which creates in relation to the ATM and that point. But with them walking past the liquor store, would you accept that the super liquor with its street frontage would be more of a concern walking past that and its exposure to young children than the proposed bottle store would be?
They're both fairly similar, I would think.
So you would say that if with what's proposed for this store, that somebody walking past the street would be exposed to as much alcohol advertising and product than they would as the current super liquor store further down at the middle pub?
No, probably not, because they've got these on the window, haven't they? Whereas this one, you're proposing that there's not so much to be seen. Is that correct?
Yes, they're only proposing to have one poster on the front, on the street front, that I'm aware, and the product.
I suppose one thing I would comment is that there is another way of exiting the super liquor. You can go out the back with your alcohol, but at this store you have to walk out the front and walk around, so people would see that. That's the only difference.
So do you think that if people could exit out the back of the store, that would be better for I would think that them exiting out the front of the store, having to carry their product and be noticeably visible to the public that they have entered a store like that would be a good thing. And if you're trying to reduce harm, because somebody walking down the street with a bag being seen, that might make them choose not to do that.
Well, that's probably fair enough. Yeah, I'm just thinking that people, well, they'll know it's a liquor store, won't they? Either way.
Yes, they will. Yep. No, that's all good. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman. That's all the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace, do you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
You, Winton Medical Centre?
Yes, just 4 quick questions, sir. Firstly, in your view, is Winton a community vulnerable to alcohol-related harm?
Yes, I believe that we are, especially the youth. So yes.
Thank you. Is Winton already an alcohol magnet within Southland, attracting people to come and buy their alcohol there? Perhaps.
Well, that's a definite yes, because we're outside the ILT, and a lot of people do come out here to buy their alcohol, or buy it on their way through town, or get people to buy it for them, this cheaper alcohol, wine and beer.
Thank you. Do you know for certain that issues in the community, that your community worker and other agencies that you are involved in, because I know that you're on the governance of a number of agencies, are the issues in the community fueled to any extent by alcohol-related harm that will get worse if there's another outlet?
Well, as I said, there's people that are community support workers, supports and helps, who, yes, that could happen, and as well the youth. So yes, I believe so.
Okay. And finally, 4th question, are there any concessions that the applicant can make that would have you say, yes, I support this application?
No, I don't believe, we don't believe there's a need for another liquor outlet in Winton.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good, thank you. Mr. Willis, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Howden? Motorcycles?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Alwood, did you have questions?
I just wanted to know, is your community support work a busy position?
Oh yeah, yes, she is. She has a lot, like she helps and supports a lot of people in the community with referrals and help with funding finance applications for support, going out and visiting people, helping people. Yeah, definitely. And like I think in the and food parcels and things like that. So yes, definitely.
Okay, so with the finance support that she provides in filling out applications, is that to social agencies to provide emergency grants or food grants and things like that to people?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah. Would that be indicative of the income levels of people in general in Winton?
Not everybody, but there is that area in our community that need a lot of help.
Yeah.
And are vulnerable.
So that gets linked into the deprivation level of Winton, doesn't that, like finance becomes part of the deprivation level, is that right? Is that
I would expect so, yes.
Yeah. And did the applicant come and talk to you or the community worker committee about what was actually happening in the community with the people that he would be entering into working with?
No, as far as I know, our community workers and the committee have had no contact from the applicant.
Oh, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we call on Blair Howden, please. You come forward.
So no more questions for me then?
Oh, no, that's all the questions. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that. But that's all the questions. Thank you. Mr. Howden?
Yes, I'm here.
Like to make an affirmation or swear on the Bible?
Well, the affirmation, thanks.
Okay.
Please state your full name for the record.
Blair Gibb Howden.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence that you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Howden. Would you like to, your evidence is on page 132. We appreciate if you'd perhaps just highlight if we have read it. Highlight the points that you're looking to make.
Yes, okay. Yes, my main objection for the establishment of a bottle-o is that I am an immediate neighbour, and my section backs onto the bottle-o section, and mine's more of a security concern and increased traffic and more late night activity than we're used to. When it was a Westpac Bank, of course, they shut at 4:30 in the afternoon, so there's very little ever went on over there. It's a pretty quiet area of town. Whenever you walk past, there was not much going on at all after 4:30 in the afternoon. So my main concern was if it's going to be open until 10 o'clock at night, there will be a lot more traffic coming and going there. And we have a gate that goes from that back section into my car park out the back. We have a vacant section that it's not locked up, but it's our car park and storage area during the day. But a lot of people use that gate. We leave it open. There's an adjoining gate, the picture of it there. And all the elderly and local community have used that gate. They just had it as a right of way over as long as I can remember it's been there. It is used quite a bit during the day, which I would hope they will be able to leave that open during the day, but it will have to be locked at night to stop people going and buying alcohol and walking through my rear into my section, and whether they'd loiter around there was a bit of a concern. So that was one of our main concerns. The other concern that I had is I'm not sure how bigger trucks they're going to have coming and going with delivery of the alcohol. But it's quite a sort of a tight bottleneck area where the entranceway is there. I know the bigger trucks will struggle to get in there easily. The centre plots have gardens in them, so there's no access from the north. Everything has to come from the south and turn left into that driveway. Which if there's very little traffic, that's fine, but the congestion during the day, it's a very busy street, and there's a pedestrian crossing just to the south of that entrance as well, which is quite busy, and there will be a bit of congestion if the larger trucks are turning in there and then possibly having to reverse out and block the street off momentarily while they're getting out of the Bottle car park. They may be able to turn around down in their car park if there's no other vehicles there, but on certain occasions I'm sure that's probably not very likely they'll be able to do that. So if that can be a problem. So that's my main concerns. So the rear gate would have to be locked, which would be unfortunate because I know people do use that quite a bit after 5, after we've all shut up. But it's one of those things that we would have to do, and we'd unlock it at obviously at 8 o'clock in the morning again, hopefully. So I do believe that it would cause a bit of traffic congestion, because at the moment the street is quite busy. And during the hours of 8 till 5, there's not very many car parks free out front of those buildings. Like I've got 2 buildings, 270 and 274, on the main street, and the car parking there is very limited. They all seem to be quite full because, of course, the chemist is just down the road as well, and they seem to be quite busy. So the car parks are generally quite full. So parking may be a bit of an issue out front of his building, so people will need to use the car park at the back. So that was my main concerns about it, and the security at night, of course, is something that would be a little more worried about, because at the moment there's virtually no people around there, but if you've got a liquor store open till 10 o'clock at night, there's certainly going to be a lot more activity than there is at the moment. And I do have an enclosed yard out the back, but some people might take advantage of having a look over the back and see what we got. So it'll cause me, I'll have to up my security, but anyway, we've been fairly lucky with the way the town's been, but we had the odd break-in, but the chances of more people being in that area and looking over to my backyard, of course, is going to increase quite a bit, especially later at night. So they really are the main issues I would have with it being turned into a bottle store rather than just any other sort of business that has office hours and is shut at 5 o'clock or 5:30 or something.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Young? Do you have questions for Mr. Howden?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just very quickly, the subway nearby, what time does that close, Mr. Howden?
I would think around 9 o'clock or so, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. Doesn't seem to be much activity there after about 8 o'clock, really, when we go there for tea and then it disappears. So there's not a lot. The car parks out the side of that are generally empty. So
And
not a lot of activity there.
have you experienced any issues with car parking or users of the subway at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, walking along and peering over your fence or doing anything like that? Has there been any issues?
No, because they're the whole building over, so it's quite a separate area. Like you wouldn't walk from subway down to the behind the Westpac Bank for any reason.
And when it was a Westpac, how many staff worked at the Westpac Bank roughly?
At 4.
And was it a reasonably busy bank?
It was in the early days. Obviously, it tapered off later on. They seemed to justify being able to shut it because they reckon it wasn't very busy. And of course, they shut their hours down too. So they were only, in the end, they were only open 3 days a week.
And in those earlier days, were there problems with traffic congestion that you observed with 4 staff and bank users?
I dare say there wasn't a major problem because there's no delivery trucks or anything going into Westpac. Westpac was just a bank, so there'd be just people walking there or cars, so no real issue there. And of course, they shut at 4:30, so they missed that peak 5 o'clock rush traffic even.
But you had no problems with cars coming in and going out with the users of Westpac Bank in terms of your observations of that site?
No.
And in terms of trucks, you've mentioned reversing out, but you'll be familiar with the extent of the rear area. Would you accept it would be quite easy to turn an average sized truck or a car around in that area?
Yes, you could. And I've been down and had a look and tried it myself, and you certainly can. But if there's people parking in silly places, well, the truck drivers are going to have a bit of a problem. But there's just the one issue. Like you can get a truck in there and turn it around, but it is reasonably tight. So when there's other cars parked there, that would be his issue.
Going to your photo of this gate, do you currently leave it open all the time? It's never locked?
Yeah, it's never locked. Yeah, that gate has never been shut since I've owned the building, and it was never shut before that as far as I know either.
And if you come through that gate, as I understand it, you then have access to 284, but not access to your property. Where your motorcycle shop is, I mean, not the rear property. You come through there, it gives you access to the applicant's property, not to your business property.
That's correct. Yes, if you come in through my back section, my empty section that I use as a car park, that gate, the picture there you see is looking east.
And if my client wanted to prevent access, he'd have to establish a new gate by that block wall, wouldn't he?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Now, just to go back a step, so you're comfortable with people at night in Winton having access to your rear yard and walking back and forwards through there? That's never caused any problems?
I've been comfortable with it, but I've always allowed it because I did think I was going to shut it once, but I did a bit of a survey around the area and everyone said it's been open forever. They actually thought it was illegal access for them. They didn't realise they said, you can't shut that. I said, well, I actually own it, I can, but I left it open because a lot of them do use it at all sorts of times from going, like the New World's open to 8:30, so they still walk back through there, coming back from the supermarket. So we never pursued shutting it again. I just thought I didn't realise how much it was used actually until I did a bit of a survey, and people got a wee bit up in arms and said, we use that every day. So,
but you didn't experience any problems with the use of that in terms of people interfering with any property on your rear site, on that yard site?
I have. We got broken into last year. The gates were cut and a motorcycle was taken. In the open yard itself, we don't leave anything valuable, so no one bothers taking anything from there. But
Sorry, when you say gates were cut, those were gates that must have been closed then, is that a different access? So that was a different access point.
When you walk through that gate from Westpac,
yes, you can go into yours.
My yard, my main entrance gates are on the left there. You walk right past them. I have gates into that open yard.
And you lock those at the end of the day.
Yeah,
now, so then putting it to you, if this bottle store was to close at 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. and my client was to lock his gate and or the one to your property, would that actually give you a bit more comfort around the security of your property?
Well, yes, it would. It would stop the wandering people wandering out through and just seeing what's in my backyard.
And I hear, sorry.
Yeah, just as you can imagine at the moment, not many people go through there that aren't residents that are using it as their access. So most people don't know it's there because it's not very easy to see unless it's it's there. You really don't, driving past, you wouldn't see it.
And based on your survey and knowledge of local use, do you think those who use it could live with it being locked at 8 or 8:30 at night? Probably think it was a reasonable compromise?
Well, I would think they'd probably be sort of a little bit annoyed when they want to use it later and it's shut and they have to go right around. It's quite a walk for them. So another bit of a survey would need, but I have asked the people that I have seen walking through it, and they did seem a little bit disgruntled that I'd consider shutting it no matter what time of night. So it would ruffle a few feathers if it did get shut, even at 8:30 or later, because some would be finishing some work if they work down the street at something that is a bit later, shutting or ducking back from the supermarket. But I think the supermarket shuts at 8:30.
But can I say that in terms of the elderly that you mentioned that use it and you like to provide that access for them, they are unlikely to be using it at 8:30 at night, aren't they?
No, probably not. No, I would think they're not, especially in the winter, they wouldn't be using it in the dark, I wouldn't think.
If my client gave you a key so you could unlock his door, because you're probably going to arrive earlier than him or his staff, and then he offered to you to lock it at night because he's likely to leave later than you or your staff, doesn't that seem like a reasonable solution to this access problem and security problem?
That would certainly help the problem. Yes, and we'd probably have to work with something like that to try and keep the locals happy and keep my yard secure. And that is about the only option that would be available to us.
Thank you, Mr. Howden. Thank you, sir. No further questions. Very good. Thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions for Mr. Howden?
No, Mr. Chairman, no question for Mr. Howden. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant McNaught?
No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Grace?
Same for me. They're all answered. Thank you.
Good. The Winton Medical Centre, any questions?
Yes, just a couple of questions. Mr. Howland, do you believe that that the many motorcycle accidents that there are in the Southland area, and when you Google them, they come up one after the other, are fueled to an extent by alcohol?
I certainly haven't done a study of that, so I'd probably be guessing a little bit. You're talking about road accidents or farm accidents?
I mean, there's accidents starting from last week. There was a fatal one. There was another fatal one at the end of it. I mean, these are all over Southland. So, I'm just interested in how compatible a premises which is devoted to selling and repairing motorcycles, which is a sort of L shape, reverse L shape actually, is with in the fill-in area with a liquor store, and it seems to me that there's a basic incompatibility of function where dangerous vehicles which are often favoured by young people who we've heard are to an extent the concerns group of the objectors. Yeah, there seems to be a sort of a collaboration of things that increases the risk that this will all end up in tears if this liquor store opens up next door to your shop. What do you think?
Yes, to answer your question, it's a little difficult because I know the last motorcycle accident that I heard of, I don't believe the alcohol was involved in that. Haven't heard anything different. There was another accident in the town recently, but apparently alcohol wasn't involved in that one either. I thought it may have been, but it's apparently not. So it's very hard to tell. I don't have any information on whether there's been alcohol involved in any motorcycle accidents around the place. Some on the farms I have noted there is. The young guys getting the motorbikes out and causing problems.
Do they ever try and steal machines from your back lots?
Well, we have been broken into.
I'm sorry?
Our yard has been broken into.
Has it?
Yeah.
Has anything been, have machines been stolen?
Oh yes, we lost 2 motorcycles last year. They cut the gates and took 2 bikes away, which we got one back. We never got the other one back. But
where do you think the other one is?
Oh, well, we know where it is, but it ended up in the undesirables' hands, and we would never know where it went after that. It was actually on sold pretty quickly, and some of the gangs got a hold of it, so gone.
Are you concerned that this kind of activity might increase with the liquor store next door?
That is my main concern. That previously the premises were fairly quiet, and now there's of course going to be a lot more activity, and people there late at night buying alcohol. Quite often, some of them might already be slightly intoxicated and get silly ideas, whereas during the day it's not such an issue. So that is, as a close neighbour, that is my biggest concern. And at 10 o'clock, if they're buying alcohol at 10 o'clock, there's a possibility they've already partially intoxicated, which can cause problems.
So the lot straight behind the premises is the one which it doesn't have a gate at the other end, and you use it mainly for parking, but there's 3 buildings there. What is the use of those buildings?
No, they're just old storage buildings. There's one existing old building, and that used to be the Salvation Army many years ago. There used to be other buildings here, but they burnt down 20 or 30 years ago. So we have a container there with parts stored in it, and the old wooden building is just, again, full of spare parts.
Okay. Is there anything in them worth stealing?
You knew what you're looking for, there would be, yeah. There is a lot of valuable property in it. There's probably tens of thousands of dollars worth if we had to replace it.
So kitty corner from the premises is your main back lot, which is where you do your main repairs. Is that correct? So at the front you've got the showroom, and at the back you've got your new machines, and you've got used machines, and so on, and you run a full motorbike repair shop out of that lot, don't you?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yes.
How would somebody, perhaps who is drinking in the back part of the liquor store after hours, how would they get into that lot, and how would they get back out again? I mean, how secure is it actually?
Well, if they're nimble enough, they can, of course, scale the fence. I've had that happen. We do have cameras and lights there, but it doesn't stop them getting in. so that they can scale the fence. Like you can't stop them getting over a fence if they want to.
So that was where the theft was from last year.
Yes,
The
that's right.
bikes from the locked-in area.
Yeah.
How do they open that gate into Park Street? Is it a padlock?
Yes, they're all padlocked. Yeah.
So they just snip it.
They cut the gates. Yeah.
You've probably got the tools yourself to do it, have you? They probably pinch the tools from you and snip it.
Well, actually, what they did, they stole an engineer's truck that had a whole lot of cutting gear in it, and they cut the padlocks off.
Right. So have you got significant insurance on that lot?
I think this is getting a wee bit off stream.
Is it?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's just getting late. So I just wanted to explore what the
It
risk
is
was.
insured, but difficult to insure because it's not exactly an enclosed building. So yeah, it is insured, but expensive.
My final question then, because it is getting late. I believe that the gate at the back, that you're kind of quite proud to offer that walk through from Park Road to the main road. Is that correct? That's something that is, keeping that gate open is sort of a mark of respect for the community. Is that right?
Yeah, it is a community service because the elderly use it. Like every morning when I get to work, there's one particular family all walking through my yard, through that fence and out the front. So that could be at 7:30 in the morning. And school kids use it. They shortcut that. All the school kids use that. So there's quite a troop of school kids go through. And yeah, generally every time we're out in the backyard, there's normally some people pull up and use my backyard as their car park. And when the Westpac Bank was operating, they used that to park and go to the bank. Not sure why, but they did.
Right. That's all the questions. Thank you, Blair.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, do you have any questions?
I do not have any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Community Support Worker Committee, Ms. Goodman, do you have any questions?
Just a couple of little questions. So you've just talked there about the elderly and school children using this access to come and go. How safe is it going to be with trucks and cars coming and going at the same time, do you think? Oh, we lost you.
Oh, hang on. Battery going flat in the what? It will change the dynamics of it a little bit. There's a bit more traffic, obviously. Like at the moment, it's perfect because there's no one there at all in that old Westpac building, so you can fire a shot in there and not injure anybody. So it will change, and it will be busier than when it was a Westpac bank, because the bank, to be fair, didn't have a lot of customers. I've never seen a lot coming and going there, so it will be potentially busier.
And more parked in the car park, more cars coming and going, and trucks. So that would be the case. The other question is about traffic, and you brought this up. Coming in off the main road, do you think that's wide enough for two vehicles to come and go? I recall myself that it's only wide enough for one car to get at coming on and off the road, but then it widens out where the footpath is. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I did go and have a look at that last night, actually. After we finished, I went down and had a look, and there was a ute came in, did a loop around the back, and he parked beside where the ATM machine is. That's what most people tend to do. You can get a car in and out. If you're...
But if someone was just coming on or off the main road there, there's not, it's that the thing on the road is not wide enough for two vehicles to come and go.
No, it does bottleneck when you go to get onto the road. So you have to be a give way there. Yeah, there's enough room.
Of the gardens and the pedestrian crossing and everything else as well, isn't there?
Yeah, so it does bottleneck right when you get to the footpath. Yeah, it would be a little bit tricky. There could be an incident if someone wasn't watching what they were doing, and you certainly can't access it from the north without cutting onto the south, the northbound lane from people coming from the south. because I did witness this ute last night, and that's what it did. It just cut on, coming from north, cut across, and he actually went into the south coming lane a little bit to get into the car park there.
I believe some people do that if there's no traffic coming, but it's not what they should be doing.
No,
that's all I had to ask. Thanks, Fred.
Thank you. Winton Apartments, Ms. Awa, do you have any questions for Mr. Howden?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one. Lee, you mentioned your concern about perhaps intoxicated patrons coming out and accessing your yard, but we've heard from the applicant that they won't serve intoxicated patrons. So how much of a concern do you think it would really be?
Well, yes, he can not serve the intoxicated client, obviously, but if they're got mates that are out there that are, you send the one in that's likely to get served, aren't you? So that problem can still rear its head, because the one guy might be able to go in and get the alcohol and the rest are all loitering out the back. That was my, because I had thought about that and thought, well, that is a possibility, and that is why we'd have to lock that gate, because if they're on foot, which I know there is a lot that do walk through there, and there's a particular bunch living not far from there that I would imagine would use that to go and buy their alcohol. And they'd normally go the other direction, but if that bottle was there, that's handy to them, so they would be using that gateway, because if they're walking, they would do that, and they may stop in my backyard because it's handy, it's out of the road. So yeah, that still could happen.
So just a follow-up question regarding the gate. Do you believe you could work with the applicant to arrive at a suitable security regime around the locking and unlocking of the back gate?
Well, we would certainly have to. You can't. Yeah, we would have to work with them on finding a solution for that.
You have any questions? I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Howden. So we have just one witness, one submitter and a witness to go. It's our intention to continue. So, Ms. Elwood, you come forward now for your evidence.
Okay.
On page 141.
I would like to take my evidence as being read. Apart from
Sorry, just before that, do you wish to be make an application or swear or sworn in?
Sworn in, please. Sorry. Yeah.
You got your Bible there. Right. Okay.
Please state your full name for the record.
Stacey Jane Elwood.
Please place your hand on the Bible. Sorry, thank you. Do you swear by the Almighty God that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Proceed, please. So you were going to highlight your evidence.
Yes, I'd like to.
Very good. Thank you.
So pretty much my major concern is the impact on the residential people living next door, and I've outlined all that. The use of the car park, the breach of privacy and safety concerns, so I do have those. And also I was not happy with the consultation process, and I've outlined my reasons for that in my brief of reply as well. So that the fact that there was no reply, inaccurate information, so there were different letters circulated. The approval letters stated by the applicant, in my opinion, were not approval letters, and the fact that there was no tobacco or vape products mentioned in any of the information which I received. So then I got involved in this process because I needed clarification of the policy of the committee when there are so many sensitive premises in the area. And I also do think that it's up to the committee, being the experienced members elected by the communities, to assess the impact of another store in the town. And then I also started reading and realised that there are also deprivation and potentially density levels. And that as it sits at the moment, the LAP is consistently applied between Invercargill and Winton. And then this led me to contact Belinda Fowler, my witness.
Say that last thing again, sorry.
And all this led me to contact Belinda Fowler, my witness, who will talk about deprivation and density levels, or who gave evidence on that. And that was all I had to say.
Very good, thank you. So questions now. Mr. Young, do you have questions for Ms. Harwood?
I do, thank you, sir. Good evening, Ms. Harwood. We're getting on. First of all, can I take you? Well, I'll just ask you a question. You may not, and I should have asked some other witnesses possibly, but the croquet club, it was something that you raised in questions to my witness. Are you a member of the croquet club?
No, but what I've been doing is I've been reading through the information that I was given by the applicant and all through these processes. So I was interested in what was a sensitive premise and what was not. So I looked at the map and I looked at all the places. So I identified what I thought. I then did a walk around Winton and then I had a look to see. So if we look at the list that came through from the applicant, which I think was on page 44, I had a lot of questions around that. And you still have...
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to have a very direct question. It was just going to be, do you know how much it costs to be a member of the croquet club?
Do you mean, have I been a member of the croquet club?
Yes.
Yes, I was previously, as in I went along for a couple of nights to see if I would like it with one of the ladies, because all the people in Winton are very kind and they try and network and get you involved. So at that time, so I'm not a member now and I didn't become a member, but at that time, because I also went to the Bridge Club too, I think it was about $40 to go along, I think. Like I can't remember totally, but so I've got the contact's name.
No, it's too far for me to travel to join, but no, look, I just wanted to know whether you knew what the membership fee was roughly.
Well, I didn't become a member because I didn't play very well.
I understood, it's a tricky game. Now, can I take you, I'm just going to your paragraph 11, you mentioned the Weka preschool. But do you,
page is this on?
Oh, sorry, this is page 143 of the bundle, paragraph 11 of your evidence.
So mine's just timed out in that.
But it's okay. It's just a paragraph that mentions the Weka preschool as a sensitive site, and you might recall that. Do you accept, though, that the Weka preschool itself hasn't raised any issues and seems comfortable with the proposal?
My comments were based around taking that list that was included in the package and that it was identified as a residence. And so this is on the page 44. Should I log back in? I'm really sorry. It's just come back to a sticky point. But so that's what so why I highlighted that is because it was said that it was a residence and it was actually part of Weka preschool when I go to look at that. So I wasn't commenting on whether or not they potentially approved or not. I was looking at, my issues were around identifying sensitive premises when I made that comment.
Understood. Now, are you okay to receive more questions, or you just want to get your laptop working?
I think it would it be better if I was logged in? Will I need to be logged into those pages, or will you be able to just help me through that?
I think we can probably get through it, and I'll try and keep it pretty simple.
Okay.
You also say in your evidence that you're concerned that people will congregate in the car park behind the former Westpac building. Have you observed people congregating in the car park by the liquor centre?
I haven't been to the liquor centre. I don't buy alcohol as such.
Have you ever driven past? So you must travel around Winton. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you do drive past the liquor centre on occasion?
So the top pub, and there's always cars in the car park out there. Yes, and I have seen people late at night. I don't know whether they're getting in their cars, what they're doing, but yes, I've seen people in that car park.
But none of them behaving or doing something in a way that cause you concern. They're just people hopping in and out of their cars or leaving the top pub at night.
Yeah, it's a visual car park. That's why I could see them when I drove past, whereas this is not a visual car park. This is a car park behind a building where when you're casually driving past, you can't see in.
Okay, understood. Understand the difference. Now moving to your deprivation analysis, and I just want your witness in her evidence mentions she's connected to or a member of Communities Against Alcohol Harm. Did you make contact with that organisation in the preparation of your evidence?
I went online to have a look because I got this letter and I wanted to find out more information about what I needed to do. So then I went online and I had this sort of feeling that, about the idea of Winton, and I wanted to look at deprivation and density. And then I came across Liz Gordon of Communities Against Alcohol Harm, and she popped me in contact.
Understood. Now, if we go to those maps on page 146, just to make sure I'm clear, you've got the deprivation plan, and then you've got two photos with green outlines.
Yeah, from memory. Yeah, I think I might need to be logged in for that.
I'll put it to you very simply. Do you accept that that not all of that deprivation 9 to 10 area is residential, just some parts are?
Are you talking in Belinda's, what page are we on, sorry, please?
It's page 146, 147, but my question is, there is a red area, deprivation 9 to 10. Do you accept that only part of that area is residential and not all of it?
I really just need to have a look at this, please. I'm sorry, everyone.
Actually, look, I'll withdraw the question and I'll take it up with Ms. Fowler. That might be easier. No, I do. Yes, sorry, you will have to log in because I just want to ask you about your photos.
I'm just doing it now. Sorry, I am just doing it now, and then I can go back to that. Sorry, I've had issues with this all day, and if you could just tell me which page number I need to go to, please.
Page 146.
It's just loading up. I'm sorry, the internet sometimes takes longer than you want it to take. It's just loading up now. I'm sorry, people, that I've taken up your time in this.
Can I ask you a question that you won't need your evidence for, and it might wrap this up?
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, not a problem. That's why we're waiting. It's your evidence, isn't it, that lots of older people occupy those units near the town?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'll just wait for you now.
That's from walking around and living there, yes.
So I'll just wait for you to get your pictures up and then I'll ask you a couple of more questions. And I only have a couple more.
So I've loaded to page 145 for some reason, but yes, here we are. The picture's up. Sorry, yes.
Yep, we'll skip past those because I think I've dealt with that now. Can you go to 149? And you've got a picture of the Weka preschool, and then you have a series of photos that follow of the nearby residential on pages 150 and 151. Now, would you accept that those photos show well-maintained houses, frontages, curbside gardens, and no litter at all?
It's a mix of properties, and no, there isn't litter in the township because people go and pick it up. I've picked it up. The Winton people are very good at picking up. We don't run off to the police or to the council and go, there was a bottle here.
My question was, do you accept those photos show well-maintained gardens and properties in a residential area and no sign of litter?
Yes, I do it. And we took a mix. So I took a mix of old and new homes as to give an idea of that, because these photos are to show that there are residential places in this deprivation level, because the applicant said there was not. In the application, you say...
I understand. I just asked you a question about litter and presentation of properties. So, and you were saying you accept they look well presented and you can't see any litter in those photos.
Yeah, old people tend to look after their places. They tend to have time to look after their gardens because they're retired.
Now, page 152, you've taken photos from my client's property back towards the residential properties that you own, as I understand it. And the windows that we see there, are those windows to bedrooms or living areas or kitchens? What are they?
They're a mix. So if we start on photo number 8, that's a bedroom, the far away corner.
Yep.
It's a bedroom. The next is a lounge.
Yes.
The next window is a sunroom. The next window after that is a kitchen, and then we have a lounge. But if we go to look at my other photos, we'll see the rest of the units, which are in my brief of reply, and further on out into the car park. So I need to go to my brief of reply photos, please. Could someone please tell me what page number they would be on?
Page 263, I think.
Thank you.
I think they might just be the same photos, unfortunately.
No, they move on to show the rest of the building. And so then we have a sunroom, and then here is out to the bathroom area. So when you see, so you have the lounge, a sunroom, walking out through to the bathroom area of this unit at the back.
And would you accept, and I take the point about light spill, and it's something I've discussed with my client, but the room most susceptible to the effects of light spill would be a bedroom where you're trying to sleep rather than living areas. Would you accept that?
Not necessarily, because of how these places face out onto the building and onto the driveway. So the people are in their living areas, and the fact that that is actually a bedroom there as well. So no, I think there's light pollution. And also when the ladies or tenants are outside, they are going to be getting that light pollution.
At night time?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Would you be open to discussing with the applicant the location of spotlights, security lights, or would it be your preference that he doesn't have security lights at the premises?
I'm not sure what his requirements are with this business, so I don't know. So part of my reason for being here, because I hadn't had any response from the applicant, and because the information I get seems to be quite inconsistent, was to actually get the information that was correct.
Would it alleviate your concerns if the security lights, the sensor lights, were turned off when the premises closed?
I do wonder why we need security lights as well. That was one of my first questions, is why does the applicant...
Yeah, well, sorry, that's not my question, to be fair to me. I need you to try and answer my question. So if the security lights were turned off, so they didn't flash on after the premises closed, would that alleviate any of your concerns? Your concerns, sorry, about light?
As long as no one else had access to the car park at that time.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that answer. I'm sorry, what was that?
As long as no one else had access to the car park at that time.
Yes, and now we've talked about a gate and possible restriction of access to the car park. If there was a gate so that people couldn't access the rear car park after the premises closed, would that give you some comfort as well?
I'd want to see how that was going to look, how that was going to be operated, and who would monitor that. Because based on the information that I have seen so far in this application, there seems to be a lot of I'll tell you what you want to hear. Not necessarily what is correct, but what I think you want to hear. So I'd want to see that, and I'd want to see some support around it.
Another way to characterise that is an applicant responding to concerns, but just to get this clear, if the gate was locked such that vehicles couldn't access the rear car park after the premises closed, would that give you some comfort?
It would give me some comfort, as long as it was actually happening. So I would need to know how that was going to be enforced as such.
Thank you. Now, did you observe the premises when it was a Westpac bank? You'd been there, you'd walked past it, you'd seen it?
I actually used to stay in these units myself, so yes.
And in terms of when it was busier, did cars coming in to park and use the Westpac bank and cars leaving, having used the Westpac bank, do they seem to navigate their driveway without any issues?
Well, as I said previously in my submission, the bank staff tended to use the car parking at the back, and the people who came to the bank would park outside. Because we're Southlanders, we always like to park as close as we can to anything. So that means that we'll just park out the front and use the FPOS machine. So that's what used to happen there.
So are you saying customers never use the rear car park?
I'm not saying they didn't. They tended not to, because the banking staff were out there. Because the other problem with an invisible car park is when you drive down to it, you can't tell how many cars are out the back of it until you've driven down it. And then when you realise there is no space for you, you've then got to back out. And I know this from being next door.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Karen.
Yeah, if people don't park properly, then it's very hard to navigate around, and I've only got a small car. So that is why I make those comments about that. And also, the bank was not a busy bank.
So sorry, what you're saying is in your small car, you had occasion to attempt to park in the rear car park whilst the bank was operating?
No, next door. No, in the place that I own, next door.
So I'm talking about the car park on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you've accepted that customers of the bank on occasion parked there.
Yep.
And when they went in or out, did they have any difficulties navigating that and exiting or entering the property?
I didn't pay a lot of attention. The only thing I paid attention to was the fact that there wasn't a lot of traffic at that time. And that was one of the reasons I liked being there.
Thank you, Ms. Elwood. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have any questions for Ms. Elwood?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Elwood, for your taking the time to speak with us today, and hopefully the troubles you've had with your getting your documents.
Sorry.
No, that's all fine. These things happen. How long do you live currently in Winton?
I don't at the moment. I did live in Winton. The reason why I don't at the moment was work. So,
how long
so
have
for
you
me,
lived there?
I haven't lived there since 2014.
Okay. So do you live in Invercargill?
I'm talking about the bank building. I actually lived in Meldrum Street as well after being in the bank building as well. So
currently you live in Invercargill?
I do for work purposes, and the reason for that is because I was finding I was driving in and out sometimes twice a day, and then I worked out that I could save an extra day of travel, so I could have a working day. But I still have the Winton Medical Centre as my doctor, and I still have hopes to get back to be in Winton. So yeah, I support the Winton community, and also our building. If I'm using, like, we need to have plumbers and electricians with that building, and we have the local people who come and do that.
As you would, that's good. That's good to support. Okay, so you've mentioned in quite a bit in discussions the last day or so is in regards to the LAP and your concerns with the LAP and the consultation in regards to that in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So your understanding with the LAP is that evidence would need to be provided of consultation from every property that was approached. Is that correct? Is that what you would believe?
Well, I gave feedback and that wasn't included initially. And so I didn't get any feedback from the applicant after sending him what I thought we were having a consultation, which I thought involved feedback. So I didn't get anything back from him. So then I started to wonder when this list came through, because there was no feedback apart from people who he perceived as approved it, what happened to the other people? And that's why I've asked for feedback from other people, because it seems a very low percentage of people actually responded, given the number of people who were approached.
So in part of the LAP, there is a requirement to provide evidence of consultation, not the actual consultation and any other response from that. The applicant just needs to provide evidence, not demonstrate how that has occurred, but to provide evidence that it has occurred. So in my view, and as outlined in my report, that the applicant has met that criteria as providing evidence of consultation. How that is carried out is entirely up to the applicant, and that is to be considered as by the committee during their deliberations. But I just outlined it on where the LAP stands. In regards to the driveway, you mentioned, I think, in your questioning of me about people walking from the back of the driveway down to the front entrance, the principal entrance of the building, that they would be able to, if they're walking down a driveway, be able to peer over the fence into your tenants' properties. Tenants, is that correct?
No, that wasn't quite what I meant when I said that. I said when you're in the car park, you can look over and through those windows. I didn't talk about the people walking up and down. My response was more around people in delivery trucks and in utes, because when you're in a ute, you're up higher. So potentially, yes, you can, because when I've been in the building, I've seen people's heads, so I've known that when I've been living there.
Yeah. Okay. So do you have your tenants ever complained about people using the driveway causing issue in regards to that gate that is obviously Mr. Howden alluded is used sometimes as early as 7:30 in the morning, and with groups of school children who I can imagine would not be quiet? Have your tenants ever raised any concerns for that use?
Yeah. So they've been more pedestrians going up and down there rather than driving up and then getting out as such. So that's been the use that we've had at the moment, is local people using it as an access way.
Yes. But my question was, have your tenants ever raised any concerns in regards to the people using that driveway looking over into their property?
No.
Property, not at all. Okay. When did you purchase the property?
2012. I think.
And was the Westpac Bank in place at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you lived in that property at that time?
While it was getting renovated, yes, off and on. So, yep. Mm-hmm.
So when you purchased a property, you were already aware that there was commercial activity to the rear with the Howdens and their motorcycles, and also the bank next door as well?
Yes.
Yep. So you would have been aware if there was a change in use of that property next door, that if anything other than an alcohol store was to be set up in that store, such as a night and day or a laundromat open 24/7, that there would be no council consents required because it was in an urban zone with a commercial overlay, and that activity met that requirement.
No, I didn't look into all that, no.
Okay, because that is the case. So I just want to outline that for the committee, that this activity by the applicant putting an application in for an off license or a licensed premise is the only reason that this has come about, requiring permission, you could say, from the council for that activity to occur. because of the zoning of the property under our district plan. It is in an urban zone with a commercial overlay that allows commercial activity. Have you heard about reverse sensitivity?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so just in the district plan, and you can look this up online through our website, reverse sensitivity means the vulnerability, I'm reading this from the district plan, the vulnerability of an existing lawfully established activity from new activities which are sensitive to the environmental effects already being generated. Now, you can take that as looking at it as both ways as to what the proposed activity could be impacting on your properties as residential use. Now, however, residential use is not a permitted guaranteed activity within a commercial overlay in the urban area. So it is not, basically it's not seen as being what is normally occurring within that commercial area. So the reverse sensitivity would occur from your residential usage of those properties on the commercial activities in the surrounding properties.
Does this apply to what we're doing here?
Well, you were saying that you don't believe that the residential activity you don't support what he is doing because of your residential properties next door. Yeah, however, those properties are within a commercial zoned area, so they're not necessarily, they don't necessarily meet the same threshold or criteria for what is approved to be as a residential activity as a residential zone in an urban out the back would be.
Okay. Aren't we looking at the sensitive premises within the Licensing Alcohol Act?
Yes.
So aren't we looking at that here? Aren't we looking that there needed to be public notification given to, yeah, but isn't that what we're looking at here? Isn't this why we're talking about these are called sensitive premises, because we're looking at an off-license application?
And their properties were approached. However, because they are in a the zoning of that property and the residential nature of the properties is different to what a normal residential property would be, that that doesn't, the reverse sensitivity of your residential properties, your two tenancies there would have, there was no, you need to be fitting into the commercial area, not the other way around. The commercial area doesn't need to take into account so much your residential tenancies because of where they are zoned under the district plan. They were approached, your properties were approached as part of the LAP, and that consultation has occurred, and so that matter has been met. So my discussions were you aware that if any other commercial activity were to be set up at that address next door, it is most likely that no council permissions would be required. So night and day, or a 24-hour laundromat could be set up in that property, and there was some support for a laundromat going to that property. Yep. That the impact of that on your tenants would be tenfold what is being proposed at this point. I just wanted to bring that up as a matter for the committee to consider in their application, reviewing their application.
How can they? Under what section?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Gordon, it's not your turn.
It's Dr. Gordon, and we've just listened to about 10 minutes of a diatribe, sir, which is completely irrelevant, and the officer is advising you that you have to take it into account.
Dr. Gordon, that's out of order. Thank you. Continue, please, Ms. Judd.
Thank you. On page 147, your point 36. Oh, sorry, 148.
Sorry.
Going back to your original submission, can you explain the relevance of that to this application where you state when we've advertised for tenants in the past, there have been some very sad eye-opening situations in comparison to Invercargill. I'd fail to see the relevance of that statement for this application.
Okay, that was about the deprivation level. So that
was to Winton.
Yes, well, from my personal experience, this was my evidence, and And this is what I put in based on what I had experienced.
That's good as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Howard. There's all the questions.
Thank you, Ms. Judd. Sergeant Nort, do you have any questions of Ms. Howard?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Ms. Howard, I'll just go to paragraph 20 of your evidence, referring to the Winton Police Station being unmanned. I think we've already covered that off around what that means. We've also stated there, I also question how many of the police based at the Winton Police Station actually live in Winton. I'm just wondering how that's relevant to this application.
So that was about, so, and maybe I have clumsy wording here, but that was about the fact that I perceive that the travel time, so if someone has to be on call, if they live in Winton, they can respond a lot quicker than if they live on the outskirts of Winton or even in Invercargill. So that was where I was headed with that comment. I wasn't invading people's privacy. It was around the fact that I just wanted to get an idea of the response time. So if someone's on call and they live here.
Yep. So moving on into that, still under paragraph number 20. Your evidence here says, I doubt that a person paid a minimum wage has the ability to deal with confrontation knowing there's no immediate police support. Given I've already explained the timeframes of when there would be police staff actually working, do you agree that that's not necessarily correct, that there would be no immediate police support?
Well, I don't think either of us really knows this based on what you talked about previously, because if there was one person out there and we look at the fact that your geography level was 500 kilometres square, potentially someone could be 100 kilometres away at a potential time, depending. So I don't know about police, about how you respond to the calls, but my comments were made around the fact that, and it did, so the information that I looked up said that it was an unmanned police station. So yes, you've filled me in on that. But when I looked at this, I still don't really know what the response time is. And I don't think any of us know that, because police might be out doing something else at a particular time. So I don't think, so I can't comment on that.
Okay, I agree with that, but you've put knowing there is no immediate police support. Do you accept that that is not entirely correct? Because there could be.
Yeah, there could be. Yes, that's right. There could be. Yes.
Thank you.
And yeah.
And can you explain to me what the difference of someone on a minimum wage has got to do with their ability to deal with confrontation?
Well, that was more about the vulnerability of someone, and that was my own personal experience. I think, as if I was confronted by people, I think I would take an easy option. That's just me, and I wouldn't have the ability. So that was pretty much me. So I think that when we look at, and when people work in shops, they tend to be a wee bit younger, the retail staff. So that's what my comment was around. That I don't know if, because I worked in the New World, and when I worked in the New World, we saw things and we were paid minimum wage. So we didn't do anything about it. And that's where I got that from.
Thank you. Also, you mentioned before when you were speaking that the bank, we're talking about the Westpac next door to the apartments there, wasn't a busy bank. What are you basing that on?
Just when I was there, no, because the people parked out the back, and I also didn't see like heaps of traffic going backwards and forth there, and also the fact that the bank is shut. Okay.
Well, I don't know if that means the bank wasn't busy. My mother worked at that bank for over 40 years, and over half that as the manager, so I'm sure she would contend otherwise that it's...
Okay, well, you have more personal
experience.
You have more personal experience in it than I do. I only went with what I had observed.
Okay, thank you. Just moving quickly on to 23, it's been talked about before about the attempted murder last year's concern, which understandably would be a concern to any community. I'm just wondering what the relevance of that is to the application, in your view.
The reason I included that is because there's a lot of good things that happen in the community, but there's also a lot of bad things that happen out in that community. And I just, like, when you're walking around, I knew the more, what I considered to be the nastier areas. So that's why I put that in.
Okay. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant McNaught. Ms. Grace, do you have any questions?
Just a very quick, short question. On page 263, there's the photographs of the residential properties. Are they current photographs?
Yes.
All right. So I'm aware that there was residents, is it back in 2012 as well? When the Westpac was operating, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just an observation that there's so these properties have stayed pretty much the same, like visually to look at from where these photos are taken.
No. So we had some trees along there, and the Westpac people didn't like the trees, so we took down the trees because all the leaves went into their into their driveway.
Okay.
And so they requested that we took them down, so we did.
Okay. The only observation I'm making across this period of time, there doesn't appear to be any privacy blinds or drapes. So it appears on the face of it that there's not really a issue that I can see around privacy, or am I wrong in this point?
Under the current use?
No, even right back to when Westpac was operating and there was people coming and going. Currently, we've established that there's community members who access through that park coming and going as well. The only observation I'm making is that there doesn't appear to be any privacy blinds or net curtains. So from that, I would take that there currently isn't too much of an issue, or hasn't been an issue around privacy for those properties.
And that's right. If the people seem to be quite happy living there the way they are.
Yeah, that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. So Winton Medical Centre, any questions?
Just a small number, sir. Thank you. In your view, has the applicant now fulfilled the requirements for consultation under the local alcohol policy?
I don't think that's a question I can answer, because I'm not I don't know everything, all the ins and outs of this. So all I can do is go based off my experience. So I can't answer that. I don't know. The committee and the licensing inspectors will know that better than I do.
What's your experience?
My experience so far has been a lot of inconsistent information over with the information I've been given. So I don't know.
So do you feel fully consulted? That you've had a consultation, it's had a start, a middle and an end?
I don't really get this whole process. No, to me, it hasn't. People have talked about what could potentially, like, so I'm a very black and white girl. I was given an application and I read through it all. I went off and got some information, some background information to see, and then I started to think that that's not right. And I still haven't really had the clarification of how it should be. But that's just me. Like I don't have the experience in this area, and that's why I've sat through these 2 days listening to what other people have to say.
Probably nobody knows, ma'am. But in relation to the 4 initial letters which are attached to the applicant's application, do you think they indicate consent to go ahead with a liquor store?
No, I don't think that's what they do.
do you know of anybody who has positively consented to this store in Winton?
I haven't. Well, that was something I was quite interested to know as well, because here we have a hearing process and we have objectors, but we don't have any people who have put in support submissions as such. So I do wonder why we don't have the two sides here.
We've got quite enough sides, in my view.
I do wonder why we don't have support submissions if we have the objection submissions.
You heard evidence from a couple of the objectors that, to use the summary term, that Winton is already an alcohol magnet and that a fourth premises will make it more so. Do you have any views on that?
My personal opinion after living in Winton is I agree with that.
Okay, that's great. That's all my questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goodman? Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Wallace.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Goodman, do you have any?
No, I have no questions at this time either. Thanks, Stacey.
Mr. Howden, do you have any questions?
No, I've got no questions, thanks.
Thank you. Committee, Councillor Douglas, Councillor Harbour. I have none either, so thank you, Ms. Howard. So we move now to your second witness, Ms. Fowler.
Mr. Chairman, I think Darren Fraser is back.
Sorry. Oh, Darren's back.
If he had any questions.
Darren Fraser, are you back in attendance?
I am back in attendance, but I have no questions.
Thank you. And that's from yourself or the community board aspect?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Fowler, do you wish to be affirmed or sworn in as a witness?
I'm very happy to take the affirmation, please.
Okay.
Please state your full name for the record.
Belinda Marielle Fowler.
Do you solemnly, sincerely and truthfully declare and affirm that the evidence you're about to give touching the matters before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So, Ms. Fowler, your evidence 159, page 159. Please proceed, and if you'd like to highlight the points in your evidence, please.
Certainly. So I work for Communities Against Alcohol Harm in Auckland, and I was asked by the Winton Apartments Limited to provide evidence about deprivation of density in Winton. And I think I probably should reiterate that I am not giving evidence as an expert witness. But the main point about deprivation was just that the proposed premises will be located in a decile 9 area, which indicates very high levels of socio-economic deprivation. And although the location is, as you've seen, is in an area which has a commercial precinct, I think it's just important to understand that decile 9 rating is connected to the residential population of that area. So it's the people living there that are deprived rather than the businesses. So that was the main point about my deprivation. And then in terms of density, I just compared the ratio of bottle stores and supermarkets per head of population in Winton to the ratio in the licensing trust areas in Waitakere and Portage, in Auckland, in Invercargill, and in Matoda. So that's
Ms. Fowler, I feel I need to point out to you that your information on the Mataura one is actually incorrect. There's 5 other bottle stores, fully stocked bottle stores in the Mataura licensing trust area.
Okay.
Do you want to continue?
Yes, certainly. Those are the points I wanted to highlight.
Okay.
So I'm happy to answer questions.
You're happy to answer questions. Very good. Okay. So, Mr. Young, do you have any questions for Ms. Fowler?
I do, sir, and I'll try and keep it focused. Good evening, Ms. Fowler. Could I take you to page 155 of the bundle? This is your evidence regarding deprivation.
Okay. Yes.
You've got a quoted passage at the top of that page from the application where it says overall Winton scores an average of 5 to 6 for the immediate township. Do you accept that is accurate? The average is 5 to 6 in the immediate township area?
So yes, I believe that relates to the statistical area 2, which is, yes, the Winton Township area, and that is has a decile of 5.
5. So you agree that that's accurate in terms of the application?
Yes.
And it says by comparison, neighbouring town Matara scores significantly higher. Are you able to advise the committee what the deprivation index number for Matara is?
I haven't looked. I could do that, but it would take a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's all right. We'll move on. And then you're focused on a particular SA1 area, which it appears to have pockets of residential activities or homes in that area.
Yes.
And it's your evidence that 156 people live in that area, and that's decile 9.
That's right. That's in 2018. Those were the numbers in the census for the currently resident. I think it's the resident population. Sorry, usually resident population. That's what they call it.
So that's something like 7%, maybe 8%. I'm not good at percentages, but it's certainly less than 10%, isn't it, of the population of Winton Town?
That's correct. Well, I'm not good at percentages straight off the top of my head, but if you say so, yes.
Well, when we've got 2,200 roughly, and you've identified 157, that's got to be less than 10% of Winton, doesn't it?
Yes, I have just done that calculation on my Excel, and it says it's 7%.
7%. So when you think of a community or an urban area where 7% live in deprivation 9, but the wider area scores deprivation 5, is it your evidence that that community is vulnerable?
It would be my evidence that the people living in the statistical area 1, so that big red area, that those people are highly deprived, yes.
Well, that's not my question. My question is, when you identify that 7% of a community may live in an area with a high deprivation score, but the average deprivation in the wider urban area is 5, is it your evidence that that wider urban area is deprived or vulnerable?
Well, if we look at so I'm not sure how the NZ actually, how they get the average area being a 5, but if you look at the statistical areas, the statistical area 1, you have that it ranges in Winton between decile 2 and decile 9, and we have I think 10 of the SA1 areas in that Winton Township are between decile 6 and 10 of them are 5 or above, so between 2 and 5, and 7 of them are between 6 and below. So I would say that overall, that overall it's average, but there are areas with there's around about 1,000, just over 1,000 people living, so but below average between decile 6 and 9.
Overall, it's average. It's not your evidence that vulnerable is a synonym for average, is it? Vulnerable is a group that is particularly susceptible to a harm, not average, but those that are more sensitive to particular issues.
Yes, and that's exactly what I've said. I've said that the people living in the area, the location of the store are highly deprived.
But I want you to focus on my question here. But the urban area more generally at 5, you could not describe that area in total as vulnerable, could you?
No, I wouldn't.
Because it's 5. Right, because, now, the evidence we've heard too, and you may not be able to help with this, is that most of the people that live in that deprived area are elderly. And we've just heard that from the witness for the Winton Apartments, and it's been said by other witnesses as well. I understand you'll have knowledge in alcohol harm, and normally when we talk about vulnerable communities, we think of not so much elderly, but Māori and Pacifica in particular, or younger student cohorts living near city centres and people like that. Are you aware of any decision or of the authority or any case law where, because someone's elderly and therefore may earn less, may not have a car, may not have access to the internet, that they are considered deprived or vulnerable in an alcohol harm sense?
I think that's more of a legal question, but no, I'm not aware of any decision like that. I can help you with the numbers of elderly people living in the area, though, if you're interested.
No, that's all right. Others might be, but and when you look at deprivation, I'm right, aren't I, that access to the internet, a car, and factors like that feed into as indicators of being deprived, don't they? Or number of people in bedrooms and things like that. Is that right?
Yes, it's income, home ownership, employment, qualifications, family structure, housing, and access to transport and communication. Those are the things that the NZ DEP looks at.
There's at least a handful of those things that will be less important to an elderly or retiree than perhaps a 30-year-old young parent who's not earning well and maybe struggling to look after his family. They're quite different propositions, aren't they, as to why you mightn't have access to some of those things?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Now, moving to your analysis of density, and I just want to check this with you now. I couldn't find much information on the Mataura licensing trust, but the chair has indicated that there are 5 off licenses there you've missed.
No, that's correct. There's 7 in total.
So I'll leave that there. But what I do want to take you to is the Waitakere licensing trust. Now, there's some. You don't seem to have identified Liquorland Hobsonville. There's a bottle shop in Hobsonville in Liquorland. Can you explain why you haven't identified that?
I would say that that's because it's not on the trust's website.
And what about a premise called Mr. Illingsworth? It has an off license as a tavern. You obviously not aware of that. You haven't identified that either, have you?
So I believe that Mr. Illingsworth is a tavern that also sells a limited range of things across the bar. And what I've done here is tried to look at comparing like with like. So I wasn't aware that any of the bottle shop or any of the premises in Winton had that kind of off license. So I just looked at standalone bottle shops and supermarkets because that was what they had in Winton. So that might also explain why I haven't included several of the places in Matoda, because I believe that they have, again, that I think in Inukauga they call them convenience bottle shops. So they're very limited, sort of within a tavern selection of alcohol that you can buy to take elsewhere.
Well, I can indicate that I find that surprising, given it seems that a premise of both your clients' case and the opposition generally is availability per se as an issue, rather than selecting different types of stores. But what about the Borwick Food Market? Why haven't you got that listed?
Where is that? I don't know. I haven't
That's in the Waitakere. That's in the Portage or the Waitakere Licensing Trust. You're not familiar with the Borwick Food Market?
No, I've taken all of those. The 25 that I've listed there were the ones that were on the Trust's website. That was my source of information.
Are you aware that in a trust area, if you manufacture alcohol, you can get an off license and you don't have to be controlled by the trust?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
So you won't be familiar that Henderson Valley Wines has a bottling facility in Henderson, but also a full off license operating in Henderson Valley Road?
No.
And you will also then obviously not be aware that places like Babbage Wines and Delegates and the large Croatian community that have developed vineyards and wineries all throughout West Auckland, that they also have off licenses. And while some may sell wine, they actually have the right to sell any alcoholic product. You're not aware of that?
No.
So do you accept that your analysis might be a bit cursory and not reflect the real picture, at least in relation to the Waitakere and Portage Licensing Trust, in terms of availability of alcohol to be taken away and drunk at another location?
I would accept that. But as I say, I tried to compare like with like.
But you've accepted that there are some premises I've identified that you weren't aware of, not that you were aware of them and chose not to include them.
Yes.
Now, the Invercargill Licensing Trust, the issue there, I think, is as you've noted, that there are a number of taverns that have convenience bottle stores. And on my count, looking at the website, there's at least 8. You've excluded those, haven't you?
Yes.
So again, in terms of the availability of alcohol to be consumed elsewhere, off-licence alcohol, your analysis is incorrect again.
It's just comparing bottle stores and supermarkets rather than every type of off-licence, yes.
You accept that the concerns, well, have you listened to this hearing?
Yes.
And there are concerns not so much about who sells the alcohol, but that it's consumed elsewhere. It's consumed in isolation, or it's consumed not on the premises it's sold. Do you accept that that's the concern?
The concern is the idea that it's, yes, being consumed in places where there's not supervision.
Yes. And those off licenses you've chosen to exclude could also give rise to that particular issue, couldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the final point I want to make is, despite this analysis of density and your conclusion that in trust areas there's fewer bottle stores per head of population, you haven't done any analysis of the harm rates or indicators of harm or any of those issues at all in relation to those areas, have you?
No, that's correct. I've just looked at the comparison of the density.
So what's the relevance of your evidence then if you can't link it to rates of harm or impacts on amenity and good order?
So my evidence is just to just looking at the density in terms and supporting what the Winton Apartments what they raised in terms of amenity and good order.
But without any evidence about whether there's more incidents of nuisance and disorder in Winton than in, say, a trust area, how is it relevant to that analysis? What does it tell us? It tells us there's fewer bottle stores per head of population.
That's right, that's what it tells us.
But it tells us nothing about the impact on amenity and good order in any of the areas you analysed, does it?
That's correct. It just tells you about the density.
So how is that relevant to the amenity and good order evaluation?
Well, from other information that I've learned over the time that I've been doing this, generally there's increasing harm, with increasing density.
That's what some research says, and
there have been, particularly in South Auckland, which is where I've been involved most. That's a particular concern of and reasons that alcohol licenses have been turned down in this area. That's clear that there's a connection between the density of premises and the increases in harm.
So knowing what you know about, and this is my last topic, knowing what you know about South Auckland and density, and knowing that right next door you've got a control case, a trust area, do you find it surprising that health researchers do not choose to analyse the relative rates of harm in Waitakere as against the relative levels of harm, such as ED emissions, in South Auckland? Why have they not done that comparison?
I could not tell you.
Do you have any sense of the ED admission rates with alcohol-related injuries in the Waitemata District Health Board?
I have no idea.
And I assume you have no idea about the relative rates also in the Manukau District Health Board area?
No, that's quite outside the scope of my expertise.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Judd, do you have questions? Ms. Fowler?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just one for Belinda. You stated that you are representing the Communities Against Alcohol Harm group in Auckland. Do you live in Auckland?
I work for Communities Against Alcohol Harm in Auckland, but I'm appearing as a witness for Winton Apartments Limited.
And whereabouts do you reside? Because your statement said it's Christchurch. I was just getting clarification about the Auckland Christchurch.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't say that I live in Christchurch. I reside in Auckland.
Oh, okay. So they just have a branch.
Yes, we have a branch of Communities Against Alcohol Harm in Christchurch.
Wonderful. Thank you. No further questions. Just clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant McNaught, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a couple, but I think it's already been half covered. I don't know if it's so much a question. Well, actually, I will ask the first question. Sorry, Belinda, when you're talking about the statistics you provided with the off-licensed premises in the ILT, and you claimed you're comparing like for like, do you realise that supermarkets aren't not able to sell alcohol in the Invercargill Licensing Trust area?
I didn't know that, but I recognise that that's what happens in Waitakere, so I'm not surprised that that would be the case.
Okay, thank you. It's probably not, Mr. Chairman, it's probably more for you as a committee, given the fact that I'm across all the councils. I do have some numbers here that could assist to tidy up those figures. If it's more of a framed question, I'm sure Belinda would accept that hers may be incorrect in terms of off licenses, and I could provide maybe some better numbers to assist the committee.
So are you talking local Southland numbers? Or
I'm talking about the ILT and the MLT, and compared to what's been put in the evidence of Fowler.
Yeah, I think we probably have a fair idea of that information, but
I've just got it in front of me, that's all.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, perhaps read them out if you don't mind, please.
So for in the ILT area, there's 13, possibly 14 off licenses. I was waiting on confirmation from someone that knew one of them, but there's at least 13 off licenses. That's in the ILT zone.
All right, thank you.
In the Invercargill City Council area, there's 22, which obviously includes those 13. They're separate, so one's ILT zone, one's at Invercargill City Council.
Yeah, sure, understand.
Yeah, and for MLT, there's 11 off licenses in the Material Licensing Trust area, but there was 12 until very recently when the Longford Tavern and Gore closed. So up until a couple of months ago, there was 12, but it's sitting at about 11. That's the numbers I've got, which would be a bit more indicative, I think, of talking about off licenses for those areas.
That's even more than I knew about. Thank you, Sergeant McNaught. That's helpful.
Thank you. I have no further questions either. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grace, do you have any questions for Ms. Fowler?
No, likewise for me, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. From the objectors, Mr. Fraser, do you have a question from the community board?
No questions from either this time, just to save you a moment.
Thank you. Winton Medical Centre, any questions?
Yes, I was listening. Thank you, Belinda, for your evidence. I was listening quite carefully to what you had to say, and I was thinking, trying to remind myself at the end of 2 long days why deprivation matters, and why it matters that there are 156 people live right next to this area in its SL9 area, and isn't the reason that that the applicant needs to meet a higher standard where there is significant deprivation in the immediate area?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so I was also interested in the notion that being put to you that somehow you could average high and lower mesh block areas and come out with some sort of average person. Is your understanding that you can actually do that, or are they in fact different domains with different effects?
From the hearings and the work that I've done, I've always seen the individual areas treated separately. I have never seen it everything combined to sort of get an average for an area, at least, especially with sort of 2,000 something people living there.
And does it matter that most people talk about Winton as if it's a wealthier town, when actually, A, it's not a wealthy town. It's got an average income of $31,000 a year, or whatever it was that we heard earlier. And also that there is this significant pocket of deprivation around where these new premises are.
Sorry, what was the beginning of the question? Does it matter? Was it?
I said, does it matter that, sorry, I know I've lost my own track.
Sorry. I think the fact that there's very high levels of deprivation very close to the area that the location of the proposed premises is in an area with very high deprivation is important. Yes, I think it does matter.
Do you think that we've heard during the 2 days of these hearings that there are issues of vulnerability in the immediate area around
Yes,
the liquor store?
Yes, yes.
You do. Now, in terms of the like for like, measuring liquor stores and comparing them, firstly, I'd like to thank you for doing, as a researcher myself, I know that counting these sorts of things can be quite a thankless task, particularly in the alcohol area where things, but weren't you trying to say that premises where you can go in and buy your stuff and then get out, as in the Winton magnet for alcohol, which we've been hearing about this afternoon, aren't they, in the literature and in the really in the law too, the most serious in terms of likely effects?
Gosh, to be honest, I don't know that I know about it to agree or disagree about that.
You were talking earlier about unsupervised, and I guess it's unsupervised.
And I would say that that I would imagine that in general, the people going to buy from a winery, for example, would be probably different than people going to pick up a slab from from a bottle shop. It would be a different group of people and probably quite different intentions. Well, possibly different intentions, but yeah.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much for your evidence, Belinda. It's been nice talking to you. Thank you, sir. I'm finished. Hopefully finished for the day.
Thank you. Mr. Willis, do you have any questions on behalf of the Presbyterian Church?
Chairman, I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Goodman, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Winton Motorcycles, Mr. Howden, do you have any questions?
No, I've got no questions on that, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Fraser, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. From the committee?
No questions.
And I have no questions either. So thank you, Ms. Fowler, for your participation. Ms. Elwood, do you have any questions of re-examination, just to clarify any issues raised in cross-examination of Ms. Fowler?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings to a completion the presentation of evidence. I thank you all sincerely for, first of all, taking part, and secondly, for remaining with us right into this late hour. So we outlined the procedures from here earlier on, so you'll be informed of that more formally. And if there's no further issues,